VCT Pacific. The future of Valorant starts here.
Too much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. So much fun. We just begun. So much fun.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
One rifle for Shiro.
Oh, swing out, multiplayer phase here. That shield and Famous just sliding forward, able to find him with the classic. Crystal putting it back eventually, but then Shiro barrel stuffing Crystal. Going for the Hunter's Fury. Knows that the counter swing is going to be pretty much instantaneous, and Shiro.
Seen too much in terms of the leaders as well. So right now sticking to this setup, especially with Buzz still opping away the tops of pipes as well. Stacks is nearby. Oh, Buzz swaps over to the Headhunter, and instantly with that. Oh! It's going to be map point, so hopefully the stack helps them out. It's Forsaken up to the top of Rumble. Ooh, finds texture, but still the sprays from Karen over. He shrouded steps way past them.
Kelly has some reposition Patrick, who forced away as the flash comes in. Nice drag across. Famous going to be taken down. Hell yes, looks to absolutely shatter their hopes here on this C site. This ace. And it looks like Global, it looks like they're willing to die to give it to them. They do lose out on an additional player.
Gen.G are 9-3. Salvos at least, just in case, but ultimately PaperX has the site currently. Munchkin though, happy to play off the first. PaperX now in for a triple, but what is that spray? Oh, he's getting the transfer, he's getting
He's gonna show you a picture together. You guys recognize it?
Hell no.
I forgot.
What?
Jet has 3 smokes, but it might be better. Wait, I don't remember this.
I forgot it.
Me either, I don't know.
This I remember.
This one is,
Oh yeah, this for sure. Ah,
wow, this one
I
is a horrible thing. They can't pass this way.
この時はあんま覚えてない。
This one is annoying. I don't like ranked when Reyna's again.
Oh, when you can on both at the same time, right? So it's OP.
No, at that time, I think this one is not OP, I guess.
初めて見ました。
Who the this guy?
Vision Striker Stacks.
これは覚えてます。
Did we stack? You.
これ覚えてる人いるかな。
So this is the Korean team.
Oh, this is. Wait, you were in. Did you use the same name?
いや、
No, me and Jinmung is quite, we competing each other so long time, since 21.
Oh.
What? This guy looks like 괜찮아. Ding, 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 ding. You look
Yeah,
older,
younger
bro.
now,
Yeah,
yeah?
younger now, yeah.
Yeah.
Same like me, bro. I think everyone know that.
No, classic stacks.
The mouse kiss.
The mouse kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, classic. You same, bro.
Yeah, same.
You same.
Really? So long ago.
So you're like 16?
No, I was 17, I think. So young.
We're getting old, bro.
I'm already a boomer.
Hello guys, I'm Stax from T1 VALORANT. I play VALORANT since beginning.
こんにちは。DFM のジンブンです。バラント始めてから始めました。
Hello everyone, I'm Sing and I'm from PaperX and I've been playing Valorant from the beginning.
Hello, I'm Cruz, and I'm from Talon Esports. I've been playing Valorant since the start as well. For me, he's the same. Toxic.
What do you mean toxic, bro? I'm not toxic. I'm kind of guy.
You fake kind guy.
Not fake. After break time, you come follow the blue cup, bro.
My first match ever was against you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Reyna?
Yes.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah,
at the
Reyna
Haven.
Haven.
Yeah.
I was complaining in a scrim and I played against him, and then his race was so annoying, and
Yeah,
I'm like, oh,
true.
this guy is so annoying. So I told my teammate, play like him.
ステッツ選手なんだけど、初めての、会ったのは覚えてないけど、大会で配信で見て、熱い男だなって。
The most memorable thing was probably qualifying for my first tournament. It was really a big surprise to me because I never expected to like qualify for a tournament like that. When I was playing professionally, I was just like playing casually with friends, you know. I didn't expect to like make it this far. Somehow I'm here today.
一番覚えてるのは、ティアンを上がってきて、最初の試合が一番、熱もかかってるし、ちょっと熱かったと思います。
I think personality-wise, of course, I feel it changed. Last time I'm more like introverted, but now slightly better, I think.
I become more calm, I guess, because I getting older and then I think a lot. So yeah.
他いた本当にゲーム始めた時はランクでボイス使わなくてもう全部意見とかも無視してもうゲームする人だったけど、性格時代が変わっててそうしたら絶対うまくならないなって思ってもう頑張って書いたけどまだ足りないですね。
For me, it's
Nothing
like
changed.
a lot of change. For
Really?
me, yeah, because I was like hype man. I was like ah, and then now I feel like when I have a lot of kids in the team, I can't be always mad anymore because they will be very sad if I'm always mad. So I need to come back to being the same guy I was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's like I change all the time.
All these old players, it's like we play against them like when I'm like a kid, you know, like 17, 18 years old, I remember just starting out. Yeah, definitely it's like nostalgic, you know, like just thinking of all those times.
その先輩っていうかその長くやってる人を見ててすごいなって思ってもっと頑張れたのですごいリスペクトしてます。
Yeah, I can remember Jinbung. Yeah, he was really good. He was really good aimer. I think Munchkin few times. Yeah, not many.
なんかまだ強い人とまだ会えてないなって感じあるので多分モンチキンさんとかそのチーム時代でちょっと強さを感じたので
I agree. Munchkin, insane. I pressed tab 18 and 2, and I'm like, okay. Next, for me, I think it was 2022. The only team we couldn't beat was them. So the next tournament, Copenhagen, the finals, I was like, okay, guys, we all agreed that let's just run it down. And it was 3-0.
I think it has to be Demon 1. That guy, I just remember whenever we play him, it's like you cannot even jiggle pick him, you know? You jiggle pick him, you just get 1 tap.
X10 against Envy. I think that was the first time Pacific team ever beat NA. And my life's changed after that game in Thailand. People know me, stuff like that.
That thing's crazy.
That's why-
Superstar.
I think like that. And then I checked my Instagram. Not a lot of followers.
I think against NRG in Tokyo, it's really fun to play CGRS because I think he's like a really good teammate. Like he just makes the team very hyped and happy. So he played really well and it was really, really fun. I played you in Tokyo first game.
We got destroyed by you guys. Yeah. That's bad.
Good memory.
Yeah, good memory. For you, bro. For me, it's the first international Masters, Berlin Masters. It was first. Yeah, when I was in the Business Strikers. If we gonna made a playoff, we can qualify for the champions.
Did you make it?
Yeah, we make it. Yeah. And then we made a playoff, and then we go to home. We met the Gambit, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Prime Gambit.
Yeah, Prime Gambit.
Every player improved a lot, but I miss the older player, like ex-Gambit player, like Shadows. First I met him in the Berlin. He looks like kind of UFC fighter. Really, he beard and the muscle and height, right? And then he's the first time he met me. Hey, you have a lighter? And then, yeah, I have that.
I feel like now May has improved a lot. He was good, but he wasn't
He was a support.
so good like now. I feel like now May has improved a lot. So I think May.
Yeah,
I agree.
agree.
I think maybe like 3-4 years ago, the game was way more simpler. Maybe when you execute side, it's just like smoke and flash. But now there's like stun, bomb, flash,
Sit down.
sit down.
Nowadays, everyone is the burst shot, you know? Move and burst shot. Ba-bang, 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 ba-bang. Back in the day, we just...
We see,
we crouch, we spray. And then we won. Easy one. Real man fight, you know? Everyone is just like... Beep, 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 beep. Everyone, Michael Jackson, bro. I want to see more agent over the 100 agents.
Too many stacks, too many.
Yeah, but at the time we're not gonna play. We just watching. we just watching is chicken. 없으면 좋겠다고 했어? 유지됐으면 좋겠다고?
아니요 바뀌는 건 좋은데
너무 많이 추가되는 거라.
바뀌는 건 좋은데 결국 프로니까 이게 돼서 메타 바뀌는 건 좀 빡세가지고 바로란트가 面白いからずっとやってます
First thing is a fan, of course, right? And then
This
that thing.
I lift weights because this year I lift weights because practice lifting trophy.
Thank you to all the fans for supporting us. Whether we are winning or losing, it really means a lot to us. And
Keep on supporting us, whether you're Thai or not.
ステージ1も頑張っていきたいと思います
이제 시작했기 때문에 아직 할 일이 많다고 생각을 해서 더 재밌는 모습 보여드릴 테니까 끝까지 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
It's Creamy, Wild Oreo, Forsaken, and Kelly S.
Flex?
Flex, they all play Flex agent.
Flex?
Yeah, I think flex.
Why? Flex? Younger guys, young boys.
It's not the videos.
Confirm.
Creative is important, guys, in this game.
안녕하십니까? 안녕하세요.
저희 오늘 해볼 게임은 퍼시픽 운동회인데요. 텍스처 선수가 선서문 먼저 낭독해 주실게요.
네. 선수단 선서. 우리는 스포츠의 영광과 팀의 명예를 위하고 스포츠 정신의 근본 원칙을 준수하며 노력과 실력으로 정당한 승부를 펼칠 것을 약속합니다. 약속합니다. 네.
어떤
저요 그 피구. 피구? 어.
무슨
자치
피구를
뭐
어떻게?
그 소바 충격 화살로 그거 하는 거.
우린 소바 하니까.
야 잘하고 와.
이해야 된다 형.
뭐라 말 좀 해라.
내가 더 날렵해.
와.
와,
야 잠깐만
그래도 형이야.
화살은 내가 더 묵직해. 야야 너 왜 웃어? 규혁이 너 뭐야? 젠지 화이팅!
더 크게 더 크게.
젠지 화이팅! 오. 야야야! 다 맞아. 야 한 대만 더 맞춰봐. 형 좀 떨어져서 좀 떨어져서. 고수인데? 개보다래. 아니 고수인데? 나와. 원래 지고 시작하는 거예요. 뭐래? 젠지의 경기답게. 오케이. 아 패승승.
승승으로 가자, 승승.
우리 승승으로 가자 임마. 이분 화이팅! 가자. 나이스. 한 대만 더.
와 쉽다. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더. 못해. 제발 때려. 여기. 접으세요.
형, 좀 더 날렵해야 돼.
화겠자.
화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
아무리 묵직해도 못 맞추면은 묵직함이 필요가 없어요.
맞지. 가자. 빨리 끝내.
아,
잘한다. 야 왜 가도? 자.
좀 더 날렵해야 돼. 화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
이거야 임마. 신노. 아 김범이 화이팅!
화이팅!
응 아니야? 김범태 화이팅.
가자.
여기.
하던 대로.
좋은데?
여기. 저기.
그렇지.
Player
우리야였다.
먼저 땄어.
조용해라. VAR 판독.
젠지가 이번 포인트 가져갑니다.
아 뭐야? 오케이. 손에 땀 나는데 이거?
아, 긴장돼. 아.
그만 맞아 그만. 할 때 시작할 때 속이.
여기다. 가자.
여기.
가자.
여기. 나 진짜 나 지기만 돼. 야 욕심이 나오면 어떡해? 무비라 그렇게 날렵하진 않은데?
에바야, 너무 묵직한데?
아 좋았다.
복수해줘.
복수해줘?
복수해줘.
알았어.
저기 그 늙은이가 이제 스파이크 담당 연막이잖아 또. 맞긴 해. 아무래도 계속 들고 있어야지요.
잘 넘기긴 해.
난 내 안에 스파이크가 들어온 적이 없어.
내가 이번에 넣어줄게.
안 내면 진다. 가위바위보. 노장답게 잘하겠지.
살짝 아쉬울 것 같지 않아? 너무 느려.
나 느려?
아니 상대가 더 느려. 네. 파이팅! 도와줘. 어디야?
오, 빠른데?
스킬을 왜?
Spike drop. I have the spike.
뭐해. 스킬 좋아. 못 찾겠지 늙어서. 못 찾겠지.
안 돼. 따라가야 돼. 예측해.
어떡할까? 이거 어때?
예측해서 해야 돼. 예측해서.
어때 대회니? 어때요? 나도 갈 건데? 안 돼.
확실하다요. 따라올
수가 없다. 따라올 수가 없어.
저 웨이리를 한 번도 안 해봐서 이 스킬을 모르겠어요. 잘.
안 되는데.
응원과 함께 시작할게요. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
아이 궁. 도망가 도망가. 형도 궁 써, 형도 궁 써.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
느려요. 어떻게 할 건데? 어떻게 할 건데? 느린데.
맞춰.
우클릭 누르면 택시 한 번입니다. 여러분들께 맞던데. 놀림까지. 이렇게 할 건데.
너무 빨라.
어때?
나 말했잖아 느리다니까.
아 이거 확실히 잘한다 그냥 이거는. 생긴 거에 비해 날렵해. 아직 내가 더 젊다.
그런 거 같네. 나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
좋아. 도망가고.
좋아. 날렵해.
약간 아쉬운데?
말했잖아 느리다니까.
나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
I have the spike.
어떻게 할 건데? 어떻게 줄 건데? 우리 팀 나라용이야. 나 빨리 응 아니야? 나한테 건데. 여기 이 클릭해 주시고 나 이렇게 된다.
나안 돌아가잖아.
눌렀어.
그때 큐라면
안 돼.
넣어야 돼. 해야 돼.
아니야 이렇게 안 되는데. 쉬운데?
안 되네.
나한테는 어려운데?
깔끔하게 이겼다.
깔끔하네.
확실하다.
나한테 너무 어려운데?
롱점프?
내 감각이 좋아야 되는데 이거. 내고 마음속 3초 전. 이게 숫자 됐거든.
확실하다.
파이팅! 1점 더 주면 안 돼.
3대 해야 돼.
안 내진다 갈보. 에이 먼저.
저는 준비됐습니다. 그래 시작해.
지금이에요.
지금이니. 레전드.
망한 거 같은데 우리.
확실하다. 야, 질 수가 없어요.
할 수 있어. 할 수 있어. 너야 너. 담비.
역교 화이팅. 이겼잖아. 확실하잖아. 야, 나리브 클로즈다. 잘하긴 했어. 인정할게. 내가 조금 더 잘했다.
격가 이기면은 샤브샤브 사줄게.
가자.
형, 우리는 뭐 없나? 불닭. 치즈 불닭. 형이 끓여줄게. 너 들어와 임마. 바로 들어와.
보내버렸어요. 다시.
몰스백.
아무.
잠깐만. 이거 떨어진 걸로 인정해야 되는 거 아니야? 애교 불어봐.
한 번만.
야, 넘어가자.
야 그런 말을 보면 어떡해.
너무 빨리.
아니야 내가 봤을 때 너무 빨리야. 지금 이 끝거리로상 내가 봤을 때 한 3.5초 정도 마음속으로 세야 돼. 지금.
감 알았어. 이제 질 수가 없어 이제. 불닭 없어 진다. 나 완벽한 타이밍 재버렸어 이제.
그러니까 3.5.
확인했어. 페이크 안 쏘네. 야수의 심장이 없다. 야수의 심장이.
3.5초가 아니라 1.5초로 들었지 너.
규혁이 3연승 하면은 소고기 사줄라 했는데.
그러면 완전 끝에 가면 이제 소고기?
완전 끝에 가면 돼. 오케이. 소고기 사줄게.
그 심장 가지고 뭐 되겠어? 난 될 수 있어, 할 수 있어. 너 먼저 해.
너부터 해.
너 먼저 하겠습니다.
나 눈 감고 할게. 눈 감고. 눈 감지 마. 아이!
너무 빨리 왔다.
와 진짜.
혁기야 너만 잘하면 돼.
할 수 있어.
혁기야 너만 잘하면 돼.
3, 4, 5. 잘 가고. 이지.
승리의 소감을 말씀해 주신다면?
쉽고 재밌었습니다.
아니 뭐 소바 이게 짬 차이가 아무리 나더라도 이게 기본의 실력이 있으니까 또.
멋쟁.
네.
와!
트로피. 부럽다.
뭐야?
부럽다.
위 팀은 제1회 퍼시픽 운동회에서 탁월한 실력과 빛나는 팀워크로 승리를 거두었기에 이에 축하의 마음을 담아 이 트로피를 수여합니다.
우승.
볼게요. 3, 2, 1.
I keep thinking back to yesterday, oh how quickly everything changes. We were like each other's shadows, now we're nothing more than strangers. But I remember being in love, I remember us kissing. You were the part of me that I was missing. I remember holding hands, and you said you'd never let it go. So why'd you let me go? Why'd you let me go? As I'm falling, I hear your words echo. Said you'd never let me go. There's a part of me still holding on. You're a habit that's hard to quit. Even though I know it's been and gone, I've still got a taste for it. But I remember being in love, I remember us kissing. You were the part of me that I was missing. I remember holding hands, and you said you'd never let it go. So why'd you let me go? Why'd you let me go? As I'm falling, I hear your words echo. Said you'd never let me go. So why'd you let me go? Why'd you let me go? As I'm falling, I hear your words echo. Said you'd never let me go. So why'd you let me go? Why'd you let me go? As I'm falling, I hear your words echo. So why'd you let me go? Why'd you let me go? As I'm falling, I hear your words echo.
I want it so I can show it off. I get it, I got it, you know I never stop. Nothing, no nothing could ever slow me down. It's all right here, right now. I work it, but never break a sweat. I got the power, so I don't gotta flex. I do what I want on my own time. I ain't one of a million, I'm one of a kind. Ooh, I'm the real deal. You see it, you know it, you gotta have it. Ooh, I'm the real deal. You see it, you know it, you gotta have it, have it. my style. Individual, versatile. I lead the pack by a mile. I'm a real deal. Ooh, I'm the real deal. You see it, you know it, you gotta have it. You know what, you gotta have it, have it. Ooh, I'm a real deal. You see it, you know what, you gotta have it. Ooh, I'm a real deal. You see it, you know what, you gotta have it, have it.
Saying they feeling me, seeing we finna be. Never be losing forever, we choosing to always be moving free. This is your moment, they saying to own it. I feel that we winning now. When it's contagious, the feelings outrageous to get it, we winning now. I tend to make them freeze. I'm cooler than the breeze. I wear my shades at nighttime. See the steep. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Feeling emotion forever, we coasting, I swear that you feel it now. No competition forever, envision the mission, we winning now. Maybe it's arrogant, feeling apparent, and we just keep winning now. They just keep losing forever, we proving it, taking, we over now. Now once upon a time, up in my mind, it's alright. This is the story of a champion, it's alright. Now once upon a time, up in my mind, it's alright. This is the story of a champion, it's alright. Rack it up crazy. Pack it up, Swayze. We phenomenal winning, there's more to come. Where they coming from, beating them like a drum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to elevate, I'm in the mix. Hesitate to detonate to win a myth. We just keeping it going to win a shift. I tend to make them freeze. I'm cooler than the breeze. I wear my shades at nighttime. See the steep. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Feeling adrenaline, they do the minimum, sweeter than cinnamon. I'm just offending, I'm steady be winning and never the end of the woo. And get your mind right, and you can shine bright, and keep the grind tight. It's gonna be alright. Now get your mind right, and you can shine bright, and keep your grind tight. It's gonna be alright. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up.
She's a stone cold kid like Marilyn Manson. Ella siempre me hipnotiza. Feel those sparks start flying when we're dancing. La dejo dormir en mi camisa. So why don't we get this in? Don't just stand by. Love don't wait on it. Ain't no rules, so why don't we get this in? Don't tell soul about it. Love don't wait on it. Make your move. 'Cause my jigsaw, I want all of your pieces. You fit my angels, always so seamless. My jigsaw, I'm in love with your piece. Yeah, I want all of your pieces. I'm in love with your pieces. She's a nasty girl like Janet Jackson. Okay, necesito encontrar. She's the type to make you call the reverend. Porque necesito ayudar. So why don't we get this in? Don't just stand by. Love don't wait on it. Ain't no rules, so why don't we get this in? Don't tell soul about it. Love don't wait on it. Make your move. 'Cause my jigsaw, I want all of your pieces.
not sure if you're making fun of me, but I see you're surprised you don't agree. All I know is that if you believe it, you can be it, be it. Every day I'm gonna spend it like it's the last, putting all the sorrow memories behind my back. It's like running at full speed without the heart attack. I don't really need anyone. All I do is just for fun. Oh, if you're feeling sad and you're lonely, you don't need a one and only. You don't need to take things slowly. I'm all for the party. Oh my gosh, is that the way you wanna live your life? Too bad. I think that we all deserve a second chance. Let's live our lives and get in a trance, and let's dance. It's not too late to figure it out. It's like running full speed without the heart attack. I don't really need anyone. All I do is just for fun. Oh, if you're feeling sad and you're lonely, you don't need a one and only. You don't need to take things slowly. I'm all for the party. I'm all for the party. Don't need a one and only. I'm in for the party. Don't need a one. I don't really need anyone. All I do is just for fun. Oh, if you're feeling sad and you're lonely, you don't need a one and only. You don't need to take things slowly. I'm all for the party. All I do is just for fun.
Welcome to VCT Pacific. It is stage 1. I'm Victoria, but before we start anything, we do encourage you guys to support us in the ongoing rescue efforts in Myanmar and Thailand after the earthquake disaster. So of course our hearts go out to everyone affected by this recent earthquake. This includes my own family. Scan the QR code there if you want to help raise funds to provide aid to those impacted. Of course, every contribution counts. And yeah, so if you're able, please consider donating, and let's stand together and support those in need. I'm going to leave it up there so you guys can scan away. All right, so let's get on with the show. We are on week 3 right now. I'm your host, Victoria, joined by Pilsky and Big Time, and we are just 2 weeks from finding out who's going to be making it to playoffs. It's pretty crazy.
Fast.
Yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun. That's what they say. So.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but for me, it's just flown by. We've seen lots of good Valorant.
Yeah, it's a crazy week as well because it's kind of make or break week for a lot of teams. Like, there's some teams that are going to be able to basically go into the playoffs off of their game this week. There's some teams that will unfortunately be eliminated if they don't find some success right now. So big pressure week, I think. Big pressure cooker.
Yeah, this is actually, I think, the week. In fact, let's pull up the standings so you can see where everyone is standing right now. we do see, of course, the two teams who are going to need to win this weekend if they want any chance of making it to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we see in Group Alpha there, PRX and DFM at the bottom, both 0-2. You can't stay at 0-2 for long, and you can't let that record get any worse if you want to have a legit shot at playoffs. We've flipped the table onto the other side there, and we can see Team Secret and Talent at the bottom there, both desperate for more wins. But, you know, up at the top, we've also got surprises. We're seeing Boom at the top, 2-0, DRX 2-0, T1 2-0. It's been a great watch.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, a lot of teams kind of sitting right in the middle there, getting themselves a win, getting themselves a loss. So some of these head-to-head tiebreakers might be pretty impactful once we head towards the end of the group. I'm keen to see how it all kind of wraps up, but there's still plenty of games to go at this point.
Now, last week we had a lot of fun, with some of those matches that were happening.
Yeah.
So we picked out some of the best moments, best flicks for Flick of the Week by Pulsar.
I always like Flick of the Week. To me, this is like the most fun bit of Valorant, right? This is where like the fun bit, the mechanics. This is one thing we don't ever get to do as coaches. So you just get to watch it and kind of make faces when your players do something brilliant. But
yeah, this is like the official version of like old mate uploading his Twitter highlights because he can't get on a pro team. And please sign me, guys. But this is like just exactly like you said, raw mechanics, see some of the best individual skill, and of course we all know that Pacific is the best individually skilled region, so you can't get much better highlights than what you're going to be seeing over here in Asia.
Absolute facts there. I agree with that analysis by our experts here. Now, we had some patch updates. We got some buffs and we got some nerfs, and it affects directly the agents here. So let's start with the KO buff. I'm liking what they're doing with the KO here, affecting his flash, his res times. You guys want to break it down?
Yeah, I mean, this KO change is the biggest change for me. I don't know about you. I think the two biggest parts of it are that you're blind longer from an underarm flash, and you are able to equip your gun again faster after that flash. So it's a change to try and make KO be more aggressive, a little bit more solo in play. You don't have to only support other people around you. So I think that's a really, really nice change for KO. And in my mind, we should see his use rate increase from that hub.
Yeah, might help the pick rate in ranked for sure, but definitely KO can be a bit more of a pseudo entry. You did see a slight Yoru nerf just on the price of the fake out there, so I think that in combination with the Vice changes, you're seeing the popularity of both of those agents actually somewhat because both of them are in the meta. I think Vice being in the meta and being such a popular Sentinel choice at the moment is why you're seeing the inclusion of Teo as well of the Yoru rather, as well as him being kind of a pseudo flash choice, which is something that we are going to see a lot, particularly on Ascent at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that nerf on Vice as well, with the duration decreasing with her ability there. I think this forces Vice to be played slightly differently and not just blocking pathways into sites. I personally, as a player, hate how long the duration is. It feels like forever, so I'm personally a little bit happy about that. Now, Ascent. We have talked about Ascent so many times and how we are so sick of the meta. Let's talk about the meta that used to be versus the meta that is now. So we have the classic meta. Big Time, do you want to break this down?
Look at this. Ascent is finally fun, people. Before, it was always the same. You would see Jet, KO, Sova, Omen, Killjoy again and again and again, with only the few teams trying to innovate and trying to do something different, and often not so much avail. But then on the other side, we see, look at this modern era. Look at the Teo in there. We got Phoenix in there. We got Waylay in there. We got Vice in there. There's so much to love here. This, to me, is what I was waiting for in Ascent. I love how the metas move, and I think I can enjoy Ascent again.
It's crazy. The map has only been played 4 times. And we have 7 different comps for Ascent already. And last year, 75% pick rate for this exact comp you see on the left side here.
It feels like now with the changes, Vice being more popular, obviously Teo being very strong, people are finally okay with being that little bit more innovative on Ascent instead of playing what they know works every time, which to me is way more fun to watch. I think for most viewers, it's a lot more fun to see teams trying different things. So I, for one, hope we see some more Ascent today. I would be more than down.
And one thing we're seeing, I mean, you can see it on the graphic there. You're seeing a lot of those agents change, but one of them does not change, guys. Teo is here. he is very strong, and we do have some clips that kind of highlight how he fits into a lot of these comps. You see him a lot of the time. I was looking at RRQ, I was really impressed with what they brought to it. You see him as kind of a replacement to Teo, so in this case, the salvos can kind of be a zoning tool like the KO knife, or a tool that you use to obviously take map control, like you would see something like a set fragment with a flash play, but a little bit more self-sufficient. Another agent that he kind of replaces as well is kind of the deadlock, so we'll see that a little bit later, but this is exactly what I mean. You see KO previously in the Ascent meta comp being the short player, a lot of the time being the player that's going to help the Omen take a main control, be able to lock down short with the fragment or the flash plays and things like that. So you're seeing Crazy Guy just jiggle as soon as the attackers want to try to take some control. You see immediately the stun goes in and the salvos to be able to zone in towards a main and secure that control. And like I said, another popular choice being the deadlock. Here's an exact example of where you would potentially end up putting a lot of that deadlock util or the sentinel util to be able to stop people from being able to come out of those choke points. And if you see here on the little map that we've got, thank you for production for providing us this beautiful map. We can get a little bit of a zoom in. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Teo util in red. Yeah, the deadlock traps. You can see, guys, I'm an artist. I know exactly what I'm doing, and actually the glare is making it quite hard to see. But the deadlock traps that are popular are these kind of things. The KO knives that you would see are these kind of things to zone this A main control and short control. But Teo can just do it all, guys. He can take that control, he can zone the other team, he can stall the other team, he can play a pseudo sentinel at times to be able to block off a lot of these chokes that the other team want to be playing, and he's just a lot more flexible. So the fact that he can do it all shows why he's an instant include on Ascent right now.
Yeah, is that your knife?
Yeah, that's my knife. That's my KO knife, guys.
I love it.
As you can tell, I'm very artistic. I think that's what my teacher said in school. I didn't really hear it properly, but
I mean, it's a wonderful drawing. And the thing I wanted to touch on that I find most interesting about this new Ascent meta is you're able to innovate on what was done before and kind of take it a step further. So if we look at something like the classic Vision Strikers play, right? Where's your KO up here? So we would see something like this with the KJ on A, right? You send your jet down mid, you flash for him, might even blind through in a recon out here, right? We see this all the time. It's about getting down into tiles. Now, there's so many other ways you can do it now. So much variety in the comps. We saw Boom at the weekend have DOS9 being mid. He TP'd on top of here with a recon coming behind it down here. You know, even if we swap it out for Yoru, we can see how Yoru, you don't even need this KO in mid anymore because he can set his TP going down here, flash for himself and go in. So there's huge variety. So even though the core of the map hasn't changed, the ideas still haven't fully changed, but we're just seeing a lot more innovation around how teams are able to execute. And that, for me, is the most fun bit of Valorant, and now Ascent is finally fun.
Do you think we're going to see even more Ascent comps?
I don't see why not. I mean, I think you have a lot more ability to be creative, right? And I think Teo will always be there for now, but I think there's still room to keep testing things.
Yeah. Really fantastic breakdown. I think it's really interesting what we're seeing on Ascent. Now I want to ask you guys a question. Do you know how Jesse Vash stays eternally young?
How?
He uses the Smite skin, and it's the you know,
that's
the key
exactly
to eternal
what came
youth.
to my mind.
Yes.
You know, it wasn't Korean beauty products, you know, plastic surgery, or any of the other things.
Or Filipino blood. I feel like that.
Or working out every day. You know, having perfect genetics.
It was the Smite 2.
It was the Smite 2 bundle.
Yes, that's right. Now you know the secret. We're letting the secret out, and you too can get your hands on the secret. The April Fool's Smite 2 is out, and you can get the free, you know, the Smite buddy.
Yeah.
The knife buddy. Did you guys get yours yet?
I have not, but you know, I actually can't believe this was the April Fool's. I was actually quite excited for this release. I thought this was like fully legit. I quite like the skin collection, to be honest. So, and
really,
I have notoriously brilliant takes on skins.
Oh god!
In this game, and the Smite 2 is up there, A tier, I would say, strong A tier.
Well, you can actually get the buddy if you log in before April 15th, so you guys got 10 more days to do that. I've already picked up mine. Get your Fountain of Youth right there, put it on your gut. Now let's talk about the weekly schedule and see who's also staying eternally young here. We're starting off with Gen.G versus DFM to kick off week 3. I know a lot of us have our eyes on day 8, which is tomorrow.
Yeah.
What do you guys make of this?
I would agree. I think that's going to be the highlight of the week. Paper X, O2, Boom 2-0. One of those teams will advance, one of those teams will get potentially knocked out of the group stage just based on that result. I think Talon Nongshim's going to be a banger of a game, but another team that has no room for error is this first match of the day that we've got coming up, for sure.
I think today Japan is poised for an upset. That's how we describe it. Both these Japanese teams are the underdogs in today's game, as far as my mind goes. So sorry to all of our fans in Japan. It's going to be a tough day, potentially, unless the teams can really cook something up, I think.
That's all good. I think they're used to it at this point, unfortunately. But I would like that to not be the case also.
Well, we do have Clinton always rooting for them. Paper thin. Now let's take a closer look at Group Alpha and based on the map wins. So these are based on individual map wins, and you know who's won which.
Oh, it's a graph.
It's a graph.
Okay, I was never good at these, but DRX. Yeah, that makes sense.
So on the right side
well.
here, the right side here, the numeral is the one on the top bar there. So you can see DRX has taken 2 maps off of Paper X, for example.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, I think Boom is a surprising one. 2-0, 2-0. They're looking to fill up the rest of that bar with 2-0s and see themselves safely through. That is by far the biggest surprise for me of this whole Group Alpha. Well, I say it was a surprise. It kind of wasn't, but I think they're definitely outperforming a lot of people's expectations.
Are you guys expecting, we have kind of a top 4 on each group at the moment. Do you think this is going to be the top 4 that goes to playoff?
No, I think there's room for change.
Okay.
You know, we are only halfway through.
Okay.
So I still think anything can happen for most of these teams. Like, nobody's mathematically out yet, right? As far as I'm aware. So you can't ever count your chickens before they've hatched. If you're in that top spot, you can't start resting. You can't start taking it easy.
I can tell you're used to repeating that over and over again. That must be like your mantra in previous days or something like that. We're not mathematically out yet, guys. Don't worry.
All right, well, Gen.G is going to be one of the first teams today. We saw a lot of changes in their rosters over, since kickoff.
Yes.
People coming in, people going out, and we saw Ash and Suggest come in last week, but we're hearing Suggest is going out, and we're getting Foxy9 back in. I mean, what do you guys think of all this change?
Crazy. What's going on? It's a revolving door. I think, for me, this all comes from T1. I'm blaming Autumn for all of this. Because, they swapped in Carpe for Sylvan and they tried this kind of 6-man roster to inspire Sylvan to kind of get back to his original form. And I wonder if that's what's happening here with Suggest leaving, Foxy9 coming back in. So, I don't know. Is this going to be a common thing now? Are we going to keep seeing 6-man rosters? Is he just playing this week because it's DFM? I don't know what's happening anymore.
Is this what I got wrong when I was coaching? It's like the high school approach. It's like, I was actually talking to her for a little bit. Like, don't get jealous or anything, but, you don't want me more, something like that. End of the day, I think for Foxy9, I'm so happy to see him back in. I thought he was great. Honestly, in kickoff, outside of mostly like Cypher play on Abyss, it's not even in the map pool anymore, guys. His KJ, his Gecko, even on Bind, which is not really something you have to worry about, it was pretty decent. He had some maps where he was pretty good, so I think, honestly, Suggest has not been too awe-inspiring outside of one game on Lotus. So I'm happy that Foxy9 is in the roster. I don't understand why he was replaced in the first place, outside of like intangible things not really fitting in. But what I will say is Karen, Texture, and Munchkin are all in the top kind of 10 players in VCT Pacific right now. The core of this team is still doing very well statistically, so I think Gen.G, they should be good.
Well, maybe they took out Suggest because he is ex-teammate with some of the players today from DFM. He is ex-DFM. Maybe they're like, he doesn't want to hurt his old team.
They thought he was going to start
May too much. So yeah, DFM is the other team, have not changed their roster since kickoff here, and we had high hopes for this team, but something's going on where they are not performing the way we thought they were going to perform.
Yeah, I mean, this was a team with a lot of hype. A lot of people were high on them, myself included, in the offseason. I thought this was a team with massive potential, but kickoff, it was a little bit worse than we expected, but still not bad. They still beat PRX, they still got deeper into that bracket, but now stage 1 is looking rough for them, Pilsky. I mean, there's no other way around it, right?
They have to win this game, or they might be out of the tournament. Very, very difficult circumstances. I agree, in kickoff they had some great games, but a lot of those were on Abyss. It's not even in the map pool anymore. I just want to ask you guys, like, what is DFM's style? What are they, like, what is their style exactly? Because, like, I'm looking at all these comps, I'm looking at all these role swaps, And I'm like, I don't understand exactly what it is that they're doing. Like, I feel like the most common thing where they had success was like Akame on a flashy near.
Yeah.
You put Jinbung on a Sentinel, Mei's on the Duelist, Jien's controller, but they keep changing what they're doing. They're playing the G2 comp on Pearl, then they're playing a bit more of a meta comp, then they're playing double Duelist, ISO Yoru, and they change every game. They were playing triple in on a set the other day. Like, I don't understand what this team is actually going for, and they're not finding a lot of success just chopping and changing. I think they just need to go back to what's basic and what was working for them when they've been winning their games.
That might be a really key point there, Pilsky. Now, Gen.G, I think if they were playing DFM 2 weeks ago after their performance against Boom, we might have thought this would be a pretty even match. But their defeat on Paper X is giving us a very different impression of them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a much bigger step up, right, week to week. Against Boom, they did look to be struggling pretty consistently. Not to downplay how well I thought Boom played in that series, but Gen.G did struggle. But it did seem like a return to form, especially when we look at Texture and we look at Caron. As you mentioned, two staple players of this roster. They showed up big against PRX, and I think they want to carry that again through into today, because those are the stars of the 2023 roster that really fragged out, got them some championships, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
they can't afford to drop off.
Munchkin's one of the best players in the tournament right now.
Yeah.
Caron's doing decently. Texture has good stats despite the fact that his first kill, first deaths are not good. He's conceding a lot more openings than he's creating at the moment for Gen.G, which historically you would never say about Texture. Yep. So they've still got some things to figure out. Foxy9 coming back into the roster. I don't think they've super unlocked Ash's full potential yet, so there's still some ceiling there, but just the core of the team is just so good. They're still going to be good.
I think so too. Let's see the map draft and see if this is going to secure things even more so for Gen.G, or if maybe DFM has some sort of advantage here.
So ban out Ascent. I mean, that did not go well for them against Boom. They've just binned that map entirely. DFM, their perma-bans Icebox, so that makes sense. Gen.G, they pick Lotus. What comp are they going to play, guys? I'm super curious. It's crazy.
I don't think it gets more iconic than Gen.G on Lotus, to be honest. I remember when the map first came out in 2023, the 2023 Gen.G team with, you know, God Dead. Meteor was still there back in the day, I think. I mean, those guys played the best Lotus I saw in 2023, and then 2024 they were amazing, and they're running with it now. It's no surprise to me that they're going to pick it.
Yeah, for DFM picking Fracture, that is a question mark. It's not even a map they've played in kickoff or in stage 2. They're going to back themselves on a map that they don't even have an official rep on. So again, just going for something out there that they haven't done before, throwing a Hail Mary, given the fact that it has not been a good map for Gen.G. They've lost both times that they've played Fracture.
Yeah,
so
I quite like it. I quite like that as a surprise pick.
They're trying to play the Veto. Again, you said it's a surprise pick. Totally agree. But at least for Lotus, this one is a bit more straightforward, even more straightforward than these this data might suggest. I mean, Gen.G are 4-1 on Lotus since the start of the year, 0-3 for DFM. They haven't had any success on it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're talking about the sort of inconsistency of DFM with the amount of changes, but do you want to see them run that mirror comp against Gen.G on Lotus? Because I don't.
I mean, not in the roles that they are, because they got Art on the Omen. I want to see them not play the double controller, swap GN back onto the Omen. It's the agent that he had the best performance on. Put Art instead of Akame, I think it is, on that Info Enir, and I think that would be a better fit roles-wise, but we'll see what they're going to roll with.
All right, well, let's see what our predictions are, and it is full flush Gen.G. This wasn't the case, you know, the last 2 weeks with Gen.G, especially after their shaky Boom performance, but now I think right now you guys made a really good case for why we do think Gen.G is going to be winning today, and it seems the audience agrees with us on this one. But you know what? You never know when it comes to a game of Valorant. We're going to see new maps from both of these teams. So VCT Pacific Stage 1 starts now.
Got the bling, got the rings, yeah, we on the floor. Make way for the boss, best move
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. Gen.G.
As we roll into week 3 of Stage 1, we are really going to be finding out who's going off to playoff. Now, Gen.G, this is a team, the most talked about team last year with their amazing run through International, through here in Pacific, but they've been making a lot of adjustments since the end of last year with the change in the roster, and they're changing it yet again. Yes, Foxy9's coming back in, but this is after not having him for a whole week.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a rebuilding period for Gen.G. The loss against Boom might have been a sobering one, but they had a slow start even in kickoff and just continued to improve, so I think we're going to see the same again.
Now, DFM is on the other side, and we were talking about this earlier. We had a lot of hope, a lot of promise for DFM. We were thinking, is this the rise of Japanese Valorant once more? And one thing that never ever fails is their walkout here.
I respect it. It doesn't matter, you know, this is a good sign for their mental, I suppose. I mean, it doesn't matter what the score is. You know they're going to have fun in the walkout. But let's get down to it. This has not been a good team in Stage 1. They have not showed up in the way that they need to. And oh, I'm scared. No.
Gen.G is shaking right now.
It has to change now. This has to change for DFM. We need to see something different from them today. Need to see them really fighting back against a tough opponent like Gen.G.
I do wonder, though, the patch 10.06 does get activated today. We know Vice is, you know, she's picked on Lotus.
Yeah.
KO, Yoru definitely also agents we see through the current map pools.
Yeah, I mean, Yoru's a potential. KO's kind of a very off pick. You only see it in very niche scenarios, but Vice will definitely have an impact on this. It's a big pick at the moment. You might see Gen.G go back to Killjoy. They only recently swapped to Vice, and it was Suggest on the Vice, whereas Foxy was playing Killjoy last stage. So maybe that might be a bit more of a comfort pick, and they're just going to go with what's worked for them for a long time. We'll see.
I think for me, the Vice change isn't massive, but I do think it lines it more up with the other Sentinels that we see. So I don't think Vice is a must-play anymore, but I think the only reason you would really swap away from it is if you have a Sentinel player that's so much more comfortable on Killjoy or so much more comfortable on Cypher that it's worth it. But I don't think we're going to see a pick rate change too much. I don't feel like the nerf is that massive overall, because you're still able to stall for 7 seconds with the Razor Vines instead of 10, which is an awfully long time still.
Oh my god, I can hear them screaming through our headsets. That was Gen.G, by the way.
Yeah, and you can tell the difference. Like we've seen games where they've been a bit underwhelming and they haven't been as loud. I swear the games where they are screaming their heads off, I can hear it through my headset, are the games where these guys are fired up. I remember before that Haven game against Paper X, they were screaming their heads off and they came up with a big performance. It is going to be the Mirror Comps are not super happy with the roles here for DFM as before, and they did play with a different comp against Gen.G in kickoff, and that game went quite poorly for them, as well as the rest of the games on, is it B-Day for May today?
I don't know.
Really? Okay, I did not know that.
Let's get that check production. This is a major update if it's his birthday.
It is.
You not heard of the birthday buff?
It's real. It's so real.
Can I change my prediction? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go against that.
I've never seen a team lose on the birthday buff day.
True.
It's actually phenomenal. So I wonder if this is the case. We're going to look into that. In the meantime, we're going to send this over to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Hello, and Fear Not Production, I've already got you covered. His birthday, not today, the 8th of April, though, so this is going to be his performance ahead of that birthday that's going to be occurring here in the midweek. But hello, I'm Achilleos, that's Paper Thin. I look like the jock student that is struggling, and you're the teacher that's...
No, I was going to say I'm the nerd that you're going to beat up later after school or something.
Either is applicable, and either is fine by me. Regardless, welcome to the show. We are back once again for some more Valorant. And yeah, Gen.G making up some changes. Foxy9 stepping back into this roster after us seeing Suggest since the start of Stage 1. Is this a scrim result? Is this something to do with the patch change and perhaps Foxy fits into the meta a little bit better here for Gen.G? I don't know, but we're going to find out.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think there's a lot of reasons that this could be. The patch change, you know, Foxy is a KO player. We do see that from time to time, even though it's usually Munchkin, right, when they're going to KO on the map. So that wouldn't necessarily lead me to believe that. I think I liked what Big Time was saying on the desk earlier, that this could very well just have been a kind of kick in the butt for Foxy. You know, you put somebody else in to get him motivated, to get him fired up for these games. Because frankly, at times during kickoff, he did look a little lost. He didn't look like he was playing that Gen.G game plan like they had for Meteor last year on the Sentinel role, where you're lurking around, you're finding success in those regards. A great anchor, great individual player is Foxy, but sometimes when it came to executing the game plans, I suspect that that's maybe where they found him a bit lacking. So maybe now they feel like he's maybe in that place where he could pick it up, find more impact with the way that Solo and company want to navigate this squad. So kind of curious to see how it's all going to look. Big eyes on that. Big eyes for me as well on the other Sentinel across the board from him onto Jinboong, who had a really rough outing the last time on this map that DFM played it. So I'd like to see him pick it up a bit. DFM in general, of course. Pick it up a bit, please.
Well, Ash, forward aggressive position alongside Munchkin, and taking that first contact here outside of B main, but it's going to be DFM coming away. The line share of the kills 2-1 in their favor. There's a comment trying to stay tucked back here around the corner. That nade doing so much damage and can't quite get away from it. A couple of those shots coming through, slowing him up. Gen.G doing well to go ahead, trade it back, keep the numbers even now into a 3v3. Texture just going to stay tucked in behind the box. Swings out though. Two players here to try to deal with, and Texture's able to find both of them.
Down B.
Can breathe a sigh of relief. No opportunity for an ace here in the round, so the map's still going to be safe for him, but as that flash comes through, Jan's position going to be known, so we'll just go ahead, cut his losses, try to min-max as much as possible, grabs that orb, and now we'll look to see if he can come away with some kills, but this pistol is looking very much secured for the side of Gen.G.
This should be nigh undoable for Gian. I mean, he's going to try a wraparound, but being very diligent on Gen.G, making sure that, you know, if there is a one and done, they've got backup plans for somebody to come in and cover, and it's not even going to matter. Foxy9 is going to be able to lock it down, get GN for the final kill. Gen.G off to a good start. I mean, this just looked to me like DFM had a decent early idea on how they could catch a couple Gen.G players out. Art hits a nice paranoia to start this out, to kind of set up the two other members of DFM. Problem is they get trapped there because of the other players having mountain control. There's no mountain control to be found for the other members of DFM, and therefore they're just able to swing the door open, throw the nade in, and essentially win the round off the back of that.
All right, well, nothing but classics here on the attack for the side of DFM. Maybe looking forward towards that bonus, them to be able to find that first round victory. Is Gen going to be noted there by the haunt, but Texture more than happy to just go ahead and collect that orb instead. Karon, just a couple stray shots here through the smoke. Will come away with a timing kill on the May. And what limited entry power DFM did have is very much taken out of their hands. Sheer wall going to be popped, but with the kill coming away already, more than enough information was gained. Art taking one to the shoulders. Texture just similarly spraying through the smoke. Catches a quick little glimpse there as Ash will find a headshot on the Jinboong. Paranoia crashing across. Quick tuck back behind the wall. Munchkin covering fire, able to find Art. And this is just Gen.G widely keeping themselves very well poised, very well safe. Gen will find one to go ahead and stop it from being a flawless, and okay. Gets himself a second elimination. Gen.G 2-0 start, all the same.
Yeah, good stuff from Gen.G. Just Texture playing very, very wisely with just a ghost in hand. You know, toxic screen comes up. That's already his signal to start shifting a bit towards that breakable door. Good opener there for Karon, just kind of understanding that, okay, if there's a smoke there, there's a decent chance they're just going to try to bully their way into B. I like the ideas here from Gen.G. Just don't even let him get to a plant. Geez, nice shots from Gian. Yeah, you'll take that as Gen.G. Pretty much what you could hope for there.
Still, though, decent firepower for Gen.G going into the bonus.
Yep.
DFM just waiting out the Season 8 combo, as well as some of this pre-fire.
I like this, though. I mean, you're seeing some proactivity on the map from DFM these last couple of rounds. I like the way they are attempting to find the open space through Gen.G's defenses. And here, you know, created a little bit of attention. A lot of times, you know, DFM might just kind of take a pause. A little bit of contact for Foxy, though. It's going to send him back. Let's see if DFM is going to commit off of that.
Doesn't have the wall set up on this C-site. Granted, DFM not necessarily aware of that at the moment.
Yeah, they have to figure out where that wall is first, for sure. There. just poking and prodding. But this allowed Munchkin to slide on over, using that Poison Cloud to good effect to buy a little bit of extra time as well. Foxy gonna try and play up close and personal. Well, throws down the Razor Vines. Backs a little bit further off.
Back around the corner, tap of the door, checking in towards B main. Nothing going to be seen there. Gen.G just maintaining position. Not taking too much aggressive space, and Thorns do go out here from Foxy. And here on the new patch, not going to be lasting nearly as long. You can see them dissipating already.
I think DFM feeling like they made too much noise over at C. Gonna try B.
Well, there's the entry. Oh my god, there's the cut down. TP forward. Art does manage to get himself into the site, but now is going to be isolated and alone until that sheer wall falls. Goes down now. The push is there. Good timing from the side of DFM. Get themselves into the site. The plant can now come through. 7 seconds remaining. They need to start getting this on the floor. Looking for the stick now. They have to stay absolutely glued to this one, but they just absolutely cannot. Gen.G will flood in off the back here. That minor hesitation, that sheer wall. Cutting them across. That's going to be the bonus conversion for Gen.G.
Yeah, I like the way that Gen.G is layering their smokes on C, layering the utility, so that even though the wall isn't there, the Vice wall, they're still able to kind of pretend like it is and keep DFM second guessing themselves. And again, a lot of attention, a lot of noise made over at C by DFM. And therefore, they felt like, okay, let's go B. There's a lot of smokes here. There's probably 2 here. Maybe we can find the open space out of B. That's all according to plan for Gen.G. That's what Munchkin and company wanted. They're able to find some profit off that. So here's my question on an eco against Gen.G. Do you just yeet it at Texture and give him the ace so you can get the win?
Honestly, not a horrendous strategy. But there you go, 2000th kill racked up for Texture. Congrats over to him. It's going to be on the real prize, which of course is going to be the match win. GN once again going to be left all alone. Just that Sheriff in hand, and position has been noted. As the gun barrel was spotted out. Boombot as well. Just to add insult to injury, and let him know that he's very much pinned in. Munchkin will take it away with the final headshot. Not much going to be found aside from that initial kill here on to Foxy9, giving him his first death on the map. But Gen.G 4-0 for DFM. Got to be scratching their heads. This is the side of the map that they need to be getting value on.
No, you're absolutely right. It is still just, like, they're not able to fully read their opponents yet. Things are just kind of a little bit discombobulated. You know, Gen.G has a good plan off the rip to get aggressive against the eco. Catches DFM off guard, and another moment there to give Texture his due. One of the best we have here in Pacific. 2000 joins an elite club. A couple others in there already, but certainly he has been stellar throughout his performances.
We've got what, him and Meteor.
Are they the only 2?
I think they might be the only 2.
You might be right.
I would think that Buzz probably not too
See,
far
that was
off.
the one I was, yeah, Buzz has got to be close.
He's the international leader.
That's true, he is that.
Ooh,
Ash.
nice shots here. Jin continuing to fire. And it's Ash now going to be stuck. Is Showstopper going to be lobbed in? Ash counter swing, able to find GM, but now going to be cut down. Art does have that namesake Odin in hand now.
My goat, let's go.
As Munchkin just looking for timing, playing along here. Cuts a crossover into the site. As the screen does fall, but player advantage for the side of DFM.
It's crazy what happens when you win the Rebel fight. Oh, God, Munchkin.
Almost. So we'll find that transfer. Jinbun just down to 36. Stays alive as Paint Shell right here at Karen's feet. Forces him back away. Shifts position. Tap of the spike. Swinging around the backhand side. Spike will get planted. The quick turn. Jinbun going to be struck down, but cannot find that crucial catch on the main, meaning that he's alive. That Showstopper still is potentially in play here for DFM. They would love to have to not commit it, but Karon is just so damn fast. Gets the headshot, Foxy has the other. Diffuse passed over, one away. Now from that steel guard, and Gen.G up 5-0 with plenty of money behind. And DFM, surely, they have to be considering a timeout call.
Yeah, I mean, you can just kind of almost feel the confidence. I mean, good on GN to get, he's shooting today, but you could feel the confidence just leaving them. I mean, as May here, you know that Karon's in that corner. You have to pop the ult to at least force him back, or at least force the trade. Something like that. Yeah, you desperately need that round. And that's your best chance you've seen so far. you know, finally able to take some rubble control, finally able to use that to get to a post-plant position, and just felt like he could get it done with the guns. A little bit of hubris potentially, but there goes the Nightfall.
Big fight getting ready to come out of the baby door. 3 players from Gen.G looking to push forward and crunch. Munchkin able to find once GM's going to be taken down. Aggressive TP forward from Karen. Not sure what that one was all about. Ends up getting cut down to size, but Paint Shell out. Texture still finding one. A 3v3. Showstopper still in the back pocket from May. So slow slide up, and it's just going to be an instant drag across as Foxy9 collects the final 2 kills, 6-0. And now, I'm going to stop saying that it should be a thing. I see the timer stopping. I was going to say, I'm going to tell you now, DFM, you need to time out.
Yeah, you know, I agree with you. It should have been the previous round, but they just don't look as well coordinated here. I mean, again, the Nightfall, you just kind of shoot at the tethers. I guess off the back of the util being dumped there, Karan thinks he might be able to get away with catching DFM in a moment where they're scrambling to try to find some safety, but didn't really work. That's okay. Still won the round. I mean, the toxic screen there, you got to have kind of that internal timer on your head as DFM when that is going to drop, and they just don't. And, you know, Gen.G's right there ready and waiting, and all the DFM players are just out in the open for Gen.G to spray them down. So just kind of unfortunately looking like the DFM we've seen here in stage 1, where they don't look as well coordinated. They don't look as well in tune with the game. They don't seem to have good senses of where their opponents could be and when they could be and how they could be and all those things. So it's got to be frustrating. I mean, you know, this team that had a lot of promise, they looked so good in the offseason, showed a little bit of hope in kickoff, but here in stage 1, it has been a struggle to say the least. They just don't look as well coordinated. It feels like some of their protocols just aren't there, and trying to kind of shift around some players in different roles and things like that just don't seem to be going good.
No, it doesn't. And just with a quick glimpse there, I mean, maybe everything that needed to be said was said, but it just didn't look like there was that much chatter coming out from the DFM camp. Nearly 5 ultimates ready to be worked with here. Just Jinbung lacking one here for the moment.
I mean, it could have just been a timeout just to call a set play off the back of the ultimates. Something like, you know, Kami's got the Nightfall, you've got the Showstopper, you know, a little tic-tac-toe action. See if you can get through onto the site, get the plant. You know, make sure GN's watching the flanks. Oh, Jinbung.
Unable to find the shot, backs away. Self-safe here for the moment. The pit now going to be coming through. Munchkin just playing around with the timings and pressure being applied towards that C site. Doesn't even allow for the shear wall to get popped.
I love this from Munchkin. Exactly what you're talking about. Shear wall doesn't get popped, and also if they commit the ults there, you're the only one. So it's 2 ults for 1 potentially. Like if they use the Nightfall into the Showstopper to try to clear that Viper's pit. Really smart stuff.
What's going on? A little bit of a timing there. Jam onto 1 as Art TPing well into the back lines.
He's been doing this.
That Bulldog at the ready. Smoke onto upper. So many players here from Gen.G. Forward here into the side. Foxy9 going to be the first to fall. Ash answering back for 1, but Jinbung able to trade it back. Texture going to be eliminated now. It's all down to Munchkin in 1v3. The triple ult commit, now the quad ult commit. Looking to work out here for the side of DFM, and it does. They get themselves around victory, but at what cost? Quite a bit invested. The round secured all the same.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good Nightfall, good Showstopper, good working of the map here by DFM. Doing a lot of things that we weren't really seeing in the first half of this half. Just good entry, finds value with the Showstopper. Those tethers are going to lead the way for May. Don't know how I feel about that pit from GN. I don't know if it's really needed at that point. I mean, it is Munchkin, and surely in the back of your head, what he did to Paper Rex a couple times last week is probably in there.
Sure.
So I get it. Look, DFM needs whatever rounds they can get, so better safe than
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, Karen. Still down here making sure that he gets a pound of flesh every round over. As Ash just steadily backing away. Thorns at the ready into that A connector. Stay 2 trying to get a pivot play into the B site. And it's going to be hard going here for the side of DFM. Snakebite going to be out, holding them back here for the moment. Art shifts position, works his way across into upper. And right now, Ash is not really lending credence to this, but he does have covering fire from Foxy, who has the absolute read on it. And the Art now dead. IGL on the floor. Texture still lurked forward, just outside of the spawn here. They call for a pivot to C. This is going to be bad times.
Yep. Oh, no. Well.
Do they prowl it? No. Oh, the timing! Okay. Gets that one. Jinbung able to find Foxy 9 at the same time. Suddenly. A crucial pivot in the action and momentum for DFM. As Texture is thinking that no one's going to come his way. It's getting cut down to size. DFM now with a real chance to go ahead and add a second round victory.
There's a little bit of util there blocking the entry. Still do have the C's from Akame.
Haunt does not get cleared in time. Now positions known. Oh, Jinbung just getting tapped down here through the corner. Munchkin says, "You go ahead, take my primary. I've got a shorty at the ready." Doesn't find the kill though. Ash will go ahead and recover the Vandal. Flash out, nothing spotted. Finds the headshot. Quick little jump peek. Knows the location of Jinbung, but time is working against him. And it looks like Ash is very well aware. Won't be able to find the final kill. Jinbung will survive, and DFM get themselves a second round win.
I mean, that's just timing. Sometimes you think you've got the read on your opponents. Gen.G looked pretty good for a lot of this half. This one just slipped through their fingers. I don't know what we're doing having Mei swing out dry like that towards A. And then Art TP's after, which is really weird to me in the stairs. Like, why not TP first there to try to create the extra angle and then double swing together? Things like little things like that that DFM could be doing that they just don't seem to be able to dial up in the heat of the moment. You know, cost them one of their best players, but still they're able to get the round win. So hey, good work. Some individual moments from Jinbung to get that round over the line.
Operator though, now in hands for Texture. No one really pulling over into his sightlines whatsoever, so for now we're going to be safe from that, and Gen.G can keep it hidden.
You got to be really careful how you're moving towards A rubble. That Prowler doesn't connect, so there's not a ton of info about there's two players over towards B mid right now. Can maybe win another battle there, open up that extra angle, but you know, Texture right at Mound hasn't seen it or heard a damn thing. So let's see how he wants to react. If he's going to open that door, throw another paint shells in. If there's any contact found, but Foxy's starting to slide in. DFM might have just drawn enough attention here at A.
Multiplayer clear on that haunt, so they know that it's not just a lone lurker here. As one pushes through the door, Karen now eventually able to scale forward. As Munchkin waiting for a timing, able to find one, swings into the corner, gets himself a second headshot. Of Jin going to be taken down. Mei able to find just the one kill, but now is all alone and swiftly dealt with. Gen.G just play it patiently and end up getting rewarded. It's now 7-2.
I think Foxy got 2 kills there at B. I think he took down both Art and I think it was Jinbung over there.
Very well may have. He's 10-3-3 here at the moment.
Yeah, he's having a really nice performance. Great timing there on the swing out from Munchkin.
Yeah, gets the first, gets the second.
Yeah, beautiful from Foxy. Really great sight anchoring, really good positioning there. Never giving DFM an opportunity to isolate him in a fight or catch him in the back. Really good senses. And with Munchkin just working off that Viper util so well. Operator looking like it's going to come into play.
Texture looking like he wants to go for a swing, does, and he splits the difference between two players, and Art catches a nice headshot. Up on the floor. Yep, it's all right. Birthday jitters.
Had too much cake.
And on the entry, going to be taken down, but they're able to trade it back. Player advantage still widely going to be here from the side of DFM, but that can quickly be turned around. Shemp is carrying the op forward into the site, and now he's just going to be stuck with it. Sees one, but oh, Munchkin sees all. Haunt not getting the tag, but I mean, he's just completely surrounded. No real way to try to isolate here. Does hit a nice shot, but eventually he's going to be overwhelmed as Munchkin collects a 3K, and Gen.G collect an 8th round win.
Yeah, again, it looks like it's going to be a good start, but Munchkin and Foxy9 are playing really, really great defense right now. The way they push and pull. Ash getting involved on this as well. Finding really nice angles here at the stairs. Doing a little bit of jiggle, tap, tap, jiggle, tap, tap. Very, very efficient. from Gen.G. And again, there's not much utility you're seeing from the side of DFM to keep them off balance, to keep them off guard. They're trying to rely on their natural skill, which, yes, there's some on DFM, but Gen.G's too good.
Oh, Jinbong.
Oh, he got killed?
Never mind, he is okay. Karon still stuck here. Top Rebel coming away with one. Texture Showstopper able to find Art, but it's a bloody mess here off the rip as two players down on both sides. Nightfall still going to be committed. Texture holding a close angle, decides to back away. Munchkin covering fire, able to find a Kame. And Gen.G, they will have to give up the space. They'll give up the plant, but they have the player advantage for the retake attempt.
They've got some util. Got quite a bit of delay.
Not where you wanted that to go.
Yeah.
Texture just pinging it out. It's Jinbong. Rides the rope, gets up the top here.
Last player standing.
Now Jinbong, oh, because he's all on his own, turns back over to the side. Munchkin is right there at the ready. Strike, so up can be carried forward. I mean, another one could just be bought as well. The Gen.G looking so damn dominant here on their map pick of Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see they have such great timings. They really understand the tempo of this game. How many kills they've gotten through the smokes is because they've just done their homework. They know when DFM is going to be pushing and when they can punish it. This opening fight, I mean, Jinbong's lucky to get that kill after getting seized. Showstopper in response as well from Texture, just falling back under the covering fire of his teammates. I mean, it's one thing that's really impressive about these Gen.G players is nobody's really going for hero plays. They're blowing DFM out of the water, but they're still playing to their protocols, to their game plan, and it's going really, really well. And something, you know, one of the little things is Texture just knowing when to back off, when not to give up his life.
Nade out, looking for some damage. Akame will be eating a bit there, but Foxy9 able to find Jinbong outside of B. Just going on a walkabout, comes away with that kill. Overall, after the decay expires, Akame not too poorly off, is still in a decent position health-wise, as Texture almost getting timing again. This time is able to back away to safety.
He's so far forward here, trying to hop the wall. Does so, he's on the other side of it. He's stuck on the Razor Vines.
Completely pinned in. The Prowler about to give it away, and Foxy plays off the back of it beautifully. Allowing it to distract, drifts forward. May taken down. It's now 4v3. Solid entry into the B site. Plant getting ready to come through. Gen going to be left on a bit of a lurk here to try and see if he can intercept anybody pinching forward through that connector. Seems like, though, Gen.G maybe decently aware of this.
Oh, they're so slow. They're coming from so many different
Munchkin's
angles.
about to be screwed. Yep, there it is.
Yep.
Well, they know. The push out, looking to steady the aim. Ash is going to be sending out that Nightfall connects on to just the one player. Sakame going to be taken low, and Karon hits a hell of a transfer. The 1-2 to lock in 2 rounds for the side of DFM. Nothing more to be gained here on this attack side. And potentially the map itself, Gen.G well out in front.
Yeah, another round where DFM does a pretty good job spreading the map a little bit, finding that flank angle with GN. I mean, but you're just sacrificing May to try to figure out what's going on. I mean, May's plan there is to go on the other side of the wall and see if he can catch him off guard, but you know, with the Razor Vines and with the Fade util, even without the Razor Vines, they've still got the Fade util to kind of identify if you are actually over there or not. Gives up his life for free. Sure, Art's able to find a big kill, get to the post plant, but you know, with a player like Karon there, who is just lights out in situations like that, it's kind of funny. Just you feel like sometimes I haven't been talking about Karon a lot this year, even though he's been playing out of his mind. He's still one of the best we have here in Pacific, and moments like that are why he's just unbelievably talented. And it's the gunplay and it's his game senses, and he's such a tremendous pickup for Gen.G. And yeah, they look really solid, of course. I mean, you kind of expected this coming in. I think it was 13-6 on this map when they played it in kickoff, and it may even be worse this time.
Gen.G pole position to go ahead and swiftly take us into a second map. And it's worth noting, this is Gen.G's map pick. DFM, they've elected for Fracture. Still, especially on an attacking side. You'd like to be seeing a lot more impact because some of these rounds weren't that close.
Nope. And one of the rounds that DFM won was off the back of just a timing play. I mean, that was...
Sure.
They were outplayed in that round. It was a 4v2.
Where are you?
So it is, I mean, it is difficult for DFM, and they still just really don't seem to have much comfort on this map with this comp. I didn't see a lot of util that was really connecting for them to kind of open up space and kind of identify positions and set up executes, set up May. A lot of that seemed to be absent.
Double face in the main here. Kame going to be taken down. Jin not really even given the opportunity to try to swing that angle. Some decent damage across onto Foxy 9, but still breathing, still can have impact. Means that Gen.G out to that early advantage here in the second pistol.
They're trying to re-clear B main, and they do, but they gave up a ton of space to do that because they committed 3 players to it. So Gen.G quick to take advantage, start pushing the pace towards A. May and Art sliding in, trying to set up a bit of a defense.
Oh my God, I was gonna say, he gets some good damage. He puts Munchkin below half, but Munchkin just answers right back with a headshot. Art now, for timing, able to find the first.
Spike planted.
Plant cannot be interrupted, but he does fall down the 20 HP for himself. Ash trying to scale forward, finds him on the jiggle. The drop down, it's just a bloodbath. Dead upon arrival. Gen.G winning out a second pistol, and now we're 2 rounds away from closing out this map.
Yeah, I mean, just sometimes it comes down to things like crosshair placement. Munchkin there, winning that early battle. May lets some shots ring out, gets some damage, and Munchkin punishes him for it. Still very clean, very efficient from Gen.G. And it is dire for DFM. Certainly feeling like GG go next.
17, 7, and 6 here for Munchkin. Something 4th of July joke. Anyway, paint shells forward into the corner. Looks like, yeah, no one really gonna get caught by that one. The Kame does take a bit of damage. Some of it decay though. DFM scrambling, getting clustered together. It's gonna be a 4-man death ball here on the B site. Gen.G still steadily making their way closer to the A site though.
Trying to find some opportunity, but Art's position is going to get identified. This is the one I was looking at to maybe do damage, but he's been noted by the Prowler. Tries to send out the Paranoia, but it's early. A little bit of damage to Munchkin there. Kame as well, but it's... Well, I mean, they're going to be in position to maybe do something here for DFM. They've got the read.
A couple players spotted, but Gen.G's going to play it out a little bit safer. Art finding... He's going to get taken down. Munchkin coming away with that. Jinbung able to answer back a kill. Grabs up a weapon. Guardian now in hand to try to deal some additional damage, and any kills that they find are going to be... It's going to be, you know, decent damage inflicted to the economy.
It's just, can you get there?
Cover going out.
Just trying to wait this out as long as possible.
Find you.
Swing onto the corners. Guardian immediately on the floor. May last one. Doesn't last much longer there. Ash goes ahead, picks up 2. Close things out, and that's going to be Gen.G up to map point. A bonus conversion brings Lotus to an end.
Yeah, I mean, you got to love how just efficient Gen.G is. They're so good at playing off of each other, using these Viper smokes to wait out DFM, make them impatient, and then catch them when the smokes go down. We've seen it a lot on this map. So a lot of credit has to go to the controllers here for Gen.G. Doing a really nice job, Arkaran and Munchkin, of playing off of their utility and really catching DFM in awkward positions. Try to contest that util. Well, goodbye, Art.
There's nobody else able to get close. Try to complete the crunch, so Art left alone, ends up dying. Sees, tries to go ahead and hold Kauron in position here for the moment, but the Viper all up, no vision. No punish. May similarly tagged up, wall bang through the box, puts him down to 34.
Well, and you've got door control here as Gen.G, and there's no util to speak of. Okay, well that helps.
It does. Gen continuing to find solid impact here for the team. It's Gen.G now kind of scratching their heads. I mean, Munchkin, he's a world away. Completely isolated from the rest of the squad. He's got to slide forward here and try to bait some rotations across. The rest of Gen.G trying to stay quiet. The Prowler, however, giving it away a little bit.
This is good work from DFM at the very least to not completely capitulate to that info that Munchkin was trying to send. And they might have found the right timing. It looks like they're reading this pretty well, that Munchkin was going to have that open space and that they were going to be able to rotate in to capitalize on it, or at least try to. Well, the Boombot's going to make that position known. Got to get that plant down soon, though.
10 seconds.
Trying to get the wall bang shots here on the Ash to get the interrupt, but it's only going to be minor tags. Nightfall now going to be sent out. Full backpedal. DFM able to escape it. No one going to get caught. Audio available here for all. Ash is trying to keep their attention tied over towards the plant spot, but yep, a couple shots here through the corner. Everyone getting absolutely destroyed by Munchkin. And time is just not going to be on their side here anymore. Maybe able to break through for one. Foxy Texture, however, the other two, and that'll be the finisher. Foxy9 coming away with another 2K to close things out. 13-2, Gen.G showing up looking dominant.
A nice return to the stage for Foxy9. Looked really solid on the Vice, especially on that defender side. Did everything you could ask him to do, anchored well, had some good flanks. Munchkin is an absolute terror on Viper as usual. So hard to read where he's going to be. Yeah, he's pretty good.
You know, the next closest person was Karon with 2.
Yeah.
So, pretty good game for Munchkin, but also for Foxy9. Welcome back to the stage.
Yeah.
Foxy looking very, very solid here on Lotus with that Vice sideshow in shambles. But similarly, DFM, not the look we want to be seeing. And that fracture that is now very close. It needs to be something else. It needs to be a well-prepped map.
And we have no idea what to expect from DFM. We haven't seen Fracture since 2023 from them, so...
Oh, boy.
Good luck. I have no idea. I mean, to be fair, Gen.G, it has been a weaker map for them. That is a map that you can pick to try to punish them, but, you know, what you saw here on Lotus isn't going to inspire any confidence.
Yeah. Needs to be one of these one-sided affairs that you're able to just shrug off, focus on your game plan, focus on your map pick, to then get the team rallied back and into this series. Right now, Gen.G, I mean, pretty much everybody firing on all cylinders. No one going negative. Texture, the closest one, I suppose, but still goes +1 there. And the impact certainly was palpable. But that is going to be the first map done and dusted here for our opening series of the day. So we'll get ready to pass things back over to the analyst as to break down all of the action from Lotus.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yep. Really quick start to the first series of today on Lotus. Gen.G taking away 13-2 on their map pick of Lotus here. And Foxy9, you know, he's being slotted back in. We're talking a bit about their roster. I can see why they put him back in.
Yeah, I mean, a comfortable looking welcome back for Foxy9, but how much was he tested in this game? How much of that is a fair balance? I'm not sure. In my mind, this is kind of...
say he played well. Like, what's wrong with you?
He played well, but like, I'm not blown away. I mean, he did his job. I thought he did good. I thought he did good. But I mean, I don't like chopping and changing players like this. Anyway, but I do think very dominant from Gen.G. That's one thing we can say. Nobody can disagree with that, I would say, at a 32 scoreline.
Hey, I'm pretty down with the kids. So like, as far as meme goes, like you got the surprise Pikachu face. This is like the surprise penguin face. You left Lotus in the veto against Gen.G and got 13-2'd. That's it.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard if you run a 6-map pool, you don't ban Lotus. Like, it's their best map. It's Gen.G's best map, and they showed it.
They did the same thing to them in kickoff.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
Like, same thing happened again. So, I don't know. Fracture's going to have to be something special, unfortunately.
It definitely does. And here you get to see the performance on both sides. And what are you oh-my-godding about? All right,
Munchkin is so good, it's actually unreal. He's IGLing, he's carrying, he's top 3 in ADR in Pacific right now. 6 first kills. Like,
what can't he do?
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, Viper is kind of an agent that a lot of players struggle to play. It's kind of like a weird, you know, it's usually the flex player, it's kind of like a weird one. Munchkin's Viper is unreal, like positionally, the way he plays around the wall. I think as well, the fact that he's the IGL and he can call the wall up, wall down cycles, and you can play a lot of traps and positionally have a lot of setups around that is super important. It's super underrated part of playing Viper, and I thought Foxy9 was phenomenal. So yeah, I honestly, yeah, I mean, look, it's Gen.G on Lotus. Yeah. Just good. It's always good.
What were some of the key moments that you guys wanted to highlight from this match? And it was a very quick one.
I mean, my key moments are all on the defensive side. Munchkin and Foxy9. When your Vice and your Viper multi-frag like this and lock down sites and play so well within the whole team structure, it's just phenomenal to watch. I think that Foxy9, I don't know if we've seen him play Vice yet. He was playing Killjoy last stage, but it seems like Gen.G is getting very comfortable with mixing the Vice in. This was a great moment. He was so aware of exactly what Mei was doing there. Like, it wasn't even a wall bait. It just like waits for the Prowler, play within the system. And I think Foxy, he looked like he was in a really good mood, to be honest. So that was very promising.
Yeah, Foxy looked like, we were remarking on how happy he looked to be back on the stage, but something very curious, even last week on the stage when he wasn't playing, he did do the walkout with them and he looked delighted. So I wonder what's up, what's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, something's working. I can't fault it, you know, if swapping them in and out is going to keep everyone in a better mood, then keep doing it.
If I was subbed to the bench, I would not be in a good mood. I don't know what's going on. Like, this is unreal coaching staff. There must be some kind of sports psychologist or something. The mythical sports psychologist everyone keeps talking about.
No, I think with your replays as well, it shows both Foxy and Munchkin are kind of the wing players, right? When they're on that Viper and the Vice, they're kind of generally they're either anchoring that side together or they're on opposite sides. When you can trust them to anchor sides like they did in that defensive half, the game is so easy. But the thing I mostly wanted to talk about from my perspective was how DFM did manage to win their 2 rounds, because I think it also kind of highlights their problems in a way.
Okay.
So we see that the first round, they have to commit so much to it. Fatal, Razel, I think there's an Omen going off in the back as well.
Oh yeah,
they
have TP to spawn.
They dump everything into this round to get it across the line, and they just about managed to do it. So fair play, you know, that's what the ultimates are there for at the end of the day. Look at this. We see Viper as well. Massive commitment to win the round. And then the second round, they only got this down to a 2v2, as Paperton was saying, because of kind of a timing. It was 4v2. They managed to win it back, and then they have to invest the Steel Garden. If the only round you're able to win are with your ultimates, something is wrong with your macro.
For sure.
The ults are there for that, but you can't solely rely on them or you're never going to be able to win games.
And not only that, like, you need to try to win those rounds cleanly, because you have this balance of the ultimate economy and the financial economy, and if it's taking everything out of both to be able to just come away with these rounds, you're not going to be very consistent stringing those rounds together. You're going to get financially reset. You're not going to have as many resources or as many tools to be able to make it through the rest of the game. You need to get a lot out of a little a lot of the time.
Now, you were blazing Munchkin a little bit there, and he's our MVP of the map.
No surprise.
He's insane. I knew Munchkin was good, and especially Gen.G's run like last year, you know, I copied every game. I was like glued to watching Munchkin play KO. I'm like, what's the KO the KO lineup today that I'm stealing and putting in my team? But like, as an individual player so far, he's been phenomenal in stage 2. Like, he really is doing it all. He's IGLing, he's getting the first kills, which you would usually expect your duelist to do, but Texture is actually not really trading very favorably in the opening parts of the round, and he didn't even in that game against DFM just then. It's Munchkin who's just, and he doesn't even have any like escape tools. He's not playing a duelist. He's just shooting people in the face.
He just stood there.
He's just standing there. He's a man with a gun. He's saying, I'm Munchkin. Come at me, bro.
Yeah.
You know, actually, to that point, though, Munchkin, great performance, but you were talking about Texture, and Texture not getting those first kills. And Texture's performance, you know, not looking very Texture-like. Do you think this is going to be a problem, or it's okay because they, you know,
well, that's the thing. Like,
13-2 them anyway?
I feel like he's playing his B game, and he's still like one of the better players in the league. So like, there's more ceiling there. If he figures out like what he's got to change or make some little adjustments, maybe it is playing with a different initiator player as well. He's got to play off a lot of that utility, and maybe the timing is not quite there yet. Then that's going to be even more ceiling to Gen.G, because even just Texture playing his B game, they're 13-2ing.
Yeah, so. I agree. It's not a big problem when you're coming away with a 13-2 win. It's okay if your personal scoreline isn't quite there. And I think he just has to settle back in. He's playing with different people, different support to kind of help set him up. So it's a little bit.
He's also acing too much.
Yeah.
We need to cut that out.
You need to
He's got to stop that right now.
share the love a little bit. He's sitting back a little bit, and this is the map that he did. But map 2 is going to be Fracture, and DFM picked this map.
Yes. This has been a problem for Gen.G, though.
Yeah.
They have lost both of the times that they played this, including in kickoff against RRQ, and then their game that they also played here in Stage 1. But DFM has not played this yet.
Yeah.
And I honestly, this pick summarizes everything that I find wrong with DFM. It's just that there's no consistency. What maps are they good at? What comp and style are they playing? What are the players' roles? I just don't have anything to really grasp onto for DFM. So I want to see what they've prepped here on Fracture, because this is kind of a make or break map for their season, really, and it's a map that they haven't even played. That is just not a decision I think I would ever make, and maybe they just really are embracing that underdog mentality right now.
Yeah, I have to disagree with you a little bit. I like the pick, to be honest. I mean, it's a map where Gen.G have not looked good, they've looked weak. If you have good prep, you should be able to win this map against them. And, you know, I think they're playing the veto in not a scared way. They're not afraid to take it to their opponents in terms of, instead of going, oh, what are we best at? It's going, what is our opponent the worst at? You know, it's a different look at the veto. I really don't mind it. One thing I did want to ask is, you mentioned Munchkin's KO.
Yeah.
With the KO buffs, could you see it on Fracture? It's a Q-Rax footballist special.
Maybe. We'll see what they want to go with. I think that the Teo kind of Breach comp at the moment is just like so unanimous. Like everyone's in agreement. Let's have a look at Gen.G first, though. I mean, it is Breach and Teo. You got Neon for Text. He's been playing a lot of Neon lately. And then Foxy9 on Cypher was actually one of his worst agents in kickoff in particular. So we'll see if he can turn that narrative around.
Yeah, and then across on the side of DFM, nothing too crazy here. Breach Teo with the raise, Brimstone like normal, and Vice as that Sentinel. This is about as standard as you can get, but we are seeing Gen back on the Smoker here, which I do like, but this isn't really quite as innovative as I would have hoped, but we gotta wait and see.
Well, either way, Fracture has been announced that it's going to be out of the rotation after this stage, so enjoy all the Fracture you can get, guys. We're going to go back to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. And I, for one, don't appreciate that. I love this map.
I do too.
I think it's a great one. I think it's great to watch. So please, Riot, Mr. John Riot, reconsider.
Yes.
Pick something else.
Please.
I don't mind Sunset either, but...
Yeah, Sunset's fine. Get rid of Split.
Yeah. Well, it's only bangers on Split.
That's true. I mean, Split's a great map, but...
Oh, here you go. Get rid of Icebox.
There you go. Also fair.
I think that would be fine.
Just keep my beloved Fracture.
Well, those are my musings. Let's see how beloved it is for the side of DFM. Their pick, May, sticking with the raise. Gen.G first on the defense. 2-0 in pistols thus far. Let's see if that streak continues or if it can be broken.
Well, they seem to have done a pretty good job reading, at least initially. I'd like to see them turn up the tempo. They've got a window. Seems like they're going to try to find it. Karan got an inkling of that crossing. By the way, this is Art's second game ever on Breach. Something to kind of keep your eyes on. He has not played a lot of this agent, so kind of curious how he's going to be able to pilot this. You know, this meta comp, kind of what you expect out of DFM, considering what we've seen is they're leaning a bit more into the meta comps now.
Right here.
So far, still haven't found a ton of success.
4 players from Gen.G here at the ready. Flash over the top, quick turn from that. Jinbook up over the top of the ropes, catching a glimpse on the texture, who's going to be taken down by the salvos. Karan holding his ground here. Only 10 HP remaining, ends up getting struck down, because that's going to be a massive player advantage now for the side of DFM. Ash around the corner, fighting, losing. Only able to find one is Foxy9. A headshot, putting May down to 13, scaling forward, but May, snappy in reply, will get DFM the first round win and the first pistol of the set.
Yeah, looking really good on this one. Making some good decisions on the timings. A nice play off of Art's flash there when they were trying to break their way through to the A site. And that caught a couple of the Gen.G players off guard. So they're doing a really nice, patient work around the utility that they have. This is what we need to see more of with them. Use that util to set themselves up for some of these rounds. Let's see if they can continue to use that success to find a win here and maybe push us to a map 3. Oh boy.
Oh, well, texture. Out wide, just the one shot there on to May, who's continuing the scale forward, continuing to wreak havoc. Gets that second kill, orb grab. Gonna put him now over halfway towards that showstopper.
That's a big find. Get May fired up. Get him firing. Definitely feels like a win condition for this team. Oh my god.
Hello.
Oh my god.
Well, just delivering a triple kill here, and Karon trying to come away with something. Ends up going for the higher HP target. Can't make it happen. Now it's down to Foxy9 to see whether or not they can do a little bit of damage. Would just be a ghost left on the floor unless he can find more than one kill, but he will not. It's going to be a flawless. It's DFM. 2-0 start here on the attack.
That's as good as you can hope for. Looked like it might get a little bit scrappy there off the rip with that Sheriff in Texter's hands, but May's able to steady the aim and then follow up off a good fault line from Art. Need more of that. You know, so far, this has been a real pain point for Gen.G this year, is Fracture. They haven't won on it yet. In fact, going back to last year, they've lost on it like 4 or 5 times in a row, so, or not last year, last time it was in the map pool. So it's definitely been one of the pain points for this team. Oh, Texture.
Oh, still coming away with it. Opposite just go ahead, eat some of the damage. Jumps out of the Thorns, will get taken down to 75, but comes away with that opening kill. Gen.G look to try to deny a bonus conversion. Paint Shell not going to be finding much there. It's Relay Bolt not connecting on the Jinbung. Bounce in the corner, but nothing further to be found. As words elude me.
Well, it's good congestion of space by the side of Gen.G. DFM's going to try to double down off the back of that, but great timing here on that drone from Ash. Gets a confirmation. The DFM is still thinking about this.
Oh, Texture. The instant headshot, the slide forward, the fault line there, but Art not getting connected by that. Util ends up keeping them safe here for the moment. May have the bounce forward, swaps over to the Sheriff, comes away with that elimination. Showstopper online. And a 2v3. Can he find the angle to pull the trigger on this? Jinbung, a necessary fight victory here for him as Foxy a little bit delayed, trying to go for the wide swing. Both players will back away from one another in the end. As May will get struck down. Karon able to find 2, sparing their blushes. 2 deaths, but Gen.G denying the bonus conversion.
Yeah. This round was really good with the proactive information and the proactive taking of space from Gen.G. Yeah, Texture there. This time decides instead of pushing out past Dish, he's just going to hold it down up on drop. That's a good kill. And DFM able to fight back, try to reclaim some of that space. But again, good timing on the drone from Ash. Catches DFM when they're trying to re-aggress towards A. And it's really solid from Gen.G to collapse onto that position. Just work those tight angles. Catch DFM a bit off guard. But now you've got a showstopper for May. Things to be considered for Gen.G. Now DFM toying with the idea of trying to go towards this weak side. Meanwhile, 3 members of Gen.G all up towards Dish, not having any contact. They're going to get over here quickly if this is where DFM decided to go. But DFM playing very slow today. They're very cautious, trying to be diligent. It didn't work great on Lotus, but let's see if they can turn it around here on Fracture, being a little bit more methodical. Because now they've cleared a lot of this open area over towards the A site, and that's going to be seemingly the direction they want to make this attack go on.
We'll go ahead with some of the util. Showstopper garners respect. Just a blind shot into the corner, making sure that it's cleared out. Gen.G, 5 players in position for the retake. Slow lurk out from Jinbung. Currently situated over that B site. Cam is there. If the toggle comes through from Foxy, looks like, yep, had spotted him. So Cam gets cleared out. Flashing down into lower. Texture sliding forward. May just getting collapsed upon. Ends up absolutely folding as Texture takes over the round, but Art answers back too. Texture, Karon both eliminated. Plan here into the default corner. Art needing to win this one, needing to try to buy some time. It's going to be fault lined away. Device now out into the open, and the defuse is just going to be stuck. Still some damage dealt here as Jinbung going to try to find this final elimination. And will not be able to do so. Dies right before the round swaps over. Gen.G tied up 2-2, but they end up losing damn near everyone.
Yeah, you just got to love the play calling and the confidence from Munchkin here, where they get the confirmation off of that camera that Jinbung is going to be flanking, and that's their go signal. That's when they say, all right, let's dial it up, let's dial it in, let's dial them out. 3 huge kills for Texture on the entry, setting him up beautifully, and Jinbung too little, too late there. Took quite a while, had so much room to clear. Now Texture's got an op here.
Ooh, hits the drone. It's a bit of damage going for the reposition, the cage. Going to be falling, looks for the shot, is able to find it. Gen.G going to be taken down, now the overdrive in play. Pushing the tower, May going to be noted there. As Texture wants to pursue in for the kill, but May is able to shut him down. The site now going to be opened up, the Armageddon rolling through, but everyone able to avoid this. Just a little bit too late for Ash. Karen in the smoke as the dust settles. Planted to the corner. Karen finding one. Tien, last player alive, the only one that was healthy, and now an orbital strike here in his face. It's tiny little tick of damage. They have salvos, they have a molly. They can try to buy some space here for themselves, but they won't even need to. Karan will just go ahead, come alive, finding a third kill as Gen.G find the lead.
Yeah, it looked like it might be a pretty solid execute for DFM. They found a good timing to get this crunch onto the top of tower, but just Gen.G there, so patient in the post plant. Karan working his way through that smoke over towards Canteen really nicely. Caught a couple weak players. They knew, you know, by process of elimination, they were able to figure out where the plant was coming from Akame. Takes him down. Oh, that's so clean from Karan. Didn't even need the headshot. May was super weak there, but still finds 3 in the round. And things already starting to look very nice for Gen.G. Bit of a buy down for Art. Has to go for the Spectre in full armor. And then it's rifles abound for the rest of them. But a couple ults. You have the Armageddon. You do have the Steel Garden. So some toys to play with. Just got to get into a position to use them. Some util to push back Karan.
Oh, Ash. Yeah, out a door. Finds 2 there, stopping him from advancing into Sands. Now they start working their way forward, but Karan has refilled the space into main and extending the spray to be able to take down Akame, so ends up falling with Texture here at rope. Gets the shot, Gen.G now all alone.
I have the spike.
Oh, finds great timing. Texture going to be kicking himself for that one.
He's had a couple of those today.
Gen.G in with a 1v2. Both players eyes over towards Sand, none here on main. Foxy be on a swivel and quickly swing out from drop. It's a difficult position to be in.
You would expect patience here from Gen.G.
30 seconds left.
Tap of the spike should be or just making sure.
Well, they know that they're rewarded for sticking around here on this side of the map, and Gen.G not able to get out in front of that fault line. Gets stunned up. Gen.G now stretching the lead 4-2.
Yeah, just getting caught this time. A good change up from Ash. Using that util.
Narrowly gets it.
Yeah, that second one just barely able to drag the gun down in time. Great fault line from Munchkin. Good patience. They've got 4 in a row. Back down to Sheriff's Art, DFM. So that's a costly round in a couple different ways, man. Like, you've got a couple ults there that you don't get to use. You're just shut out of the round before it even begins. Oh, hello.
Well, not getting the cam in a deep position. That being said, though, DFM not looking to apply pressure. 3-player swap across. This is just going to be a full north side stack from DFM.
I mean, as DFM, like, you'd love to be cycling these ults. In that previous round, if you could get the Armageddon and the Steel Garden to go, could have an opportunity then after this round, or who knows, in this round, to grab a couple orbs, get the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike available.
Look at this, though.
Yeah. They have been some rounds where they're working the map really nicely. You know, they're using that util against Gen.G there. Keep Texture in the op planted.
I mean, this is going to be DFM. Okay, never mind. Orb is going to be given to May, but Orb pickup goes the way of Art. So I was going to say, Rolling Thunder's online. They have a Steel Guard to try to equalize the weapon count.
Yeah.
And they have an Armageddon. There is a lot at stake here.
You would hope that there's a real chance that they can get this done, even with just Sheriffs. Just got to get there.
Yep. Aftershock to start May.
Oh, May.
Finds the headshot. Karan going to be taken down.
Oh, boy.
Gets flushed out. Ash coming away with 1. As there's the Steel Garden now. Going to be sent forward. Foxy 9, however, up over the top at drop, finding one. Jinbung going to be taking down the Rolling Thunder now coming through to further delay the salvos there on top. The time is gone. DFM, a war of attrition that they will win. They managed to go ahead and get themselves a round win to close the gap now, 3-4, and pull off a thrifty versus Gen.G.
Yeah, that works. I just work the map. You know, Gen.G really committed to that B-side crunch, and were very slow about it, and didn't really receive much contact, didn't react to it, instead just committed. Said we'll play for retake, but against those ults, very challenging. Still some pretty impressive kills from the side of Gen.G. DFM viewing party has to like what they see. They still got an ult to work with, and you're one away from 2 others. So should be a really good kind of series of rounds for DFM, you would think. Again, that ult cycling going to be really, really crucial here if they're going to string some together. Opshot doesn't connect.
Texture, he's stuck. Relay bolt to try to buy himself some space. Does hit on the one, but oh, what a shot there. The readjustment. Catching May as he is blast packing out into the open. Coming now, just having to get a slow drift back. Art going to be taken down. The peek out from Sewer. Foxy finding one, then traded out as the punish comes in. Caron is just snappy as all hell. Slow creep in with Texture spotting out the foot before he can get the chest shot. And suddenly, it's just GN left alive.
Sure looks very challenging for GN.
Yeah, how would you rate his comfortability in this round? I think it's probably not good.
Yeah, the comfortability here is very low, I would say.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know, Gen.G's congestion here, they can do a good job keeping him at bay, and they do.
Well, tries to go for the orb. Just gets the one in death, so Orbital will be available for the next round, but Gen.G reestablishing that lead here, up by 2 once more.
And this is, even though you're able to win the previous round, this is where it hurts that you're chewing through ult cycles, where you might be able to get him to go one more time, but you're not getting orbs well enough here for DFM either. You're on the attacker side. You have prio on a lot of these orbs, and you're not using them to get to that orbital strike. You're not using them to get to the ults that you could quicker, to have more impact maybe a little bit sooner, to sort of keep yourself ahead in that game. And you're playing very reactively against what Gen.G is doing. And sure, sometimes that's going to work, but a lot of the times it's not. And there just doesn't seem to be a cohesive game plan for DFM in terms of maximizing all the opportunities that they have in front of them. And that's what's concerning. Like, this is a team that I saw in the offseason that was being very proactive on the map. They were playing off of each other well. They had good protocols. But it seems to just kind of be crumbling piece by piece as this year rolls on. Sure, some fans there for DFM, and hopefully they can give them something to cheer about. But Gen.G has been in cruise control for most of this series. And a few glimmers of hope for DFM. Hasn't gone the best, and this one has to be good. Got to get it done here. Got the Armageddon, you got the Showstopper, you got the Orbital Strike. Has to be a Guardian for GN. But other than that, you've got a good opportunity. Looks like they're going to try to contest B ramp. Oh my god.
Fast out here is Texture. Slides down over towards Sewers. Boombot damage going to be eaten. The Showstopper gets drawn out, and Caron's going to be dealt with. The Kami able to find one. Foxy trades it back. Munchkin likely dead, but no! May looks away. I thought he was going to be able to catch a glimpse before that smoke and bloom, but it's going to be Munchkin instead who comes away with it. Now Texture catching him by surprise. Slides down, reestablishes. Art going to be dealt with, and now suddenly it's just Jinbung. Fighting back, finds the first, finds the second. And so this round lacking comfortability for both teams, but Gen.G still able to go ahead and steady it.
Oh boy.
Are you glad you made that Reddit post yet?
Yeah. You've ruined the English language for a week with just one Reddit post. Well done. Munchkin there, the timing. May just doesn't anticipate there could be somebody in that corner, even with that breach util early. I like the way Gen.G uses that speed of the Neon early to open up that extra angle. And so again, got an Armageddon, got an Orbital Strike, got to get there to use it. Gen.G doing a great job of pushing the tempo on this defensive side, turning it into more of an attacker side. They're aggressive out of dish as well.
Got the spot here. Oh my god, onto Karon. Gen fighting back for one. Aftershock to go ahead and force position. Eventually they are able to overwhelm, so weapon going to be scooped up. DFM can try to pull off another Thrifty once again to have very good post-plan util and ultimates available. Armageddon going to be sent though in advance as Rolling Thunder comes out from Gen.G. Orbital Strike as well. They're to try to stun him up, and Gen able to go ahead and hold his ground tucked into the corner. Texture is melted down. Spike still not planted. Munchkin caught with a flash in hand, but it's going to be Ash coming away with a kill. Coming away with a second. Munchkin now with everything to do.
Had to use the salvos to protect it. Munchkin's got an opportunity.
He does, but it has to basically just be a headshot on this 90-degree pivot. And there you go, the swing out. Another 50 going to be locked in. It's DFM fight back.
Yeah, and these are the rounds where they look their best, when they're these kind of fast hit executes where everybody just knows what they're doing, knows what their job is, and does it very well. Coordination is so key for this team. I mean, okay, you lose Made a Karon just outplaying you when he has a stun, but you have weaker weaponry, so it's whatever. I love the decision from Texture there to just try to get ahead of the orbital strike. But there you go. Yep. That one was good. I think if I'm DFM, I'm saying, look, we got to turn up the tempo. Those seem to be the rounds that are working the best. Let's maybe go for some other big hits, but instead you're giving Texture open space with an operator. And he's one of the best in the game, folks, when it comes to that kind of stuff. Ooh, good. Not sure whose flash that was, but might have just saved Jinbung.
I think it was his own. He's the only vice.
Has to be his. Has to be his. You're right. That's a good point.
Yep. Chock full of them. Texture. Whip on the shot. Still trying to open things up, but okay, the follow-up shot from Texture able to find one. Jinbung now having to try to just stave him off, and will be able to do so, but the rest of the team is just getting absolutely mauled to death. So Spike now dropped. Why is it always Jinbung? Just left. I mean, I guess it's just, you know, lurking sentinel type deal, but it's just always him as the last man standing.
It kind of do be like that sometimes. Sometimes you're just the lurker, and the rest of your team gets smothered on the execute and trying to make something out of nothing. But with where that Spike is, and with all the map control that they have, they can just wait. They know where he's going to be coming from. Unless he goes all around the woods, he doesn't have enough time, so it doesn't matter.
10 seconds left.
He's just going to have to hold on to the gun. Plenty of money for DFM, but there's nothing he can really do here. Don't want to fork over any more ult orbs, I guess. But it's, yeah, I mean, Gen.G reacting so well here. Just coming from a bunch of different angles and cutting DFM up in half, basically.
Texture got this follow-up kill. Just caught him while he's planting his feet after a jump.
You give him that space, you give him that time, and he's going to punish you.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, Foxy.
Yep. Scattering to the winds, and Foxy able to collect. So solid rally back here from Gen.G, guaranteeing themselves an advantage at the half. Question is it going to be 7-5, 8-4? Let's find out. Overdrive in the back pocket for Texture here. Aside from that, the Armageddon online. DFM, unfortunately, the ult cycle is just a world away.
Yep. And this is tough. This is tough for Jinbung. Yeah, no idea where that drone was. He's going to use that opportunity to go across the rope, setting up for a four-man hit. Foxy has trips there, so not much contact to be found. So DFM press forward. Use those salvos. Oh, Texture.
Peeks in, finds one. And Spike now drop the tower. Armageddon going to be sent out, making sure they cannot recover this. Foxy will linger on the angle before just going ahead, cutting back. Dodging out the friendly fire. Karon finding May through the smoke. As the wheels are coming off here. So we look to close out the half. Slow scale forward. Munchkin hearing, shooting, killing. Jinbung going to be taken down in Akame. Last one standing, 21 HP. We'll just go ahead and get zapped to death. 8-4, Gen.G. A good recovery after those first 2 rounds, go on a massive streak, secure a pretty substantial lead.
Yeah, it's concerning for DFM. There doesn't seem to be much follow-up to taking control of that space, and Gen.G just so happy to wait for utility to expire and then retake the space themselves and find kills. And just kind of brutalize DFM, to be frank. A very solid half there for Gen.G. 8-4 on the defender side of Fracture. You'll take that, no doubt about it. Some good rounds for DFM, but still the woes continue. They look awfully off balance, and it seems that they really just don't have a lot of follow-through sometimes. It's like if they can't have that good read or they can't have that good execute, there's no backup plan, and there's no coordination. The amount of times I see May out there on his own, not being set up by utility. I mean, sometimes they do try, and to be fair, there was that one time where he jumped into Karan's face and he had a classic Karan at a rifle and got the kill, but a lot of times he's just dry peeking or trying to use a blast pack to clear an angle, and you know, that's tough to do against Gen.G. They're too talented, top to bottom. Too many players who are just shooters. You have to keep them off balance and uncomfortable with utility.
Well, Gen.G fans very much being rewarded thus far.
They're feasting.
The team finds themselves well poised to get a 2-0 win here. DFM, can they go 2 for 2 on pistols? Need that to start rallying things back.
Oh, for sure. One of the bright points for DFM here in stage 1 has been Akame. He has been very, very good overall. Some damage done to texture, but everybody on DFM hightailing it back.
Foxy all alone. Does manage to go ahead, come away with the kill. No follow-up damage going to be found. Texture at the same time, though, sprinting in through main. Could be stunned off the angle. Has a back pedal, but Jinbung able to go ahead and collect that kill. Karan holding his own as Ash holds down tower. Gen.G established the lead. 3-2 here in the player count.
Oh.
Shots flying, that causes a distraction. Karan turns his sights away. Munchkin down to 41, going on a walkabout through the sewer, trying to rotate around as Ash just going to be delaying. Sends out the salvos right as the tap comes through. Has to anticipate this presence in tower, but cannot do anything about it. And now Munchkin just waiting, sending, finding it. Gets the headshot to go ahead and pick up the pistol. 3-1 in that regard. Gen.G now up 9-4.
I mean, again, it's just the protocols and the discipline for Gen.G through the roof today. They look so clean. You know, the Jinbung trying to hold down. The tower gets the first. But then everybody playing off of each other so nicely here for the side of Gen.G. And of course, Munchkin in a post plant with a breach stun. Not going to mess that up in a 1v1. Has a great opportunity there to close that round out and capitalizes. So now you've got a couple Bulldogs, a couple Guardians, and a Marshal for Foxy 9. It's going to be the buy. No weaponry purchases for the side of DFM. Just going to stick with the classics and gamble stack on the beat. And Gen.G wary of something, being a little bit cautious. Do spot the shoulder of Jinbung. I'm going to ping it out. Are they just going to try to challenge this, or is this all just a bit of a ruse? Try to draw out the rotations. You know that against Eco, they're going to want a 5-stack.
Salvo's out, some noise made. Fault line at the ready. There it is. Looking for the pinch on the texture, but it's only going to be a tiny amount of damage suffered. It's just classics in hand. DFM can't really get too much damage through. Foxy 9 looking forward here at drop. Fast on the rotate is DFM. There's 4 players get into position.
Camera taken out.
And spotting nothing. The turnaround here. The crunch coming out from Sands, and suddenly kills in favor of DFM. He shall send some Guardian shots through. Foxy with classic, able to get the right click to finish off May. Spike now going to be picked up. A Bulldog as well. Recovered, and Karan covering fire.
Smoke's down.
Allows for Foxy to safely retreat. Get the play down default. Oh no.
No.
Running out of bullets. Close but no cigar. Solid damage dealt. DFM nearly pulling off an eco win, but Foxy 9 with 7 HP remaining. Last one standing. As they start off the half 2-0.
Love the ideas here from DFM in this round. Gamble stack on a site, and then when you get contact on the texture, you throw out the util to back him off, and you rotate immediately off of that. You know, there's lack of info there for Gen.G at that point in the round. You haven't had anything coming from the arcade side of the map, so you can just say, oh, let's just swing over to A. Let's just, you know, that's probably what they're doing. If texture's not going to commit to the site here as the Neon, that likely isn't the site of the attack, so they're able to do a ton of damage. So it's a Phantom for Texture, Guardian for Foxy9, Stinger for Karan, a couple Sheriffs.
I mean, they're just going to look to bulldoze. Foxy maybe can create a little bit of a distract. Does have that sheer wall. There's a Jinbong repositioning. Catches a glimpse. Foxy now potentially at risk, and yet will end up dying, as does Texture. So Phantom on the ground, Munchkin able to find one. The push forward, the Stinger. Karan gets the drag across and finds that kill. Jinbong knocked out of the park, and now this B site in control, in Gen.G's hands. It's Munchkin. He can find the timing. Oh, sends out a shot. May now going to be very well aware as Akame catches word and finds that punish. A 2v2.
They sent that tap of the spike and then went looking for kills. Playing with DFM's minds.
The rotate off is just absolutely diabolical.
No, this is so frustrating to play against. I mean, Gen.G's Munchkin is calling a masterclass here. This is a really difficult round to read, no matter who you are.
Oh, I know for sure now. May got to assess where he wants to approach from. Does he re-wrap all the way through north? Looks like they're going to say, no, there's not enough time. Just cut through the spawn. But he has no idea if that space has been refilled by Gen.G, and it has. Ash here finding it. Gets the headshot, and Gen.G look to get themselves another bonus conversion. Oh, okay. I was going to say the time is just not going to be there. Kame, I was thinking maybe I can make a go of this, but the time is just not really there.
I didn't clear tower.
I mean, Munchkin's just making noise. It's just like, yeah, it just makes it easy for him. Walks it down, walks it in, finds that kill. Gen.G now up to 11.
And every single pistol that Gen.G won, they were able to convert the bonus on the back of it. All three of them. That's devastating. Hard to come back from that. So well played here by Gen.G in this like middle of the round where they tap the spike once and immediately go hunting for some kills, send DFM off balance because they've only got 2 players left. They don't know what the heck's going on. So they double back towards A. Meanwhile, Gen.G, it's just, well, we're going right back to planting. We've got a Teho, we've got a Brim. And as Akame there, you have a little bit of util left, but doesn't choose correctly where to place it. Karan punishes him. Foxy again on arcade control. It's kind of just been the default here for Gen.G at the beginning of the rounds. Send Texture and friends over towards B ramp. Foxy at arcade. Have Karan watch your back. And then just try to fish out what's going on off the back of that info. Look at where these razor vines are for DFM. They are really gambling on this A hit with this Vice util. This could slow Gen.G down.
And tap of the door. The door gets opened up, but I mean, Gen.G, they're just fighting back. DFM feels like they have the crunch, they have the timing, they have every advantage, but they just absolutely do not. Gen.G are just firing on all cylinders. They're hitting every shot. It's Gen, a nice one to keep himself alive. Escapes the blast radius of the orbital strike. Spammed out, down to 74 through the box by Ash. Spike now planted, Munchkin going to fall. 3v2. The DFM needs to win. The 2v3, I should say. Salvo sent early off the tap.
Go ahead.
Molly not available, but now the Armageddon just going to be layered in. Gen.G wanting to give them no opportunity to get back into this round. Texture still on this lurk, on this hunt. There's 3K for GN will come to a conclusion now. 12-4, Gen.G looking to speed run this series.
Yeah, they're so in tune today. Making really good decisions again. Just toying with DFM's protocols. Right off the rip there, open the door.
Get on the floor.
Everybody do the dinosaur.
Walk the dinosaur.
Is it walk? That's right, it's walk the dinosaur. You're right. I always make that mistake. Look, it's DFM there. You know, GN's hitting some nice shots today, but in general, Gen.G's hitting better shots and good coordination, and just the way that they'll be really diligent in post plants, making sure that every angle is covered, making sure that texture can come up for free. You have that man advantage, take full use of it, full advantage of it. And well.
Cage triggered.
Also Foxy finally able to find the lurk off Arcade in the previous round. Now he switches over to Dish, immediately finds value there. Things just really difficult for DFM today.
Yeah, they need to sell this position, and so far no one is checking. May able to find the first one, but then botches the rest, can't find the value. And the blink of the eye. It is all just tumbling down. All going to be advanced in GN, however.
Dang.
A bit more bite still. Nice headshot. Brings us back to parity, 2v2.
GN has been hitting shots, but it's not enough. See if they can maybe get this one over. I mean, you're going to put Gen.G onto an eco if you do. GN's so weak right now.
Double push past the sheer wall.
30 seconds left.
Jinbong, a lot of this likely resting on his shoulders given the HP bar here for GN. A molly available here from Karan. It's GN riding the rope. It's just an easily delivered kill. Jinbong with every single angle to clear. There's no way to make it happen. 13-4, Gen.G looking absolutely dominant here today. Only giving over 6 rounds total in this series and bringing the first match, I should say, to a relatively swift conclusion.
Yeah, it's even more dominant than the last time they played DFM in kickoff. It was 13-6s on both maps. This time 13-4, 13-2. The woes continue here in stage 1. DFM hasn't been able to find a map win yet, and it has just been rough sledding. Meanwhile, Gen.G kind of right back into form. Maybe looked a little shaky there.
Yep.
With Suggest coming in, Foxy9's back. Frankly, last week with Suggest looked okay too, so got a lot of depth here on this Gen.G team, and they're looking to try to make their way to another international event.
You can see the frustration there on Art's face as they go in for the fist bumps. Nowhere close to the result that they would have been looking for. For DFM, a lot more work to be done. For Gen.G though, a very, very solid performance. DFM will look forward to their next performances, hoping that again they can find that groove. We'll wish again an early birthday, early happy birthday over to May. But for Gen.G, looking like another day at the office. For Foxy9, looking like he hadn't really skipped a beat. Back on stage for the first time here in stage 1, coming away with a very nice performance, especially in that first map. But now let's go ahead and send it down the stage. We got Jen standing by for a winner's interview.
Thank you, everyone. An absolute dominance exerted by Tiger Nation. Now, speaking of the Tiger, here's Foxy9. Let's talk.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Now, Foxy9, welcome back to the stage. Now, I want to start with what your mindset was coming into today's game and what you can share with us about this change in the lineups. 드디어 다시 무대에서 서게 됐습니다. 먼저 오늘 어떤 마음가짐으로 임했고 또 좀 준비 기간은 어느 정도 있었고 여러 가지 물어보고 싶은 건 있는데 어쨌든 얘기해 줄 수 있는 것들 어떤 것들이 있을까요?
이제 일단 확실히 다시 돌아와가지고 정말 기분이 좋고요. 이제 그리고 총으로만 제가 했었던 플레이들을 줄이고 이번에는 좀 이제 럴킹 타이밍이나 아니면 이제 좀 띵킹 플레이 좀 해봤는데 너무 잘 돼가지고 너무 기분이 좋습니다. 마음가짐은 이제 띵킹 생각을 해보자. 예.
Well, it definitely feels great to be back. And I can't really share much, but honestly, I try to focus on my play around a lot more of lurking plays and selling fakes to the opponents. And honestly, the thing that I focused on the most coming into tonight was using my brain and not focusing so much on my gunplays or my raw mechanics. So yeah, little great mix of both. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you next, because it's not easy watching your teammates play from the backseat. So how did you try to make the most out of this period of time that you had to yourself? 더 여쭤보고 싶은 게 사실 좀 팀원들을 지켜보는 입장이 된다는 건 쉽지 않은 일이잖아요. 그동안 좀 어떤 생각들을 많이 했었고 또 개인적으로는 어떤 노력을 했었는지 자세히 들어보고 싶어요.
이제 마인드를 좀 많이 바꾸려고 노력을 했었죠. 이제 제가 젠지에 들어오고 나서 이제 작년에 우승했던 팀이잖아요. 이제 그러다 보니까 이제 내가 뭔가를 보여줘야 된다라고 생각하면서 킥오프도 그렇게 임했고 이벤트 전도 이제 내가 뭔가를 보여줘야 된다는 생각으로 임했는데 이제 킥오프 끝나고 나서 나라 형이 저한테 이 말을 해줬어요. 너가 보여주려고 하지 마, 빛나려고 하지 마. 어차피 수많은 매치들을 하다 보면은 언젠가 너가 빛나는 날이 올 거라고.
네네.
이제 그 말을 믿고 이제 뭔가 보여준다기보다는 제가 할 일을 했던 것 같아요. 저는.
그럼 그 브레인을 탑재해준 사람은 누구였을까요?
뭐 브레인데드는 이제 혜성이 형과 솔로 형 그리고 이제 페리 형이 아닌가 그렇게 생각합니다.
네, 착하게 탑재해주신 거죠.
네, 아무래도.
알겠습니다.
장난입니다. 힘들인 건.
So yeah, I've been doing a lot of works in terms of what kind of mindset and mentality that I should have coming into this season, because joining Gen.G, I mean, they won Masters last year, so I tried so hard to prove myself in the beginning of this year, and I just felt like there was this pressure to really prove that I deserved to be here playing on the stage with them, because they left so much legacy last year, so I was trying to live up to the expectations, but it didn't quite work out, and Texture at one point said, "Hey, Foxy9, don't try to prove yourself so hard. Don't try to shine on stage. You know what? We're gonna be playing many matches, and among these matches, your time will come, and there will be moments that you just naturally shine." So that really hit me in the head, and I just felt like, oh yeah. It's not about how much I can shine, how much I can prove to people. It's about doing what I'm supposed to do for my team and for myself. And today it really showed on the stage because I was doing what the team needed me to do. And that is the mindset that I tried to adapt while I was watching my team play. So I want to talk to you about the Taeho meta as well. A lot of people think that with the Taeho meta, playing Sentinels is super tough. So would you agree? What's it like for you playing the Taeho meta? 그러면 이제 태호 메타에 대해서도 여쭤보고 싶은데 사실 감시자하기 너무 힘든 메타라는 얘기가 나오거든요. 동의하시나요? 뭐 어떻게 느끼시나요?
너무 동의하는 게 이제 이 트랩이 다 깨지니까 이게 미치겠는 거예요, 감시자로서. 근데 이제 저는 사이퍼나 뭐 퀴즈는 모르겠는데 사이퍼의 꽃은 케이지라고 생각하기 때문에 트랩보다 뭐 태호 얼마든지 써서 한번 트랩 다 깨봐라, 한번 이겨봐라. 라고.
진가는 케이지에 있다.
진가는 케이지에 있다.
바이스는요?
바이스는 뭐 좀 힘들죠. 바이스는.
힘들어요?
바이스인데 태호 만나면 좀 힘들긴 해요.
Yeah, 100% agree. It's super tough to be that sentinel role in this Taeho meta, but honestly, because whenever I place my traps, they just get broken down and it's negated, disrespected by Taeho utils. But I also think that Cypher's value really shows with this cage, the Cypher cage instead of the traps. So you know what? You can Taeho all you want, but I will be putting my cages and trap you guys right inside. But as for Vice, I don't know. It's super tough, man. Taeho meta definitely tough for the Sentinels. Now, last question. Next up is Global Esports expectations. 다음 상대 지휘거든요. 어떤 경기 예상하시나요?
혹시 그 전에 한마디만 해도 될까요?
네.
잠깐만. DFM 아닙니다.
오케이.
괜찮습니다.
네.
이제 제가 DFM을 상대했잖아요. 이제 모르시는 분들 많을 텐데 DFM에 제 고등학교 동창이 2명이 있습니다.
네.
그 2명이 이제 진붕이랑 아카메인데
헐.
이제 정말 수고 많았고 좀 더 강해져서 돌아와라 이 한마디를 해주고 싶었습니다. 네.
알겠습니다. I just wanted to say quickly a few things. Not a lot of people know, but I played my friends from high school. They're Akame and Jinbung. We went to the same high school together, and I would like to say, hey, GG's, and I hope you guys come back stronger. Now, expectations for GE. GE전 가고는요? 거기는 동창이
GE전.
없잖아요.
파이팅해서 평소대로 열심히 해서 이겨보겠습니다.
네.
감사합니다. 젠지민 화이팅! 감사합니다.
So I'll keep up the good work and try our best to deliver and pick up that win. Now, Gen.G fighting, and thank you very much. That was from Foxy9. Great match. Good luck next week, Foxy. Thank you very much. And now we have Gen.G and DFM fan meet and greet downstairs in the lobby, so make sure you join them. 저희 DFM과 Gen.G의 팬미팅이 아래층에서 준비되어 있다고 하니까요. 동창과 함께하는 폭시9 선수의 팬미팅 많이 기대해 주시고요. 저희는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다.
오늘 와주셔서 감사합니다.
Gen.G comfortably moves one step closer to playoffs in this 2-0 victory against DFM. And what I really liked in the interview is the growth that Foxy9 has shown just by not playing for 2 or 3 weeks here for stage 1. And I think this shows how important maturity is in VCT.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing you want in your players, right? These oftentimes players are very young as well, they're still growing as people. You can see a big difference in his maturity, his whole attitude around being able to play again. So it's very nice to see, I think there's been some good personal growth for him. And it did show in the server. I mean, this was a dominant win from Gen.G.
Yep, sure. I mean, at the end of the day, you're playing with a championship winning core. So you got to get with the program. You got a great coaching staff. You got a great in-game leader. If those are the kind of people that you're not going to listen to, you're going to disregard that kind of thing to focus on your own individual performance and feel like you need to shine. I just wouldn't understand that mentality. I think that the most special and coachable players, the players that you want on your team, are the players that play for the team, rather than for themselves. And there's been far too many teams that I've seen players that they only care about how good they look in the game. They don't even really care whether they win or lose sometimes. That is a very real mentality. So
it is.
Yeah, good to see from Foxy9, and you can see Gen.G, fantastic performance today against DFM.
Yeah, I mean, to your point here, hero plays, you can't really rely on anymore. Maybe for a map, but there's no way you can make it very far in a tournament in that fashion anymore. And we could see here in this really dominant scoreline, yeah, Gen.G wasn't great on Fracture, but they've gotten a lot of things together. And yeah, we got to give some kudos to Gen.G. I'm really happy to see them doing better now. Yeah, got extra friends. We got so many friends on the desk now. So, great showing from Gen.G here. Great showing from Foxy9. The vibes are great. We heard that war cry at the beginning of the top of the show today. You can see why. They knew. Gen.G knows they needed to win this. They already had one down, one win, but you want to go into playoffs comfortably.
I mean, every game is important in this system, realistically, where it's like you can't afford to drop games that you should be winning. I mean, they did a good job today to just be themselves, stay consistent, and keep moving towards playoffs, because after already losing in that week 1, it is harder for them than some of the other teams right now. So it's nice to see them sort of return to form and that consistency shine through.
Yeah, I think almost kind of reminds me of Kickoff, if I'm honest, where I felt like Gen.G were just kind of cruising along in their initial couple of games, and then they lost that game to DRX, and I think to the lower bracket they really started to show some improvement. Again, they've lost early to Boom here. I think that's a little bit of a fire under them. They brought Foxy9 back into the lineup, and I really think that this Gen.G is looking pretty serious, honestly. They should not be underestimated going forward.
Now we were asking, you guys were really lamenting a bit about DFM's lack of play style, and kind of they look a little bit lost compared to where they started at the start of the season, but we did see little small moments here. So there was a really brilliant eco round from DFM on with all their ults in hand.
Yeah, they almost won 3 thrifties. They won 2 thrifties. They almost won another one in the second half. You can see here the double satchel up towards top site. May's the one with the bomb on the raise, or the spike rather. He's going to plant top site. And then they have all of this stall util. And this is something that in different metas, in Valorant in particular, compared to traditional attack FPS, you really have to check yourself and think like, how am I going to approach this anti-eco? You cannot take this long to get back into the site. If I'm talking about like old days, if I'm talking about like different metas, or I'm talking about CS, for example, you really take your time, you can wait it out, you can, you know, clear out every little angle. But when you're playing Breach Teo meta, you're playing with Brim, all of these ults in the afterplant, Armageddon's up, Orbital, any of those kind of things, you cannot take this long to be able to come back in for that site retake. They basically just lost the round outright because they just took way too long.
Yeah, it's a nice idea from DFM. It's something that's been around for a while, but it's even stronger, I think, in this Teo Breach meta where you have so much post-plant util. Now, the one thing I wanted to highlight from this game was texture. For me, you know, we spoke in that after map 1, perhaps, you know, is he quite finding the form that the others were? He wasn't quite getting, you know, all those entries that we're used to seeing. But I think this game shows that, you know, he's right where he was. You know, it's just a kind of easier game. He doesn't have to do everything, but the shots are still there, the flicks are still there, the pace is still there from him. I think he's still going to be a great player to watch for the rest of the year. So by no means is he down and out.
Oh, no, definitely not. That's the thing. There's just so much more ceiling. I felt like, especially watching him on the op, I feel like I was watching Buzz, and I feel like they've been great on Fracture T1, and Buzz in particular, his opping has been pretty fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I mostly wanted to highlight the first kills here. 1 first kill in that map 1 compared to 6 in map 2.
Yeah.
It's just a much more improved performance. He's playing the role, and I think his Neon looks really, really good on this map, to be honest.
It's been one of his more played agents. They're playing it on Haven, they're playing it on Fracture at the moment, maps where you could see them pick other agents, but he really seems to be gravitating towards the Neon specifically. And Texture's one of the duelists we haven't seen play Yoru or Waylay yet, so we'll see if this agent pool is going to get bigger than it is right now.
Yeah, definitely. I like that step up from Texture there, but I don't think he needs to perform in every single map. And this is our match MVP. It's Ash. I think we had like some split votes here for the match MVP. Oh, this is our map MVP. My apologies here. Yeah, but also we were talking about Tejo just being a solid pick for Fracture.
Yeah, it was a good map from Ash, for sure. And I think he understands the Teo well. We see this Teo used so much on this map, and Ash got plenty of value out of it pretty consistently with his util. A very, very solid map 2 from Ash, so, you know, we can't take anything away from him there. There's not much more to say on that.
I think it's going to be a comfortable agent for him. If you go back and look at what he played in Gen.G Academy, primarily duelist, but actually quite a few games on Teo. So that's going to be a comfortable initiator he can flex onto, and I'm sure he can grow into some of the other roles. I mean, he looked decent on the Fade on Lotus as well. So look, there's more time for him to grow. He's an Academy player coming in. Match MVP though, it's the GOAT. It's Munchkin. He's the best, guys.
Yeah.
This guy is the best.
I mean, we had to give it to Munchkin. I mean, his map 1 was phenomenal. Map 2, he didn't have to go as crazy, but, you know, he's still calling, which is an incredibly heavy lifting job.
He's just holding a fault line.
I thought he did great.
If anything, he's being nice that he's not holding his gun out, you know? He's just letting some of the other boys get... You've got to let the other boys frag. Yeah. Like, come on. They got to get some confidence.
It was a confidence game for the other guys. He's like, guys, I'm not actually going to shoot this game. I'm only going to stun. That's all you need.
I got us to 13-2. Like, you guys just clean up the rest. Easy peasy.
Well, match MVP, yes, well-deserved there. You can see our analysts absolutely love Munchkin right now. And there's one timeline left for DFM to make it to playoffs, so all hope is not lost for DFM fans back at home. And we've got another match featuring another Japanese team, Zeta Division. They're going to be facing off against a very new RRQ that's looking refreshed and very strong. So I'm very excited for this next match. We're going to go on a quick break, so guys, don't go too far away.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 1, Week 3, where we're going to see a lot of results really matter towards playoffs. We saw Gen.G win in a 2-0, very dominant fashion against DFM. But now we're going to take a peek into Group Omega. We've got Zeta Division facing RRQ coming up next. But let's look at the overall Group Omega results. Right now, we're looking at the map, the individual map points per team here. Now, how are you guys feeling about Group Omega? Obviously, we don't know exactly who's going to be going to playoffs. Ask us about Group Alpha. Do you feel confident about the top 4 from Group Omega being our top 4 going into playoffs?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. I think this is a close group where I think really, I think playoffs is still up for grabs for almost any of these teams, to be honest.
Yeah, I think for, like, I'm looking at, you know, Team Secret, Zeta, Nongshim, Talent, like especially Talent with the changes, and even RRQ who have been up and down here and there. And I going into this group, I looked at all of these teams and thought, look, if one of them hits a purple patch of form or there's some inconsistencies from the other one, you could get some very interesting results. I think T1 was a given they're going to go through, but for the rest of the teams, it's kind of up in the air a little bit more.
Well, teams that we thought were up in the air a little bit was RRQ because they changed their IGL. Estrella, who's now somewhere else, and we got Korea, but we got Crazy Guy in on the squad. And the first week he was in, we were a little bit unsure, like, oh, maybe Crazy Guy is not adapting really well. His calling is a bit slow on split. But then last week against Talon, they made Coach Frost eat his words.
Yeah, I mean, I will put my hands up. I was a doubter. I was a skeptic. I was a borderline hater of this change. Especially after that week 1. I didn't see the kind of value Crazy Guy was going to bring. I felt like the IGLing was very slow in week 1, but then it was a transformation across the week 2. I felt like he'd clearly settled into the team, looked a lot more comfortable, and they seem to be really gelling.
Yeah, I mean, the core is still just fantastic. They've got good coaching stuff. It's still RRQ guys. It's just plugging in a slightly different IGL into their system. It's not like Crazy Guy's going to come in as the IGL in this team and define what the team's going to do. He just needs to really kind of perform his role, which is not something we'd usually say about plugging and playing an IGL. Usually you'd say that about a flex player or like, oh, he's still going to be a Sentinel player. But I really do think just play in the system. Just call what the system's meant to do. Don't try to change too much, because RRQ was looking pretty good, to be honest. They just need some small tweaks, and especially when the pressure's on, maybe they need a little bit more solid leadership in terms of like foundational experience.
And yeah, so that maybe that was the missing piece. So things are looking on the up and up for RRQ. Zeta Division are their opponents for today, and this is another team where we've been seeing some downs, deep downs in kickoff, but here in stage 1, things are looking a little bit more up. How up are we gonna go? I don't know, but I can see Deb smiling. That's a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, I think stage 1 has looked good for them. That T1 game, they didn't get it across the line, but they made it close. What are these keyring things that they've got, by the way? So I'm too distracted because I want one of these keyrings.
It's the mosh pit. We got Thrash.
Production, I need one ASAP. It's
And,
important for the desk. It's
I think there's a Dizzy as well. I just want the Dizzy to throw at people.
But
like, peg them in the head.
I do think with this Zeta team, though, as I was trying to say, week 1 looking up, week 2 a much better performance from them. I liked how they looked last week.
Yeah.
You know? So I think if you are a fan of Zeta Division, it's time to be a little bit more optimistic. Especially that one guy who sits at the front of the watch parties. I love that guy.
Yeah,
I
love
hope
him.
you're there today.
I want him to be my personal hype man, like, honestly. Look, I think at the end of the day, XDL, I think, was kind of an improvement from what we saw in kickoff. I think Siuta's been a little bit quiet. There's definitely a lot more stealing there mechanically in Tier 2. This guy looked insane, and I think in kickoff you saw moments of it, but here in Split 1, he has not been very impactful. I think Clues has been the most improved for sure. His performance against Secret last week was fantastic. They've stolen a map against T1, so already that's good for their overall like map score, standings, round diff, things like that. They've beaten Secret. Here's a really good test, I think, for Zeta, because RRQ's a pretty decent team right now inside Pacific. They should be a mainstay in the playoffs minimum.
Absolutely, and you know what? I want to see Zeta do better. It's been a while since we've seen them really on the up and up. There was a time when Zeta looked really darn good. We saw them on the international traditional stages. So I think Zeta, this is a long time coming. Dep has been through all of it, and here's the checklist for Zeta's win streak. It's pretty easy. Just do the 3 things here.
So, win.
Yeah. Shoot them. Putting win on the to-do list is on everybody's to-do list on the game day. I mean,
I've been doing the coaching stuff so wrong right now. Like,
they win.
I never told them to win.
Guys, adjust your goals here. It's just win the game.
Now, we look again at Crazy Guy. This is what I wanted to highlight. His difference between week 1 and week 2. To me, he really stepped up in week 2, and he can keep growing on those performances across to week 3 here. So I think this is a very optimistic path for Crazy Guy.
I just want to say, in the past, though, you know, I do want to talk about predictions later, but you know what? I'll bring this up when we talk about predictions. Let's look at clues. Now, Blue's clues here. Last week, great performance. We wanted to see him step up. We were wondering about this guy, and then he showed us why he was here.
I mean, even go back to kickoff, like the majority of Zeta, some of the lowest rated players in the tournament, Clues in particular, had very little impact, and I know he was IGLing and things like that. He was mostly playing Flash in it and things like that. Now they moved him across to things like Sova, Info in it to help him kind of inform his IGLing and putting XDL on the Flash in it, and he had a fantastic performance against Secret, so I'm keen to see if he can unlock more of that.
Well, Ascent with RRQ last week was fantastic. I think you guys were marking is probably one of your favorite Ascent plays so far. Not just the comps, but how RRQ plays it. But Zeta knows that too, and they've banned a map they were historically really good on. This is the draft. I'm liking this map draft right now. I mean, as a spectator, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, they banned Lotus, which is a map they've actually been kind of okay on, kind of decent on. In fact, they just beat Talon on it, so I'm surprised that they won't be playing that. Although, yeah. And then here on Split, you're seeing RRQ, they did lose to Nongshim. We remember the 09 attack side, or maybe we'd rather not remember it. Zeta did steal this map away from T1, so that's, I guess, why they're picking it. Yep. But on RRQ's side, guys, they're starting out defense. Their defense against Nongshim was 8-4, and they look fantastic. Yeah. It's really the attack where things fell apart, so I don't think this is going to be easy or cut and dry for Zeta at all.
Now, here are predictions. Paperthin and I are definitely not the majority here. RRQ, I can fully understand why most of the predictions are going in the favor of RRQ, which we'll break down more a bit later. But I do want to point out one thing. In the past, historically, Zeta usually does beat RRQ, so maybe something will be a little bit different today. Let's see. We're going to send it down to the stage and welcome our 2 teams.
...2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. Team RRQ.
Yeah, it's a whole new level.
Year by year, week by week, RRQ only seems to grow stronger and stronger. And now with Crazy Guy calling all the in-game shots, we're seeing structure added to the sharp shooting squad.
Yeah, they have so many fantastic players that are in excellent form right now. They cannot, unfortunately, let this good period slip through their fingers. This is RRQ's time, and even though they're betting a new in-game leader in, there's really no excuses.
They are going to be facing against Zeta Division. Now, 2 weeks ago, if they were going to be facing against Zeta Division, I think it would have been undeniable that RRQ would have been winning this out. But Zeta Division has finally figured a lot of things out. They're looking like the Zeta Division that we know and love. They're looking better as well.
Yeah, so I didn't predict Zeta Division, but I could see why people would, to be honest. I think this is a growing team. It's a team that's looking stronger and stronger week after week, and now is another tough opponent for them. So they have to take what, the kind of good stuff that worked against them last week against Team Secret. Now you have to apply it to arguably a tougher opponent. It's a bigger hill to climb, but if they can do this today, Zeta should be well on their way to playoffs.
I'm still not sold. I feel like they stole a map against a pretty sleepy T1 coming off Bangkok. Then they take out Secret, who have struggled a lot in Pacific so far this year. This, for me, is Zeta's real first test here in Stage 1 to kind of get a litmus test of everything that they've been working on since kickoff.
So what did you end up predicting for RRQ? Is it just because Zeta hasn't shown you what they got yet, or you think RRQ has just got way too much?
I think RRQ's got way too much. I think RRQ has got fantastic players right now, and Zeta just really doesn't. That's what it comes down for me. I think the individuals on Zeta have been in some rough form since kickoff and into Split 1 rather. They have great potential, and I've even followed a lot of these Japanese players. I still follow Challengers Japan and see there's so much fantastic talent there, but in terms of getting the most out of these players, they just haven't been able to unlock this roster, despite the fact they've had a core 3 from an existing team and 2 of the old Zeta players come together. It just still hasn't looked good enough, unfortunately.
I'm right there with you. I think that's why I had to go for RRQ as well. The ceiling for RRQ is so high. If they're able to execute, this should be a fast 2-0 for them. But RRQ have been occasionally inconsistent, so it's harder to get fully behind them in the same way, but I think they should be able to get it across the line today.
I think that is a really good point about their ceiling. I don't think they've hit it yet, and Gen.G is so damn good, and so is Cushy, and I think there's so much more to go. But Zeta Division, surely they have not hit their ceiling either.
I don't think so. I do think there is room for them, right?
If they step up in this game today, then I'm going to be sold. They will have a mirror comp here on Split to start things off. I got my eye on Gen.G in particular to play around a lot of this Teo breach utility on the defense. RRQ was 8-4 last time against Nongshim when they lost, and they will once again start on defense here, so I'm expecting them to start strong.
Yeah, the only real difference I actually see between these two kind of lineups is Clues is IGLing from that Teo, whereas Crazy Guy is IGLing from that Breach. So when you're IGLing from Breach, you have to be kind of a little bit further away than you would with that Teo, but I think it's all personal preference, so I think that will be where the differences come.
Yeah, I mean, it's the difference between coordinating the plays on the flash in it and having first-hand information on the info in it rather than someone else relaying it to you and then you making the decisions. So that's really what it comes down to in terms of changing up that role and IGLing from different positions at the end of the day.
Well, I'm really excited about this. Like I said, I'm very happy to see this particular map draft come through. I think it's going to be very exciting either way. And taking us through this series, we have Achilleos and a man who always picks Japan. It's paper thin.
Didn't so much in the first series, did you?
I did not.
Okay.
But I was, in my defense, I was trying to curse Gen.G.
Ah, I see.
I intentionally waited on the pick, yeah.
They clearly had some wards to go ahead and stave off whatever curse you were trying to put on them, but here we are. It could be, it could either be an okay day for Japan or a little bit of a rough one here in VCT Pacific. The desk was talking about Zeta Division that they have been on the up and up. It looks like, as time has gone on, the team has gotten more and more improved. Finally, we're able to get their first victory of 2025, as well as here in Stage 1 over Team Secret just last week. Prior to that, taking a map off of T1, who were fresh off of becoming Masters champions. Let's see how they fare, though, because RRQ has been on a similar trajectory and have been looking cleaner and cleaner with this newer addition of Crazy Guy.
No, this should be a really good matchup between these two teams. Both are on the up and up. Both are looking better. I'm really impressed with the quick turnaround for RRQ after bringing Crazy Guy in as the IGL. Things look shaky against Nongshim. They're able to bounce right back, fix a lot of the issues, I think, in their macro game coming into the previous match. Here today, Zeta, a similar story. I think their macro game is a lot better. I think their ideas are more coherent, more coordinated, and you got to give the coaching staff some credit on both sides.
They're getting aggressive here. Is Cushy able to find himself a second kill?
Spike down A.
Had to trade back, been there a little bit faster. Had Sugar Zero been in position to get the catch. Could have been looking at a 3v3, but it's going to be Gen.G's life handed over for some very solid map control. Now a double stack here on the ramp for RRQ. This Cushy and Crazy Guy will look to try to bring this round to its conclusion. A couple shots out. Pulls back away from the corner. They're going to smoke main and then try to fight up into this, but I don't think they anticipated a second player in position. So Crazy Guy will go ahead, get involved in the action, and RRQ will take the opening pistol.
Yeah, good start here for RRQ. Looking really nice with their coordination and some of these ideas off the rip. Happy to contest for this space. Use those salvos to clear the back. Just worry about the players up front. Let Jemkin go in there, do what he does best, get that first kill. Crazy Guy able to follow up and then bait, or get baited for by his teammate. Really nice job overall by RRQ. For Zeta, I will say, like, this is a map where they've looked pretty good. I really like the way that XDL plays the breach here. I think he's really quite on point with the util, with the timings. Depp has been phenomenal on the Yoru on this map. He topped the charts when they played T1. He was top in kills and assists. So this is a potentially good map for Zeta. They're going to have to get through a lot of util here, and they're just going to back off momentarily. Yep, they know.
Yep. Very well prepared. As TP up onto the top, Sugar Zero also going to be noted, and widely it's looking like RRQ doing their homework, knowing how these Euro comps want to try to play around this B site, as just through the smoke, showed them not going to be given any type of opportunity whatsoever. Flawless round here for the side of RRQ's. Crazy Guy once again picks up the final two.
So the thing here now for Zeta is, okay, on this round, you're able to kind of get a look at maybe what some of the protocols are here for the side of RRQ and how they're going to handle this B-side pressure with the Yoru TP into back site, the way they're going to fall back behind the toxic screen there. You can use that against them. You can throw some util then right on the B site potentially to smother them out of there the next time you decide to go in that direction. So something I'm going to be keeping my mind on as this half rolls on. But for Zeta, got guns in hand now. There's still quite a few weapons available for RRQ, of course, as well. The Judge is something to be considered. You're expecting that in mid. And look at RRQ. They're getting mega aggressive here. Now, there is some angles being held. Sugar Zero along with the breach. XDL just waiting this out. Oh, boy.
Double drift across Jemkin. Now trying to go for that wide swing. It's going to be XDL coming away with that kill. Still had plenty of teammates there for the backup. So for now, just solid timing here for Zeta Division, getting themselves that first blood on the round. So they look to try to stop RRQ from getting a bonus conversion.
Yeah, and you're going to see a little bit more of the older style of Zeta, with XQQ really taking the reins again as the head coach. Like, this trap play, or this position from Cushy.
It's going to be at risk, and yeah, there you go. Solid headshot. Clues able to put him down. A site now wide open for the taking. As it looks like it is going to be just usher forward, plant out into the open for the most part here from Clues. Get that Armageddon online. Great linger. The lurk in mid. Showtop finding Monyet. As, Zeta Division looking for a flawless of their own. Off the angle here is XDL. Crazy Guy going to be taken down, and Xpharaoh just with a Judge at screens. He's got nowhere to go. He's getting collapsed upon. Showtop's coming around from the back. And widely, Zeta should be able to just go ahead and seal the deal on a flawless round.
Yeah, this is a really nice piece of work from Zeta. Just holding their ground in mid. Winning that fight up towards ramp. A little bit of an off timing. If Cushy stays in that corner, he might pick up one or two, but just didn't really have a good read on what was going on in the map, did RRQ, after losing those players in mid. So opted to kind of push out to see if he could see if any Zeta players had already been crossing in his direction while they were right up underneath his nose when he chose to do so. Paid the price. XDL, man, I've been really impressed with him and Clues so far here in stage one. Obviously, Depp is Depp. Depp is good, but really it's the initiators who've been shining.
Solid way to go ahead, deny the bonus conversion. Let's see how they fare in the follow-up, though. Full rifles across the board available to RRQ. 2 players with half armor. Ult's still a ways away for both of these teams. The breach is out in front, though. Some salvos to try to clear space here in mid. Xpharaoh going to be stunned up. A Crazy Guy situated in B heaven, able to spot out Depp. Pushing out from beyond that poison orb, ends up getting picked apart. XDL tagged up as well, down to 30. And already around starting to get away from Zeta Division.
Zeta there maybe hoping that RRQ would play a little bit closer to the front of the ramp. They did have XDL looking to try to send some util through. Oh, Xferal
gets the poison orb back up, is able to go ahead and reposition. Sends out a snake bite just in case somebody slips through over towards Mail. Looks like they're pretty confident that no one slipped the net there.
Love these pings coming from Zeta. This is them remembering what happened on their eco. Great use of the util.
The TP has to be used. Monyet able to avoid the damage. Now Zeta Division have to get themselves forward out onto the site. Monyet not going to be caught by that paranoia. Zeta widely going to be contained here. Needing to Shota to be able to find some kind of break in this heaven position. He's able to do so. Xferal going to be taken down.
Left.
2, however, still down here on the floor. It's going to be Crazy Guy coming away with 3. Shota falls into the 1v2 and he takes some damage there on the drop.
I have the spike.
Spike picked up. Should be able to at least get the plant here, perhaps, but I mean, salvos are still there.
All missiles away.
10 seconds left.
Hap draws it out. It's going to try to force him forward because she has, I believe, double stack, so comes away with that kill, and RRQ not going to let Zeta get back into this one and tie things up.
Yeah, so Zeta off the rip tries to go for a set play to get Depp involved in the game, and instead it's a good backpedaling there by RRQ to make sure that Depp isn't able to really do any damage, so they're able to avoid that initial util dump. But some good things for Zeta in this round in terms of Zeta finding value on the lurks again, using their util, I think, properly to at least keep Monyet off balance. Now he's able to clear that space and find a kill, but still, you're seeing some good ideas, similar to that pistol round here with the util dump from RRQ. They're trying to clear the space. This time, though, they don't throw any bodies at it, just using it to tuck Jemkin into this corner, try to get him the kill and the TP out. This TP's all the way over on B site.
Portal closed. Cutting through.
Second one.
Jemkin, yep, delaying for a moment, but takes the quick hop on that gate crash out to safety. Both teams widely going to back away from this fight over A main. Once again, looking like heavy attention from Zeta Division over towards mid.
Yeah, it seems to be a real big piece of their game plan on this map, is to make the other team uncomfortable up there and then set up for those crunches towards the sites. But this time, they're not really able to catch anybody off guard. RRQ isn't giving those fights in towards mid, so Clues is going to call for a group up towards A. Already RRQ sensing it because they haven't seen anybody over on the other parts of the map, and the toxic screen goes up and they're very much leaning towards this side of the map.
Pretty much everybody from RRQ in position to try to slow things up on that approach, but Shota just able to get a stray headshot across. It's going to be Cushy taken down. Rolling Thunder going to be sent out. And just a couple players here in main, as well as Sugar Zero, just desperately trying to claw his way into the corner, but Jemkin is here, and it's just a firing squad as everyone is lined up and mowed down.
Last player
No time to play with the stick having to come through, but it's going to be a tap. Tap looking for it, and he's got it. Narrowly bails them out of the round to get the win. Zeta claw it back, but damn if it isn't costly for both sides.
Well, it looked like Zeta was just going to be run over in that round. Just absolutely ground to dust as they try to come through towards the site. Huge kill here for Shota through the smokes. Then, yeah, the Rolling Thunder lands. They just start walking down the ramp. At Jemkin, trying to find the right angles, expecting them to keep peeking forward, sort of pre-fires into it. But Death there knows that he either has to stick it or go for the kill, and is anticipating that RRQ was already going to be there and opted to go for the kill instead, and that turned out to be a great play. Mr. Reliable is Depp, but that looked like it was going to go RRQ's way. So even though this timeout is coming from Zeta, I get why.
And we also probably could assume that it was called before.
Yep.
I won't claim to know the specifics about whether or not you can cancel a timeout request, but either way, don't think it's too incorrect, because you don't want to be winning rounds like that.
Yeah.
It's not the most reliable strategy. Need to have some cleaner ideas and not be crucially running the clock down, which is something that Zeta have been ridiculed for, let's say, in the past. They've been better about it here in 2025.
Yeah, I'd like to see them mix it up, with a few aggressive hits here and there, especially when you have a Rolling Thunder and a Viper's Pit. That gives you a lot of ability here to get a plant down and get into a post plant and win a round. But there's so much to delay util, obviously, with both of these teams running mirror comps, with the Teos, with the breaches. So you're trying to fish that out and then maybe go for it. I'd like to see them, man, if they hit a Rolling Thunder here, I think they're trying to set up for a mid-hit using the utility from Garage, from XDL, to potentially set up Dep and Clues, just see if it comes through. And then, of course, Zeta just on flank duty. Going to use the util there to try to get some info. They're going to see that ropes is clear. You do have xFaro hiding behind all that. Re-clears that space behind the util itself. So this gives RRQ pretty good idea. Yeah, this is going to be B. And everybody's already over here. So this has to be a just gorgeous util dump.
Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Gate crash out. Don't believe it connects onto anyone here. It's Jemkin able to get in on top. Dep going to be taken down. Cycle on the smoke here, just keeping this Garage access completely locked off. Unfortunately, it's looking like similar scenes here for Zeta Division. The clock running lower and lower. She'll be able to find one. Cushy going to be taken down. TP crossover onto the A site for the check. It's a cancel though. Monyet ends up back across the opposite side of the map, but Zeta, they're going to pivot back in towards B. However, Fault Line gets a catch on the 2. Sheldon fights back for 1. Things are getting chaotic. I'm not sure what in the hell is happening. Either way, drop down the plant coming through now onto the B site. 3 players from Zeta in position, but weapons now scooped up.
It's a risky fake for Zeta, but it worked.
Pit invested, but here comes the dimensional drift. Jemkin could just scout forward into this, try to identify where they're at. Checks out the outskirts of the pit. Sees one. Sugar Zero going to be pinged. Doesn't go deeper. Likely gets the read that Shilta's going to be positioned over towards Alley. Time is ticking. Sugar Zero going to hold the line. Finds one. Gun down. The Stinger coming away with 1. XDL turns back. Finds Monyet. Crazy guy at this point. Just trying to see if he can do some additional damage, but with the weapon in hand, go ahead and look to save. Needs to fight his way out of this one and will be able to do so. And XDL going to die to the spike eruption. So no one's surviving on the side of Zeta Division. 1 survivor on RRQ. And we are tied up at 3-3.
This is a wild round here by Zeta. They try to use the Rolling Thunder and a quick TP from Dep, but it's, again, read really nicely from RRQ. They're doing a good job of avoiding some of these big util hits that Zeta wants to set up. But Zeta so quick there to move around the map to immediately head to mid and then split into 2-2. You know, just saying, we don't know where they are. They don't know where we are. Let's just gamble and see what happens. And it worked out. Good read.
I mean, they made it with 2 seconds to spare.
Dep has a shotgun.
Time to jump.
And he does. A Bucky in hand. And it's just a TP across to get to the back pillar. Dep continuing to scout. Nothing going to be spotted since it's all clear here. So the rest of the team pushing forward. Bucky now in an aggressive position forward. And is able to collect 1. Monyet going to be taken down as Crazy Guy forced away.
Spike planted.
Drone going to be cleared out here from Cushy. 4v5 for the attempt at the retake. Zeta upping the pace this time around. Like they certainly caught some players of RRQ a bit off guard.
Cutting through.
Salvo's going to be set. XDL forced out into the open when he doesn't have bullets remaining in the mag. RRQ flooded their way back into the site, but now it's still a 2v2. The taps coming through frantically, looking to try to get any kind of spot outs here. They know where Shilta's at, but I don't think they've confirmed Dep at all. Pop flash going to be sent. The time is just working against them. RRQ not able to find a round win. Nice shot from Shilta to go ahead and make it a bit more costly as well. And Zeta Division will go ahead and gain the lead.
I love this from Zeta. Just a quick hit. Give Dep a shotgun, clears the site, gets into B alley, and finds a great timing with this Bucky. You know, nothing for RRQ to do here except try a flood retake, and it looks like it might go, but not knowing where Dep was, Zeta being able to maintain control of B heaven. Zota's having a really good map here in terms of impact, not just with the frags, but with the map control. And yeah, our pub fans are back.
They are. The guy's not there though.
It's a bit sad.
I'm hoping, hopefully, like the Zeta fan shows up, and I don't mean that to say that they only have 1, but like the guy.
Yeah.
You know,
The guy who is unfortunately eating during the ace.
Yeah, it's like bleached blonde hair popping off like crazy and then misses the ace because he's just too focused on his food. Well, it's been a weird one so far.
Yeah.
4-3, tight between the two teams. With 7 rounds played, we've had both teams having to use a timeout.
Well, you're seeing some depth from both teams in terms of being able to read the map, being able to work the map. I mean, I think RRQ has mostly had some pretty good ideas early. Now Zeta's made a few adjustments post their timeout. So now it's time for RRQ to try to figure that out themselves. Maybe be a little bit more aggressive towards the points of attack here. Maybe see if you can find those early picks again like you did on the pistol round. Might be something to consider, but to be a bit careful, of course, with the Armageddon in play and with the weaker weaponry. You know, this might just be a send anyway because, well, you're on an eco and your opponents aren't. And they're on low money too, so you could do some economic damage potentially. Depp's gonna get into the corner. Use a drone to try to lead the way for him. Get a spot, and that immediately sends RRQ backpedaling, worried about some kind of response. But with Zeta having this much mid control, could be pretty tricky now.
They spotted the Vandal though. So the one weapon held forward is going to be noted. Gen.G just going to be calling the timing. Sugar Zero putting him down, avoiding damage taken. And he can continue to play split away from the rest of the team. Has that ult to join back in instantaneously. As Depp does get noted in mid. So solid little re-clear here from RRQ.
But all it takes is that mid positioning to make them think that this is a B hit.
Oh.
They completely misread it.
Now the TP forward here into the A side. Sugar Zero can stick this. Just a ghost in hand for Xparrow. No peek to be had. Getting the Armageddon out. Be a nice little consolation here for RRQ. Tushy on a flank.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Might be able to find a timing. He's going to swing around that corner. He does get the catch. XCL going to be taken down. Now their own Armageddon. Much more likely to try to send it, and they are going to. Try to clear across that backside. Mondiette going to be hounded down, though. Crazy guy swing out. Eliminated. It's now just Xparrow. And Sugar Zero picks up the 3K to keep Zeta out in front. 5-3, not allowing for that 50 to come through. It gets damn close. They have to use some ultimates, but they get the ults out of RRQ as well.
The thing that's really cool about this, a lot of great counter moves being made. This is actually the backbreaker for RRQ. They might actually win this round if Gen.G doesn't get caught in the corner there. But off the back of their ultimate, Zeta Division's Zeta pushes right at the back of the Armageddon as he's following the waves of it. And Mondiette actually kind of reads that might be possible. Throws a Paranoia out. It gets dodged by Zeta, and Mondiette gets caught off guard because of it. He thought he had that cleared. Oh, speaking of Mondiette. Goodbye, Depp.
Well, I think Depp thought that maybe that flash got a catch. It did not. Xparrow, however, going ahead, keeping them with a very solid advantage. So 2 players down. Half the smokes. Now Shota going to be noted here in the corner. Really stunned up.
Well, this has gotten very tricky. I like this from RRQ. Again, be aggressive early. See if you can find those picks. Put Zeta off balance. Don't let them group up. It is going to be a little bit open room, but obviously that late poison cloud is quite a bit of info over to RRQ in terms of, okay, well, we know we've given up that space. Just hold ropes, hold mail. Should be relatively A-okay. Mondiette just jiggling.
3v5. Xparrow tucked here into the corner. Salvo's not going to clear him out. Surely they have to get a read on this one. They kind of do. Clues does manage to go ahead and get the pivot, finds that shot.
One enemy remaining.
XCL eliminated. And now it's just Clues all alone. Takes a shot over at the fake out. Now he's going to look to pivot back, cross over towards his B site, but he's got multiple players.
Doesn't have time.
Completely sprinting over. I mean, he's got the time for the plant, but not the time to go ahead and find his way through the hordes of RRQ players. So we'll just end up backing away into mid to hold on to the weapon. And RRQ go ahead, break this minor win streak from Zeta Division, bring it back to just a single round separating.
Yeah, now you're starting to see RRQ being a lot more proactive with the space that they're giving up and taking space early to find those picks. So now is Zeta. Ball's in your court. The adjustment has been made. Oh, jeez Louise. On yet there. Just through the smoke.
30 seconds left.
That's clean. That's clean. Looks like we're gonna do a bit of a push through. Jemkin's gonna throw a TP back. They're gonna try to set up a bit of a mid hit, expecting something from Zeta.
Jemkin quick peek. Sugar Zero dead.
Didn't even need the util. Just took him down.
Salva's trying to force him away, but Xfero, whippy on the shots, ends up dying. Jemkin's still here, however, fights back from stairs. Depp now on the floor. Clears out the drone. They don't really learn anything new that they didn't already know.
You gotta try a different part of the map now. XDL with just a Sheriff over there on B. Has the one-way in front of him. Has to back up a little bit. Zeta continuing to try to take some kind of control.
But can't. Jemkin starting to maybe heat up a bit. 3K for him. Spike in position for a plant, so some money can come back here into the hands of Zeta Division.
Come here.
As well as a charge towards that next Armageddon. No eyes down into mid. XDL just going on a bit of a walkabout here. It seems like they want to try to explore their options a little bit more, but Jemkin is now on for an ace.
Definitely doable, but might not give it over to him. Prefer to give it to Crazy Guy if possible, just for the ult charge. He's already got his ult. He's already feasting. Let someone else eat.
Well, he's going to be denied it. As Clues is just able to fight back. And not going to get an attempt at pulling off a Munchkin. No 1v3 here. We'll just be cushy, putting him down. The defuse coming through. And RQ tying us up at 5-5.
Yeah, it's a really good read for the majority of these rounds on how Zeta wants to use the Yoru and how Depp wants to kind of get involved in the game. Just a good early pick. That was set up from the rip to potentially use some util. They don't even need it. They just get the one and done. They're able to hold on to their util. I don't know. It didn't matter anyway. Jemkin was just knocking people down. But they do a good job of shutting down the Yoru stuff early. So you need to see a little bit of a different look from Zeta. A lot of their game plan has come on the back of throw some utility, throw Depp in, see what happens, and mostly it hasn't gone great, and they're able to play recovery off the back of that. There they go again. This time they're able to sneak him right through Xfero. Good deep smoke this time from Sugar Zero. Depp's gonna try to watch for a player coming through, but it's noted, they understand what happened there. So now Depp just has to try to work through on his own. Not much information otherwise. You're not going to get a little bit off that drone. You're just going to find Jemkin who's got an op. That's good, though. That's a huge, huge find with the drone. For a second, I thought they were going to check up there, and it's like, oh boy.
Zeta just sliding past his fake out. Gets the catch, the instant headshot. Jemkin eliminated. Up on the floor, Cushy quick to go ahead and trade it back. As Xfero tucking back, avoiding the stun, hearing all of this action on the B site. Couple shots through. Fake out dissipating. The spike now going to be planted here by Clues, who's going to be one away from having that Armageddon online. Rolling Thunder at the ready, but deep disconnected positions here taken from the side of Zeta, so no one gets caught. Zeta Division looking to still try to go ahead and sneak away with this round. Defuse being started. The hold, the half, and Xfero holding within the smoke, finding one, and it's just going to be held to completion. Depp just not in any kind of position to stop this one. And RRQ now start building up a little streak of their own as they get up to 6.
Yeah. Some great decisions on both sides. I like what Zeta's doing. He's the one who's able to open up a little bit of extra space, but RRQ able to respond in kind to take him out quickly. They use that opportunity to get the plant down, try to go for the deep post plants, but just get really torn apart there by RRQ. Didn't have the salvos in cycle yet from Clues, so they weren't able to kind of play that the way they wanted to. You are going to have the Armageddon.
Double op.
Yeah, double op. Why not?
And a pit off the rip. Maybe slightly unexpected here. Typically, default pit position, just going to be there in mid, hold down that whole mid-section of the map. Instead, just looking to try to go ahead and stave off any pressure towards this A site.
Maybe hoping there that you get the Armageddon out of the way with this pit. You can lure them into the operator, but so far Zeta's able to mostly kind of work their way around it. They've got complete mid control. Op was passed over, or dropped, excuse me, by Crazy Guy. He's got his Vandal in hand. It's a great stun. That delays Zeta even more.
Jemkin spotting out one. As Crazy Guy just trying to hold things down over at vent, finds one. Sugar Zero going to be picked off. Quick peek back out from around the outside of the pit from Xfero. Ensures that there's no one else coming towards that A site. And this ushers everyone from Zeta into the triple stack at B.
30 seconds left.
Flash not going to be finding much of anything there as the Armageddon does get sent down. Oh, Cushy hitting the one-tap. Depth going to be put down on the floor. The re-peek is Jemkin coming away with two. Not ready for Clues there, or Clues rather, at drop. Does end up falling, but is now with everything to do and just not that much time to try to make it happen. Swing onto the corner, Moniette finding a timing, playing a ring around the Rosie at the pillar. Now it's going to be RRQ recovering the half, now up 7-5.
Yeah, not a bad half though for Zeta. I think you're pretty content with getting 5 on your attacker side. You have to feel like your defense can be pretty clean. I'm not sure what this Armageddon was though. That one's a little weird from Clues. Basically, the only thing it clears is just right underneath the Raptors. That's by the box, by Alley. Okay. Anyway, still though, you're able to string enough together there as Zeta, look good enough to seemingly make this look like it's going to be a very competitive map. And for RRQ and attacker side, that the last time we saw it was completely ineffective. 0 and 9. Gotta love the hype man there, letting him know. A lot of Zeta fans, of course. I'm sure we had a lot of fans come over from Japan today.
Yeah, looking for something to cheer for, frankly, just to be blunt after the first series. And a bit more action, a bit more liveliness being shown here from Zeta Division thus far. Like you said, overall scoreline not too bad, but I think still could have been better.
Yeah.
A lot of those rounds getting worked down to the wire, dangerously close to running out of time. And RQ just had an overall very solid initial read as far as what the game plan is going to be from Zeta. There's been some solid adjustments, some good lurks to make this a bit more contentious, but let's see how they fare. RQ able to take that opening pistol. Zeta now looking to go ahead and equalize the count.
For sure. Looks like Zeta gonna throw a few bodies at A themselves in the early part of the round, but RRQ is anticipating that it's gonna be a push out somewhere on the map. They guessed B. It's actually A, but Xfero playing safe the whole way through. That's the call for the immediate rotation over from Crazy Guy. He says, okay, that's where they got aggressive. They're maybe gonna fan out more, maybe try to reestablish mid control. Let's just shift over to the other side, see what we can get done. Dep.
No gate crash for the moment.
Yep.
Does not have an exit strategy.
Doesn't have much help.
It doesn't have one available. So he's just planted here to fight. Oh, Moniette is just going to go ahead and wide swing out. Breaks his crosshair. Clues lingering in behind, has to be wary and reads the corner quite well, but Xfero with that frenzy, it just picks him to pieces. Corpses stacked into the corner here for Zeta Division as Xfero pulls back now deeper into main. Paranoia out, Jemkin able to find Shota. And this pistol is looking damn good for the side of RRQ.
One enemy remaining.
Now just Sugar Zero and at range, not going to be able to do too much. The shot's a bit too clean. Crazy Guy, another 2K for him, and RRQ take another pistol, now up 8-5.
Yeah, this is so well thought out by Crazy Guy on RRQ. No contact on one side of the map. You had an aggressive push out that really didn't amount to much on on the A side. So now let's go back that way. And Crazy Guy the whole time just ends up lurking through mid, comes through, and that's why he's able to catch the Zeta players off guard on ramps initially. They're not anticipating that somebody could quite be there so quick. And really just well thought out, well set up.
Why did Crazy Guy have the streamer cam set up just aimed at his hand?
That's all you need to see.
That just, it's just like, yeah.
That's the moneymaker, baby.
Yeah, don't look at my face. Look at my hands.
That's where he's getting the work done. Oh, Jemkin.
It's kind of shorty for backup here to Step. Swaps it over. Anticipating some pressure come through vent there. Salvos force him away.
They're just going to full 5-man stack in mid here, our Zeta. They're trying to find a way to lure RRQ in, but they're not taking the bait. Instead, they're just getting a ton of info off xFaro. Huge.
Finding one, the bite now at the ready. And Clues just gets destroyed. Scales forward, ready to meet them. They just don't know what's hitting them here. xFaro absolutely taking over the round.
One enemy
As well, Concuss will connect, gets a bit of damage there onto Shota. Gets him down to 70. Ghost now going to be picked up, but
left.
they're fanned out. They're in control. RRQ up by 4 as they hit 9.
Is that his teammates Concuss?
I
think it was. Because Shota didn't get, there was no assist on that kill. And Viper do not have a stun. Yeah, okay. I mean, just nasty stuff from xFaro.
Player standing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Happens.
It happens. Viper has stun, bro. Viper has stun, bro.
Well, clearly still having fun with it. Outlaw now in play. Only 1 half armor on the side of Zeta.
That's Depp. And he's in mid, so
cover going out.
That's the direction Monyet wants to go. But right now, Monyet looking to try to deal with Sugar Zero. You know that's going to be your opponent over on this B side 90% of the time. He's usually quite good. Good for the timing on the smoke clear. Sugar uses that to hide himself, has to repop his smoke.
And cycles another one back through. Flash sent, nothing noted. Sugar Zero, does he just go for any kind of timing shots here?
He's trying to get ahead of this. He knows he's in trouble if they flash through here, yeah.
Oh, should have caught a tiny little pixel out of place there as that smoke was dissipating. With the flash through, off angle taken, does manage to find a bit of damage and Shota blinded up. Picks off Monyet. Salvo's now going to be sent out. RQ held at bay. Sugar Zero swinging on the corner, finds one more. Cushy going to be taken down here as Clues comes in. It's now down to xFaro. Depp at 7. Weapon swapped over. Some time to go ahead and get the reload off. Could be winnable, but doesn't check down below. So Clues at drop, able to find it. Bonus not going to be convertible. But only 2 players surviving. So it's still very good damage dealt by RRQ.
Yeah, I really like the way that Sugar Zero plays this round. He's being very methodical with the timings on his smokes, making sure that he's not giving RRQ any freebies, and then playing to wait for the rest of the team there. Good retake for Zeta. They're able to, or not a retake, but just good defense there. Able to shut him down pretty nicely. However, money wasn't so great, so they're going to have a Stinger and a Guardian, full rifles for the side of RRQ. Zeta's just going to push the heck out.
Looking for a crunch, xFaro. Considering a peek back through. Stays quiet, avoids the stealth drone. Now is going to scale forward, potentially be able to find a catch here on to Clues. Oh, here's the orb being taken. And yep, just absolutely rips him to shreds. In the meantime, A site, yep, thank you. I was going to say, Spike is being planted. After shot going to be sent, but it's off kilter.
Wow.
Okay. Smoking to heaven gone. XCL picking up 1. So a 4v4, still this very deep lurk coming through from xFaro.
Not ready.
Monyet tries to hold things down here at main. Smoke, however, going to be cycled in a bit too late. Sugar Zero pushes forward, finds one, but now xFaro strikes. Cushy's still here behind his screen at the back sight. Will pick apart the remaining 2. That's RRQ not allowing for any kind of back-to-back action here in this second half. Zeta going to be held at bay at 6 as they get up to double digits.
I love the game plan here from xFaro. Just being so cautious as that lone player on the extremities of the map. We saw it early in the game on the pistol round where he was just kind of waiting to see what they do. And this time around, instead of just calling in the reinforcements, he just plays for himself. Says, I'm just going to wait him out a little bit, see if I can catch him off guard. He does it perfectly. And even though Zeta tries to react quickly to that A hit, they're just thrown completely off balance, and the crossfires are in place for RRQ, and they're set up very, very nicely. Clues just going for a timing shot there. Nobody home for RRQ. They're tucked in, nestled, waiting to see if anybody else from Zeta is going to try to ruin their round, but nobody really looking to do so. Thought about the B hit there, throwing up the toxic screen, able to get the drone out at the very least. Gen.G spotted, so that's going to probably pull some rotations over from Zeta. How did Crazy Guy and RRQ want to mess around with that info? Instead, it's just another pause. They're really nervous about some kind of trap or something like that being set up. And rightly so, it's split and going against a team on an eco. I get it.
3 Sheriffs, Classic, and a Ghost here. Zeta, thrifty win here. Could be enough to try to get themselves back into the action, but Depp, caught by Gen.G, goes up and over the top, reads it beautifully. Shota, no idea what had hit him. A sight open here for the taking. Poison Orb just bounces up into heaven as CL needing to try to find that kill, but Moniette's got covering fire. Ensures Gen.G's survival. Not much more to be done here. Clues, Sugar Zero could just stay collected together and wait for this spike to go off.
Very difficult. RRQ being so diligent. Oh, Cushy. Steps right into that smoke, finds Clues.
Sugar Zero does manage to find one, so it's not going to be a flawless. It looks like Sugar Zero not going to opt to go ahead and pick up that Vandal and go for the save. We'll just leave it where it is. Suspects that it's going to be watched, and he would be correct. So we'll just go ahead and go down to the spike. RRQ now up to 11.
I think you're going to need a timeout here. I think Zeta still has one more, right?
They do.
Yeah, okay. So
both teams have one remaining. We had 2 timeouts burn in the first 7 rounds and then radio silence.
But I think that would be a good time for one. There's still a chance to turn this map around. It's not going to be easy. RRQ looks really sharp today. Again, you know, the big problem for them against Nongshim on this map, right, was that they were too slow. They were too diligent, and then they couldn't be decisive. And that was, again, Crazy Guy's first game in with RRQ, so I'm willing to kind of give that a pass a bit. But now they're being a lot more decisive towards the end of the round. Like, once they find that open space, once they feel like they've got the read, they just go for it, and Gen.G's just drive-bying with some flashes. Depth's just like, nah, dog, I don't like this.
Has to exit.
Poison orb emitting.
Oh, well, sight going to be opened up, stealth drone. Maybe catching a quick little glimpse there, but doesn't really tell them anything they wouldn't have already known. And because that suppress doesn't go off, the pit is now in play. Gen.G holding the alley access with that shorty in hand.
Now you've taken the op out of their hands, basically.
A little bit of damage, but yep, there you go. Gen.G able to find one, turns back into the pit. CL dead on the floor. Moniette up into heaven. A minor little one-way to try to play around. It's going to be a flawless for RRQ to get themselves now up to map point.
Match point.
I just love it. Again, changes in tempo here from RRQ. This is something you love to see, and it's so hard to read as defenders. You know, yes, you have the Aura ultimate. Yes, that makes it easier to do that, but then getting to a place where you can put that pit, have good value. You know, Depp's got an op. He's basically nullified, stuck in the back of alley without any angles to watch because the pit's right in his damn face. Good luck. And Gen.G's just all over it. Great round from him.
Oh, last-ditch effort as Armageddon sent out very early here, and I mean, Crazy Guy dead. XCL coming away with that one, but the trade is in. Gen.G keeps the numbers evened up. Rolling Thunder still in the back pocket. Drone does identify the breach's position. So RRQ know that if they decide to continue pushing forward towards A, that Rolling Thunder could greet them very quickly.
Now Depp gonna have to use his ult to figure out what's going on. They lost complete control of that part of the map.
But now the Rolling Thunder's gone. Gen.G just kills him.
Oh my god. Depp had spotted him and XDL's like, yeah, I got this. No, you don't. Oh boy.
The hinges getting looser and looser here. The door about to fly off. Sparrow creeps forward, gets over towards drop, unscouted. I mean, Kep lands on his damn head! Koopa stomps him, but that doesn't do it. A lick of damage. 13-6. RRQ, a bit of a wonky start. A very weird map of Split in the first half, but then just clean.
Yeah.
The whole rest of the way from RRQ.
Well, great. I mean, just great reads, great decision making, great individual skill on display, everything you could want. I liked Zeta's game plan early, but once RRQ was allowed to settle in, it was just lights out. Yeah, Depp out there trying to crush turrets, but RRQ just too rock solid. Really just so impressed all around. I thought there was some great kind of patience and then changes of tempo, good decision making. I mean, I think you got to start to like what you're seeing from Crazy Guy now that he's, you know, feeling comfortable with this roster. He's much more decisive. They're making really good reads across the map, and they're playing off of the info. The big thing is a lot of times they're winning info games, and therefore they're able to make the higher percentage decisions, and that's really setting Zeta off guard. As good as Zeta was in the beginning, again, some of the little ideas, just a little bit deeper for RRQ. Gen.G obviously is always Gen.G. He's always putting up good numbers for you no matter what.
A bit of a rough loss here for the side of Zeta, just unable to find their footing whatsoever in that second half. Only the anti-bonus round going their way. That's their map pick. Now we get ready to go to RRQ's, which is going to be Haven. And we'll see if Zeta are going to be able to rally back, fight tooth and nail, and take this over to a third one, or if it's going to be a 0-4 day for Japan as a region. We'll go ahead and send things back over to the analyst desk, though, to break down the action from Split.
Thank you, Seth and Clinton. First map Split. What I'm really liking from RRQ is that they are continually getting better on their Split each time they play it.
Yeah, it looks a lot better, especially from what we saw in that, week 1 game. I think it's night and day compared to that. This looks solid. I liked a lot of their macro ideas, and they felt very confident individually, right? I didn't see a way Zeta could really get into that game, especially in the second half.
Yeah, it was kind of touch and go initially, though. Like, I felt like RRQ was letting Zeta get away with way too much, especially with some of those, like, very late last-second attack rounds where Zeta, especially coming into a util-heavy comp that RRQ, like the one RRQ's playing. You're playing like Breach, Teo. You have a lot of tools to be able to stop a team running into the site last second and being able to get the spike down. And Zeta, I think, were given a little bit too much respect by RRQ. After they took a timeout, though, they really made some better adjustments. And from there, like, it was just a very smooth game. Much better game from Gen.G. Actually, against Nongshim, he did not have a great game. Crazy Guy did not have a great game either. They didn't get a single round on attack. This time, both of those guys and everyone on RRQ, fantastic individual performances, but also they did most of the work on their attacking side, where last time they couldn't even get around against Nongshim. So clearly, either they had a mental break in that game specifically, or they've worked on things a lot since that game and learned some hard lessons from it.
Yeah, and here are some of the numbers from the game here. And you guys were talking about Crazy Guy and how he's, he stepped up, especially in that second half there. But the first half looked very much in, it was back and forth, but Zeta had a really good momentum there. And Shiota was one of the guys we were keeping our eyes on.
Yeah, I thought he played actually a really good game. But, all across on the other side as well, Gen.G is a natural standout on this RRQ team.
Yeah.
Who will take the map MVP there. And, I mean, Gen.G has been cooking this stage 1. Statistically, in terms of impact, I mean, Gen.G is looking better and better day by day. I think he's challenging for that top of Pacific.
Yeah, I think he might be the best duelist in Pacific. It's just that RRQ haven't necessarily been able to win anything. Like, I think obviously you can't go past Buzz because T1 has had so much success. Yeonmin's been a fantastic rookie, but Jemkin, especially if RRQ does really well this stage, you've got to really throw his name in the ring. He's been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Now, a guy who's just been added to this roster, a guy who's been crazy, and today we're seeing much more of that happening.
Let's see what you did there. Nice.
Yeah, you like it?
Oh my God! Wow. No,
I know.
I think he's been great. He's been a guy for sure. Some might say he is one of the guys of all time. No, I think his breach was much better last time he played Split. I think it was like 5 and 15 or something like that. This time 17 and 5 or something. Like literally flipped the scoreline back the other way. Supported his team well, did well in the mid round, and it seemed like their attack side calling was much more cleaned up as well. So doing everything that you would have wanted from him. I really liked what I saw from him on the breach.
Yeah, definitely a much better pace. Now, we were touching on Shota a bit on that Viper, and
yeah,
you know, he had some fantastic plays as
I
well.
liked him a lot on this first half. I feel like he understood the role nicely. He kept finding timings the whole way through. His lurks on A were good, and he was really able to shoot. I mean, I feel like on this first half, he played the Viper about as well as you could, to be honest. I was very impressed with his performance at the start, and I was really hoping that would, you know, we'd see that as well in the second half. But Shota was somebody who has been struggling so far this stage, but I do think there were signs of improvement for him in this map in that first half. So
Yeah.
his ceiling is clearly much higher than we've seen from him in the past. So it's about for him finding that consistency, and I think if he can do it, he'll be a great player for Japan.
Yeah, I think defense he kind of slowed down, as did the rest of Zeta, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm keeping my eye on him. They need to unlock more of him if they want to get to be able to, you know, get to the heights that they need to for Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that I did need to point out from this game. Depp did not have the great game, and I think I've pinpointed why. Look at this Sheriff skin. What are you doing,
What
Depp?
is that?
Change that right now. Change that this second. How are you supposed to win if that's what you... Terrible. Honestly, I saw that and it wound me up so much.
Yeah.
You can't win with those
You
kind
don't
of
like
skins.
the little plain skin?
Not
You guys
the,
believe
not
in the
pro-
power
not
of the skin,
professional level.
like good skins?
Oh yeah, skins feel different.
What are we talking about, Sheriff? Singularity?
Oh yeah, I would take
Red
that.
Singularity?
I would take that. Even a Reaver. That's, you know, there's a lot of classic options, but not the little aeroplane. Depp. Come on, get it fixed, man. Get it fixed.
Well, what I want to know is what our map MVP, do you guys remember what Sheriff skin he was using?
I don't, but it was probably
I
a
think
good
Singularity.
one. It was probably.
I think it's Singularity.
You're just going to call your favorite one.
I don't even have that one. It's never even come into the bloody... Riot, please. Please. Night market. Shot anything. Any day. I check every day.
I like the, I use the Arcane Sheriff.
Yeah, that's a good choice also.
Yuck.
What? Don't make that face.
wrong
Don't make
with
that face. It's like from the OG Riot games. Come on. But Jemkin, I don't know. I don't remember what Sheriff he was using, but he's definitely by far the map MVP there. Like you guys we're saying he just continues to get better and better. He's so good, Jemkin.
We can't call him the best duelist, but I think he's probably the best Yoru. Is that fair?
Yeah,
I think he's probably the best for Yoru.
He's up there.
Yeah, I could definitely get behind that argument. He's certainly playing it a lot as well. I mean, has he played anything else but Yoru yet?
Yeah, I think so.
Stage 1?
I think so.
Stage 1?
I don't know if he has. So we're going to have to get that
his
checked.
jet was insane in kickoff, and we're going to see Haven here, so that's the real test.
Oh, yeah.
If he's on Yoru again on Haven this time instead of Jet, then I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Not only Yoru main, Yoru one trick. He can't play anything else. This guy's trash. No, I'm kidding.
Well, Haven is coming up. Both of these teams have some history here on Haven, but RRQ have yet to show it this stage 1. Is it going to be Yoru? Is it going to be Jet? Is it going to be Raze?
What do you want to see, Pilsky?
I mean,
what about, for me, I think Yoru ISO can fit this team nicely.
No.
What? Really?
No.
You don't like it?
I think too many people are playing that comp when they shouldn't be, to be honest. Global esports, for example. But in my opinion, I think RRQ don't need to change anything on Haven. I think their Haven's been fantastic. They smashed Secret and DFM on this map in kickoff. They only lost in Gen.G with that insane comeback from Gen.G and the crazy Munchkin call in OT. They were 2-1 overall. They only lost in OT. They just played the boring meta comp, guys. Cushy on the Sova. You know, you chuck Crazy Guy on the breach. He was great on the breach on Split. Jemkin, every time he played Jet on this map, he was absolutely doming. So I don't think they need to do anything special. I think just keep it stock standard. and just, you know, run Zeta down. The thing is, Zeta, like, before kickoff, this was a great map for them. Like, in the off-season, this is a great map for them, but for some reason, in kickoff as well as Stage 1, it hasn't been as good as it was in the off-season, and it used to be. Like, Haven is a map I used to associate with the Japanese teams being quite good on, so they needed to rediscover that trend, rediscover that form a little bit.
Dep on Jet.
Dep on Jet?
I wouldn't say no to Dep on Jet. I think that would be...
miss it.
Yeah, I think that would be nice.
Just not the Jet Sheriff skin, the plane.
Oh, you're right. I can agree with that.
skins. Please, Dep. Please!
Especially, oh yeah, that combo is just blah. It just blah. It's good for the enemies to look at if they cringe as well.
No,
look at it.
what it is, it's so your opponent can't pick it up. They see it on the floor and they think it's not even
Nah,
worth
don't pick up the Sheriff.
It's not even worth the upgrade.
I'm gonna use this classic. But I hope in this next map, Shiota does pick it up, plays it better than that little reflex game that he did when he missed every single one in the content.
Oh yeah, the falling beam.
A lot of race car drivers
I just did that, and big time put me to shame. Like, absolutely diffed me.
Some of us are young and youthful. and have reaction times.
I have not recovered. I mean, I'm reminded that every time I queue ranked, so you don't need to do that IRL to me as well. That's all I had left.
All right, now back to the game. Does Zeta have a chance here? Yeah. Or do me and Paper Thin have a chance at winning our predictions today?
They do, but it's slim. They have to look a lot better than they did in that map 1 for me.
Yeah, they had a very slow
First half
start.
was good.
Yeah.
Just change your skin depth. It's not too late. You can do it like right now.
That's what we're going to put it down to. So, look, we'll see what Zeta is going to be bringing into this one. I don't think RRQ should change a thing, personally. I'm very interested to see what Zeta are going to be bringing for us. Dep will be over. Onto that Neon, you're going to have clues on the Teo. So they're playing pretty much the meta comp, just no Sova. They have Teo instead, and I'm glad to see Dep back on the Neon. In the off-season, he was a terror on this agent.
Yeah, it was good, but on the side of RRQ, I got it right once again. We got Yoru ISO coming across, Gen.G on the ISO, Monyet on the Yoru. Now, this is a sizable change, but I like it. Now, we're talking about, do they have the personnel to pull it off, like some of the bigger names do? But I think Monyet and Gen.G can make this work.
Good. Ooh, that's a curious swap there. All right, we're going to go to Casters and Clinton. I want to talk about our Preds today. Do you ever feel so paper thin, like a House of Cards?
A plastic bag?
One map from caving in?
Okay, that was the toss. I don't know. Do you ever feel?
Yes, I feel.
Okay.
I feel many things.
All right. Well,
today it's disappointment.
Well, let's see. There's still some time for that to be turned around. But yeah, Tess talking about it, obviously.
I don't know that song, whatever she's referencing, by the way.
If it was it a song?
I assume.
Was that a song? I don't know. She has a headset off. She's not listening anymore, so she can't give me a nod. If it is, I have no clue what it is. Either way, Dep sliding in, finding himself a transfer with that frenzy in hand. 2 kills going to be collected as we are off to the races here in the pistol round.
Yes. This is what I want to see. Double tap expires too. Oh, everything going Zeta's way on this round. Okay, well.
How about this one?
Oh no!
What have you done?
Why do I talk?
I ask that question every day, but okay, Showtime able to find one. Now into the 1v1. And why do you talk indeed? I'm happy to just solo cast the rest of this if you want to shut the hell up. But it was a great start. But it's RQ's pistol in the end.
Why? Why does it have to be like this?
Sliggy, red card this man.
Yeah, I'll take. You know what? I'll own that one. Well, there's nothing but just being flat wrong there. I mean, that was a Sliggy moment of my own right there. Just, oh yeah, this is good. Nope.
But here's what I'll say.
Yeah.
I like the look. If that's how the rounds are widely going to go and the tempo that's going to be set, I think that could be very good for Zeta Division.
I agree, but it's deeply concerning that you're not ready for that angle. That's a pretty common one for a player to be coming from. I mean, just caught Dep completely off guard there after that stunner of an opener. Oh, well.
Push down through the sewer. XCL going to come away with one. Cushy looking for a little bit more. Has to swap over the classic. The outlaw shots to try to go ahead and save him off. And Crazy Guy able to go ahead and push forward, refill some space. Headshot found, but kill not confirmed. Shota backpedaling, shock dart not going to connect. As he is now very much pinned and picked apart. So 2 kills going to be found. The pace still there. The scrappiness very much present, but it's RRQ 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect with a Neon here that it can be a little bit pacier at times. I mean, the way Boom plays it, though, sometimes they're pretty slow with the Neon on this attacker side on this map, but certainly for Zeta, I like the tempo. Just, you know, see if you can throw them off balance. It can work, and against an ISO comp, you know, if you can kind of get ahead of the curve a little bit, you know, you do put the ball in the ISO's court in a way. That's, I mean, it doesn't go well sometimes, like we saw in the pistol, but...
Dem.G, holy hell.
There you go.
Down to 4 HP, just util dump over at main. Still does have a shield, but with the Bulldog, can be a little bit rougher. Trying to find a value there, so it looks like, yeah, he's just going to pass the weapon over.
Good guy, Gen.G.
Worth noting, we didn't get to talk about, just given how crazy these first 2 rounds have been.
Yeah.
First ever performance on Omen for Crazy Guy.
Interesting.
He's never played this before, to my knowledge.
Has Gen.G played ISO?
I want to say no. Xfero. Window being watched here for the moment by Sugar Zero. And we'll be able to go ahead and find that elimination. So kill confirmed. Moniette staying here, getting tagged up while within the smoke. This Crazy Guy, ooh, drifting across, but the glimpse is going to be caught. Jemkin still somehow comes away with 1 before falling. Depp going to be put down on the floor. The frenzy in hand, not going to find too much. Cushy maybe coming in from an unanticipated. You can't do this. We've seen this so many times, teams trying this. If somebody's pulled that off in practice or in a private lobby, I'd like to see it. But so far on stage, hasn't come to fruition, so he will fall. And bonus conversion going to be denied, and very minimal casualties here on the side of Zeta. Just the 1 player on the ground, so widely all the weaponry going to be saved.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way they're playing. Decisive, aggressive. You know, let Depp try to do what he can to create some space for you, and then follow up off the back of that. I mean, when Depp's at his best, Split was definitely one of his worst maps I've ever seen from him earlier today, but when he's clicking, he's one of the best in the business, so rely on that, see if you can break things open, grab into Sugar Zero.
XTL able to find Moniette. Meantime, and Sugar Zero wins out the fight. Both duelists on the side of RQ dead off the rip. As I'd love to see how XTL got that kill. It happened over in window through the wall.
My ult is ready.
Just a read, maybe. Or maybe trapped him with the util or something. Ooh,
Cushy absolutely destroys them all. Spike on the floor. He's scaling forward, on for an ace. Yet another one here for him in his rookie season. Neural theft, ping revealed out. Push out of the smoke. Shota not going to allow for it to happen. Crazy Guy now very much thinking better about going for the peak.
Now you have a decision to make as Shota. Do you try to sell the fake, like you've gone all the way to C, and then just pump the brakes and wait for Crazy Guy to go over? You had a pretty decent read on where he'd be based on your neural theft. And you have gambled correctly. Shota has a chance. He looked really sharp on Split. Could clutch out around that. Started like it was going to be an easy walk in the park for Zeta, eliminating 2 huge threats early. But then Cushy had other things to say. It's been just so tremendous. Crazy Guy, the new pickup, a chance to really put the screws to Zeta.
Very much bails him out if he can go ahead and get this victory. Either way, damage has been dealt, and it's going to be a Red Bull clutch for Shota to go ahead and tie things up at 2-2, avoiding the same script from the previous map. Tie it up nice and early, and that is everything out of the hands of RRQ.
Oh, he just walked out into the open there. All right. This is just crazy. Oh my God, Cushy.
Yeah, damn clean, but so too are the follow-up kills from Shota to be able to go ahead and get the round win for Zeta. Some Marshall, Stinger, 2 Sheriffs, and a Classic here.
And Hunter's Fury. That pretty suspicious off that corner. Spamming it down, just trying to create a little bit of a distraction. Loses the spike. Be careful here. He's just going to step up and take his turn to spray through. They're looking for that push out with the weaker buy. But RRQ is happy to wait. Try to see if they can lure them into A site, but it is just going to be a change of direction for the side of Zeta mostly. Pass the spike over, Clues will maybe look for that kill towards mid, the lurking players, as they set up for the B hit. Only X-Pharaoh here.
Plant come through safely, and I mean, Depp is fully blinded up. He's backpedaling and just happens to hit a lucky headshot. Cushy, great boss the previous round, taken down. As Zeta look to flawlessly get themselves into the lead, but not quite gonna happen. Gen.G does manage to find one. Depp with 3. Let's go ahead and move Zeta up to the same score line. Now in the lead. RQ back in for another bye.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what this starts to look like now for RRQ. You know, trying out this ISO Yoru comp. You know, obviously the double duelist with an ISO on this map, something that going back to Fnatic in previous iterations of it was perfected, I would say, by T1 in a way. So a lot of teams have been leaning into it. And so far it just hasn't had that coordination that they'd like. Need a little bit more out of Jemkin and Monyet. Kind of clear some space. Can be a little tricky on the defender side, obviously, and against a Neon. You do have Depth Ult, you do have an Armageddon as well, so the ability to clear out that right side of B site and get the plant down, especially now that you know that Garage is clear after that drone gets through.
A little bit of a spray cross, minor damage suffered there by Depp. Jemkin able to find one shot, they're going to be taken down. As, Depp into the open. So just go ahead and slide away. Has he escaped? Looks at the answer, maybe yes. XCL causing a bit of a distraction there from the flank. Does find one. The ISO going to be picked off, but this round is very much still looking great for the side of RRQ.
Here.
Monyet tucked back plat with the open hand. Crazy guy.
One enemy remaining.
Yep. Able to just swiftly take down Depp. Monyet will find the headshot. So 3-3. We are all tied up.
Yeah, this one's a bit of a head scratcher for me for Zeta. I felt like they had a really good opportunity to try to get a plant down on B, to use that Armageddon just to buy the time that you would need to put the spike down. But instead, they try to force their way through Garage, and they don't have anybody to quickly back up that stealth drone, so therefore RRQ is able to retake that space themselves and just kind of collapse on top of Zeta. So it seemed like Zeta had a plan at the beginning of the round, just went with it the whole way. There was no mid-round adjustment, and I think it cost them. Here we go. Deps just turn on the afterburners.
Looking for another pacey hit. Cushy sprinting across through the spawn to try to get into position. Maybe a Hunter's Fury available to try to go ahead and stop the plant from coming through. As, okay, suppress out onto 2. Hunter's Fury is going to be sent. Paranoia flying through as well. Cushy does come away with one. Depth reading it well, catching a second elimination, looking for the third, is able to find it as Armageddon does get rolled out. Not going to be necessary, it would seem. This crazy guy now last one standing. Spike planted back sight. Salvos trying to slip the approach. No, thought better of. This crazy guy's position now confirmed here inside the site. 9 bullets remaining. Depp on the approach here from behind. The spike now planted for him, but crazy guy, he's not playing towards it. He's out in front, out into the open, and Depp will happily go ahead and collect up a 4-piece.
Looks so good. Again, some of these rounds are so just wild. I thought maybe you could use the Yoru ult to set up the Hunter's Fury there, but they just went for it, and Depp just used that opportunity to put the lightning fingers on, catch RRQ really off guard. Crazy guy almost pulls off a miracle. That long lurk from Depp had just enough time to get there. Still, I'd like to see a little bit more coordination playing off of each other in those post plants when you've got a 1vx scenario, or an XV1 in this case for Zeta. This time faking the quick C hit, baiting out a ton of players. There's a Guardian buy down for Crazy. And they're going to use the ult. Now they're getting the read. Let's see if Zeta can get over to the A site quick enough to kind of catch RRQ before they're able to get the bulk of their forces over. Just comes down to confidence and timing.
It's going to be xFaro still a world away. Paranoias get exchanged on both sides. Dart getting a ping out. Depp needing quite a bit of damage as he slides Depp over into the cubby. Similarly here for Clues, it's an immense amount. Still looking for an opener, but Gen.G a little bit more snappy with it. Finds that kill. Weapon drawn out, but xFaro felled on B site. Player advantage now here for the side of Zeta Division. Couple weak HP bars, but same could be said for Crazy Guy.
Gen.G's got his ult too now.
Oh, Crazy Guy spotting one, trying to line it up. A couple taps there. Does take XCL a little bit lower, but Depp watching the flank. Finds one, and Gen.G is just not looking cozy here when it comes down to the ISO. No tied up scoreline. Zeta now up by 2.
All right, I think now I would suspect that there's going to be a stoppage of the time by Ewok. Just walking up the ramp. Zeta so sharp today. Depth there. Doing a great job being pesky on the flank angles. I like this with the Neon. The way that they're kind of all over the map with it. Use it to create some space early and then watch the flanks late. Really good on-the-fly decision-making by Zeta there as well to pull back off of that A hit because they had taken just a little bit too long. RRQ was able to get there in time. And they're able to just kind of send, Sota in there. Nice drawing, by the way, too.
Oh, yeah.
Very good. I was just talking about him. But then to pivot over to C, good reads. This time for Zeta, who are looking really sharp here. This is RRQ's map pick, thinking maybe we haven't shown Haven this split, so let's see if we can catch teams a little bit off balance. We've been working on the double duos comp ourselves, but Zeta just comfy. A map that for years, this and Ascent feels like these are the two Zeta maps where they're going to at least be competitive. And the only ults to really speak of here are the Cyphers. It is going to be a weaker buy for RRQ. This time, going to spread the map 2-on-2. Depp pushing space towards the garage, and there is a trap wire in there. Does it get cleared? Yes.
Salvo able to go ahead and clear the way for them. Quick little injection of pressure over towards that garage, and then a very quiet slide out. Zeta pivoting back over towards this A site. It's just Moniette jiggling with the classic. Just trying to gain info here for the team. Catches a glimpse, has to back away.
I'm out of here.
But Zeta's been tricky. They've been not overcommitting to many of these hits, especially against the Ecos. They're very, very patient. We saw it earlier in this half. So RRQ there, not really going to overcommit, just slide the extra player over from B. And that's going to send Crazy Guy over.
And they clear on that recon.
Yep.
Drone going out.
It keeps the interest, and now they hear the stealth drone coming their way. Guardian going to be spotted,
30
so
seconds left.
Zeta got to be feeling pretty good about their odds here on this C site, knowing that util weaponry is going to be limited here for RRQ. Fast lane going to go up. xFaro tucked away. Oh, quick turn, finds one, cannot get the second.
He dodged all that util. Oh, Depp.
Cushy down, means Guardian on the floor. Moniette does manage to go ahead and pick it up, but Gen.G, the distraction, the flank, not come to fruition. Thrifty nowhere in sight, but Zeta up to 6.
They've been very, very good in these anti-eco rounds with being patient, not, giving anything away. And then, so this time it's just a great fake sell by Clues. Nice positioning by xFaro to, again, dodge all the utility from Zeta's execute, but it's only able to find one for his troubles. Depp looking really comfortable on Neon, and the spirit's very good for Zeta. You can hear it in the comms. still having some fun. And Depp, this is what happens with him. He might have a bad map, but he always seems to just bounce right back, time and time again. You know, it was abysmal on Split, and now he's the hero for Zeta here on Haven so far. Just waiting at the edge of the smoke is Monyet.
Expecting someone to push him. Jemkin's still just off. And Zeta able to just go ahead, stay stagnant. See the ping out. As Monyet is forced to go ahead, gate crash. It's over towards Hell. Shock dart down. Tiny bit of damage going to be found there as Depp eats a bit more there on the approach, but he just barrel stuffs Cushy right out through the smoke. Barrel depth reveal here from X-Feral. Not looking like it means too much to Zeta. Shrugging this one off. Quick push up into the smoke. Monyet able to find one, swaps the weapon over, catches a shot on the Depp, finishes him off. Crazy Guy finds clues, and now looking very good for the side of RRQ as Crazy Guy picks up a 3K. Gives RRQ a 4th round win.
Great patience here by Monyet. Lurking around those smokes the whole round, waiting for his opportunity. Gets flushed out by the util. Catches XDL, sleeping a little bit, crouched in. Just watching a different angle. They weren't anticipating that he could have been in the cubby. God, Depp is ferocious. Yeah, poor XDL there. Great swap of the weapons, and Depp is sure he's gone down the sewers. Doesn't even check the corner.
I don't know what's happening.
I'm pretty sure I heard. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I kind of felt that way too a bit.
Oh, wow.
No.
Shock dart lands at Depp's feet. Absolutely destroys him, and Crazy Guy playing forward aggressively collects the kill. Solid little set play here from the side of RRQ.
I think the vulnerable caught him too.
Just absolutely destroying that pesky entry power Zeta's been relying on. This is just pings everywhere at the moment here from Zeta. Monyet finding himself another kill there. Shota going to be taken down on the Jiggle Peak, and this right now is looking good for RRQ to try to rally back a bit. Still an opportunity to make this 6-6. From the defender's side and from how everything was going, would still be a very strong position for them. Zeta not wanting to allow that to happen. Slow creep in. Jemkin going to be forced off the angle. Still has this shield at the ready. And he's just going to swing for it, and this time he's able to find the shot. Cleans him up, they line up! And that's going to be a flawless here as RRQ look to rescue the half.
Last round in the half.
Just really solid. You know, finally you're able to get some value out of the operator. You have that early combo with the util to set up the kill for Crazy Guy. Jemkin back to what we're used to seeing out of Jemkin. A lot more consistent there with the shooting. Hasn't won a kill contract yet, I don't believe.
Nope. He's 0 for 2 in that regard. Maybe a chance.
There's a chance this round.
Get one on the board.
Yeah. I mean, he's still 11.
Weaker weaponry.
Yeah, he's still 11-9. Depp's got the ult. There it goes. They're just going to respect it.
Oh, I mean, he is just pushing here. Cushy destroyed. Left on an island. Up on top of the box goes Crazy Guy. Depp's just going to strike him down. I guess that wasn't worth watching. As Monyet finds him his way out of the corner. Mask now on. Goes straight back into the trenches, looking to scout out for the rest of his team. A 3v3 with Monyet down low. Sends it the fake out. Jemkin able to find one. Now the ult going to be invested. Pull in. Jemkin's on. He's all alone. He's got to win this and then somehow survive, but you can see Clues was going to be in position all the same, so the round was effectively over. Zeta Division not going to allow for the tie-up. It's going to be 7-5 at the half, but Zeta need to get things going here. They need to find the first pistol of this series because 7-5 is still not bad at all for RRQ.
No, yeah. This is very respectable for RRQ. You know, first time running this comp on stage. Really some good ideas from Zeta, some good map work in terms of mid-rounding and things like that. Some shaky rounds too, but frankly, you know, like Zeta's looked good in a couple halves. You know, there was one half where RRQ just ran away with things, so you gotta hope that's not gonna be the case here, and Zeta's able to kind of maintain their grip. But with RRQ on the attacker side now, definitely gonna be a different look with this double duelist comp. Haven in general, slightly attacker-sided. So, big pistol coming up for both teams. But it is weird to see Jemkin, like, you think with the kill contracts, you're just like, oh, he's money.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been.
I mean,
been broke.
Yeah, I mean, you called it like his KD at the end of the half. It's basically like narrowly positive.
Yeah.
And that's fine. But there were so many kills that we got to see where it's like, okay, like those kill contracts, those 2 that he whipped, should have been his. That last one that he whipped should have been his. That would have been 14 and 9. A couple of those other kills were just off kilter, not finding shots. That pick that came through when he's trying to anchor down on B, watch for those flanks. Not what we're used to seeing as far as the crispness is concerned.
Yeah.
But RRQ, let's see how they fare. They're looking to go 4-0 on pistols. Slingshot their way back into this map. Depth, though, out in front, 16-8-3. If he can continue to be a crushing force from this defense, then I think Zeta is going to be just fine.
And he's just right at the door of the shorty. Good luck reading this. Not many teams will go for the shorty on the pistol round.
But if you want to go an entry into this, I mean, you have a nullifying factor. You can have Gen.G lead the charge with the shield, but it looks like they don't even want to try to play around with it. XTL at the same time, eating a headshot from Crazy Guy with a quick peek into that A connector.
Well, it feels like Gen.G hasn't been comfortable with the timings. Whoa, Monyet barely wins that. Hasn't been comfortable with the timings on the double taps.
Yeah.
He hasn't really seemingly got the kind of read on when to pop them. It might be different on this attacker side. It's a little bit easier to judge when things are going to get messy usually. But it can be tough against Zeta because they are kind of slower. They will be a little bit more methodical than a lot of other teams in Pacific. So I get it. Oh, this tripwire, though, gives away everything on the backside.
3-player approach from behind, a 4v5. They attempted the retake. Monyet. Only one tagged up at the moment. Everybody else damn healthy, and Gen.G now able to find a good timing with that shield. Might just come to save his life here as Monyet will be taken down. Gen.G swinging out and gets the reset. In Cushy now, just Cushy. On the site, trying to hold things down, looking every which way. Zeta just playing around with them, have to go ahead and get the stick. And will be able to find themselves their first pistol of this series.
Yeah, even though this is, I think, pretty well read by RRQ, Zeta's just a little bit better in the shooting department this time around. I mean, this time you have the double tap popped when it should be for Gen.G. He just loses the battle. It can be a real difference maker if he's able to get another reset on that. But I think it was clues from heaven, or somebody got him, and definitely a big, big win for Zeta. And they could be pushing us to a map 3, pushing us over to Fracture. Outlaw for depth, couple Bulldogs, Guardian, pistol for clues. No buy-ups at all for RRQ. Just gonna have to wait out the util dump. A little bit of spam, a little bit of damage.
2 players, no, 3 getting tagged up actually. Quick little jiggle peek. Stun, gonna be good. Bounce into the corner. Damage still dealt. Using the fake out to try to body block here is Monyet. Puts around the corner though, up in front of the shield. Runs out of bullets. Shows they're able to find one, but Clue's gonna be traded out. Pushes out the back, pivots away. Finds one, but Xpharaoh finds him, and suddenly the Thrifty looking to come to fruition. Slide across though in depth. Maybe able to bail them out, and he does. 2 players narrowly surviving Zeta. They close out the anti-eco. But my God, if it wasn't scary there for them for a moment.
Oh, it's scrappy as heck. I mean, the timing here, it looked like Zeta was going to have enough time to react. You know, Clues is playing pretty good delay there with Teo utility, but they're just not really able to get there comfortably in time. A lot of very happy Zeta fans. There's one being pumped up in the back. Let's go.
Bit more to cheer for.
Yes.
And if they can get the bonus conversion, then you have to be feeling like we are going to Fracture. Depp about to go for the jiggle peek. Decides to still slide forward, but the Stinger is able to find one. Puts Crazy Guy to about half.
Well, Sheriff is going to have to sing for XDL. He's shifting his direction over. Just trying to get Cushy closer to that ult. We'll be one away now from a Hunter's Fury, so.
Clues would love them to come pushing on this angle.
Oh, so close.
Shot in to put Xpharaoh down to 10, but cannot confirm the kill. Being said, though, you've got 2 players on RRQ with 66 HP between the 2 of them. Big out baited there from window. Next deal finds Moniette. Down to 5, so pretty even footing here for both of the teams.
Yeah, honestly, this could go very awry for RRQ. I like their read, though. Kind of guessing that the space would be clear, and if there is an outlaw there, you could probably trade.
30 seconds left.
Util is going to confirm for Zeta. Oh, good salvos.
Forces him off the angle, into the corner. Some time bought. Everybody now going to be in position. Paranoia at the ready from Crazy Guy. Sends it off the back of the fault line. Sphero still in a good position to be able to get some damage done. Spots at the gun barrel, swings in, finding 1, finding 2. And that's going to be Cushy there on the site to find the rest. RRQ not allowing for a bonus conversion. 3 players survive. They get themselves a round win here on the attack.
These have been some really wild back and forth rounds. I mean, when you feel like one team has an advantage, the other team's able to punch back and make it close. Nice little trade there set up by Zeta in the garage, but at the end of the day, the better weaponry in the post-plant positions, very powerful for RRQ. Now they've got a Hunter's Fury to boot. So Cushy, let's see how they want to navigate that. Pretty far off, well, 2 away from Jemkin's kill contract. Deb getting reasonably close to his ult, which has proved to be a difference maker for Zeta. A lot of times you might see Neons just sit on that ult for rounds after rounds, but Deb happy to just let her rip, and he's so good with it. Why not?
Shields up, wall, riding forward. Flash going to be turned away from Sugar Zero, not getting caught by that one, and is able to find the first elimination. Looks for a little bit more, but Jemkin's there to trade it back. She'll down play Cushy on a lurk, but looks like Depp is at least anticipating somebody to come crossing in this direction. Cushy is more than happy to just stay tucked back. The gun barrel's going to be spotted. Depp now just wondering, how do I get him out of this position?
Go, go, go.
They'll just go ahead and slide forward, instantly dome him. Not near. There you go. Cushy's dead. Player advantage now here for the side of Zeta division as they look to continue the retake. Depp sliding forward, shut down, overdrive. Does have him fall. I thought Jemkin maybe would pull the trigger actually on the ultimate. He does not. One-way setup. Diffuse held to half. First player fallen. Clues down. Moniette now pushing in from garage. He will find the final 2. Back-to-back rounds here for the side of RRQ. Deficit now just 2.
Oh, fantastic post plant here from RRQ. This is a tough one. You know, Zeta doing everything they can, being really aware of the potential positionings of RRQ players early into that spike plant, but that crossfire position, great job by Crazy Guy playing his life. Not getting killed there makes that so much more difficult for Zeta and makes it so much easier for Moniette. That's going to bring the first timeout from Zeta on this map. They actually hadn't gone for one yet. It's been looking pretty good for them, to be fair. See what kind of adjustments maybe want to be made. I'm very curious. I don't feel like I've seen a ton that Zeta's been doing like incorrect, but maybe XQQ and Carlisle noticed a tendency from RRQ they want to try to punish. But so far I feel like Zeta's been playing it pretty steady, pretty well. Just maybe want to get a little bit ahead of the game, not have to play for retake quite so much. Still though, nice bounce back for Zeta no matter how you slice it. Maybe we get to a map 3. Maybe we get another fracture today. Need all of that map I can get before it's gone again.
True.
But with these big ultimates, maybe this is what actually they want to talk about, was the kill contract and the Hunter's Fury, how they could maybe play ahead of that. I mean, Zeta is also on a weaker buy. A lot of players in mid. They're just holding right at the, they're just kind of anticipating that maybe after the timeout it was going to be a B hit. But nobody even thinking about that for RRQ. They're just going to wait. Just hold angles. That seems to be the name of the game for Zeta here on this eco. Just kind of see what RRQ does and react off the back of that. A drone gets nothing. sees absolutely zero. So they got to be thinking, oh yeah, we've got a good read here at B, I swear.
Stun up relay bolt going to be sent. Depp sliding forward, collecting one. Cushy going to be taken down. And that's a weapon recovered. E-site still going to be opened up though. RRQ getting into a plant position as Jemkin catches a quick little glimpse here on the clues, but shield is gone. Not going to be able to get any kind of reset. Undercut going to be sent through just to try to stave them off. Spike still not yet planted.
Still has his ult, does Jemkin.
I feel like you'd rather send it sooner rather than later.
Yep.
You know, you're going to have a decent opportunity as far as weapon advantage is concerned, and just getting the deficit closed even further. I think it would be worth sending the kill contract. But they think differently. Crazy guy holding here from the corner. Able to find one shot. They're going to be taken down. He gets himself a second. Sugar Zero. Depp answering one apiece. That's as good as it gets. 3 kills found, but the round win still goes the way of RRQ.
Well, if your crossfires are good enough, it's totally fine to just hold on to the ult, see if you can maybe save it for an execute then. The setup for depth there, beautiful, beautiful from XDL. Gave Zeta some hope. I liked how Zeta was keeping that rifle in the back of their conga line as they were going through a link, just in case the ult came through, I think. You know, that way, maybe you're giving yourself a good opportunity there to just throw a bad gun at it, let Depp zoom in there, kill some players, and see what happens. Now you've got all the ults for RRQ. And good opportunity to tie this map up. Zeta one away, though, from an Armageddon. Let's see what Monyet does. Yeah, just going to let it rip.
Dimensional drift fake out there to go ahead, guide the rest of the team through the traps. Who's going to be spotted? No one else really going to be noticed, and time is running out on the dimensional drift, so we'll just go ahead and gate crash back over in towards main, but Xfero trying to go on a bit of a linger, caught in window. Bolt committed, Jemkin winning it. Is Monyet backing away. So the flash just backpedaling in. Tucked behind the box, fault line not going to connect. The jump up over the top, Sugar Zero can't plant his feet fast enough, and Depth's tagged up, but still alive here for the moment. As Recon gets sent, clues, snappy readjust, finds Jemkin. Suddenly, there's an advantage here for the side of Zeta. Armageddon to try to clear the way. The push out of the smoke. Cushy and Crazy Guy both on point. Are able to shut it down. Depp suffering the same fate. XCL fighting his way out, but there's just no HP. There's no time available. Crazy Guy will take him down, and we are tied up at 9-9. Everyone dead. But RRQ, the one celebrating.
Ah, that was really nice. Finally, Jemkin's able to win a kill contract. Took him long enough, but he got there, and it better late than never. Huge round here from Monyet to hold those boxes up at A lobby. That gave Zeta fits and slowed them way down. And even though you're able to do some serious damage, it's not nearly enough, and now Zeta's back onto an eco. Rolling Thunder for XDL. Still have a Hunter's Fury for Cushy. Oh boy.
Close. Slide out, Depp gonna be good for one once again, but this time a bit better covering fire. Not as much damage gonna be suffered. 2 kills found, no chance at a Thrifty here.
Well, now they heard some other shots, so can use the ult there to confirm positioning. Zeta's just gonna spread the map. Crazy Guy says, I know exactly where you aren't, so I'm gonna go up into heaven. Clue seems to read this.
He does. Cannot find the shot. Crazy Guy still alive. Spike just now being brought forward. Little stray shots there from Shota, just hoping that he finds any kind of kill there. And this Crazy Guy will just go ahead, drop down. Cam cleared out. Double approach from heaven to try to see if they can get any damage dealt, but some very snappy shots from Xfero will get RRQ now into the lead for the first time since round 2.
Yep. Well, yeah, round 2. Yeah, because Zeta tied it up on round 4, so it's been a while, but they're getting there. They're clawing their way back, and they're looking really sharp doing it.
It's been 5 in a row.
Yeah, now they're starting to look pretty comfortable on this composition. Trying to find some good openings. Zeta really needs a win so they can stabilize their economy. Yeah, that catches the wire. Still have the cam there for Zeta. He's just gonna back the hell out. Sugar Zero there as well to cover his back a little bit.
You have a Rolling Thunder playing for the retake. I don't think it's going to be too bad of a proposition here for Zeta Division, but they still have to get their way over towards that site.
Correct, Pharaoh's playing.
Required spotting one, and Clues once again has these great readjusts. Reads it well. Pharaoh dealt with, but XCL, elbow spotted out. Now a 4v4. Monyet trying to escape. Practically snaps back and gets behind him.
Enemy remaining.
What in the hell? I didn't see that in the replay, but now it's all down to depth. He cannot make it happen. And that's the ult gone from XCL. That's a major loss here from Zeta Division. Not only do they allow for RRQ to win a 6th round in a row to stretch the lead by 2, but they lose out on their Rolling Thunder.
That's a bit of a misstep. It's brutal for Zeta. Not having somebody to make sure that XDL was going to be safe in that spot. Really good awareness from RRQ to understand, you know, where that ult was likely to be coming from and to get ahead of the curve. That is perfectly timed. I mean, it's hard to do it better than that. And then Monyet just happy as hell because he TP'd right into their back lines and found value.
And it's a bit of luck. I mean, he has it preset.
Yep.
Panics, jumps out, and then just hits the headshot.
Hey, that's part of the the Yoru game. Catching them a bit off guard, and Zeta trying to turn this one around. What was looking like they had a really good chance. Finally got that pistol win. Oh, 2Kid.
Get them started on Valorant nice and early.
That's right. Get him that ultralight mouse.
Yeah. Brought to you by Pulsar Intense. So now, another opportunity here at Zeta. Can they break this win streak? It's their final timeout call of this map, potentially of this series. As they can get back into the saddle. Almost cash-wise, RRQ very well stacked up rather, to try to just live out through the rest of this map.
Scanning ahead.
Right up over the top, Monyet catching a glimpse. Hunter's Fury going to be sent out here in response, and Cushy does collect. XCL going to be taken down. Depp able to find 2 before getting taken down. Sugar Zero playing close to the corner, comes away with another. Shock dart in, Cushy takes him down. Crazy guy now. Last one standing. Spike collected, sets up the smoke. Slowly looks to exit, but he has no idea about Shota's position.
Yeah, it's a tough one to read. Tough decision for Shota. Do you push through the smoke or not? Both of them kind of anticipating that they're going to push.
And Crazy Guy is reading it correctly. The gun barrel about to be spotted. And there's the head. There's the kill. A 3K from Crazy Guy. Another round in a row from RRQ. As they get up to match point. Looking to make this a very swift evening indeed.
Tep just disrespecting everything, just trying to create space, and does. But the response from Crazy Guy, this is just phenomenal awareness. Phenomenal awareness. I mean, that's why you bring a player like him in. Has that big brain that can win you rounds just on sheer intuition. Huge. And everything in the kitchen sink in terms of the economy being thrown at this round for Zeta. They got to get 3 just to push overtime. That's the ult for Jemkin.
I think if I saw this correctly, we'll find out here in a moment. As gets the pull here on the depth, who needs to win this fight. He cannot. Jemkin will put him down. Exit the kill contract.
Cover going out.
And it looks like RRQ more than happy with that as far as the C site is concerned. They back away.
What were you going to mention just a second ago?
I was going to say if Depp gets 2 kills in this round, even if RRQ win it, I'm pretty sure it drops 30 in a loss.
Yeah, he had 28.
It's been insane.
Yeah, no. He is going crazy on the Neon. It's just not enough. And it's as good as some of the other players can be on his team. They just haven't quite found it here on Haven. There's a chance.
Slow up, camera cleared out. The fake out here is Monyet taking a pot shot. Nothing going to be found. Once again, the rotation call from RRQ.
30 seconds left.
Looking like maybe that C site after all. Sugar Zero has been posted up here the entire time. XCL now works his way across to try to reinforce. The wall coming through. Back plat, spotted out. XCL gonna need to try to catch them here off guard. Finds the first, 10 seconds now remaining. The spike being planted. Aftershock at the ready, the Armageddon as well. Everything in the kitchen sink is gonna have to be Seven Sparrow able to cut them down.
Whoa!
Includes
Whoa!
the transfer! Finding 3, but the spike in play. Monyet sat back site, 5 HP. Does he know? He does, but he cannot get it. Monyet will take him down. So very close. But Zeta Division will fall to the wayside in this series. 13-9, RRQ secure the 2-0 victory.
Got to be feeling pretty good about RRQ right now. It certainly seems like they are finding a bit more form. They're finding a bit more comfort. Yeah, it looked a little uncomfortable at first with Crazy Guy, but last couple of matches have been pretty good. You know, Zeta as well looking good, but you really got to like what you're seeing, especially from Crazy Guy. He had a great map here on Haven, 23 and 13. Gen.G in the ISO, a little bit shaky, but first time out, you know, you can understand.
You can give some excuses, and in the end, I mean, when we touched in on it earlier, he was +2. When we look at it at the end, he's +2. So he's consistent as ever.
Good, honest Valorant.
Well, none of that salt of the earth Valorant here today. 2-0s abound as both of our Japanese teams suffering some losses here. Zeta, a bit more fire behind him, a bit better performances across these two maps, but clearly still some work to be done. But I still am overall positive about the trend that they find themselves on. We'll go ahead and send it down to the stage, so of course have Jen standing by.
Massive congrats for today's winners, RRQ. Now, Crazy Guy, if I can have you over here. I'm just gonna... Alright. 네, RRQ의 크레이지 가이 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. 팀의 합이 점점 올라오고 있는 것 같은데요. 아무래도 새로 합류한 입장에서 RRQ는 어떤 팀인 것 같고 또 IGL로서 어떤 부분에 집중하고 있는지부터 들어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, Crazy Guy. Now it looks like you guys kind of found your groove. You have a good momentum going on. So as someone that joined the roster, right? What is it like working with these guys? What do you think RRQ's strengths are, and what are you focusing on? What are your priorities as the IGL?
Before I joined this team, I know that they are all good players, like very sharp. So when I join in, I just try to find a balance between like my play style and then my teammate play style, and we work a lot for that. And this is the result.
먼저 들어오기 전에 RRQ 선수들 워낙 에임도 좋고 좋은 선수들이 많이 모여 있다는 걸 알았기 때문에 합류한 이후에는 본인의 플레이 스타일과 RRQ의 플레이 스타일의 밸런스를 찾는데 굉장히 많은 노력을 했고 또 시간을 투자했고 그리고 지금 굉장히 좋은 흐름을 타고 있다고 얘기를 하는데요. 근데 상당히 파격적인 시도를 많이 보여주고 있는 RRQ입니다. 오늘 헤이븐에서도 잼킨 선수의 아이소, 모니엣의 요루 그리고 크레이지가이의 오멘 세 선수 모두 대회에서 이 요원들을 보여준 건 처음으로 알고 있는데 헤이븐 메타 조합도 굉장히 결과가 좋았는데 이렇게 좀 전혀 다른 조합을 시도하게 된 이유도 들어보고 싶네요. I want to ask you about drastic changes that you guys have been implementing because stat-wise from what I've heard and from what the guys at the desk tell me, it's the first time Jemkin played the ISO in an official, first time Monyet played the Yoru. In an official and first time for you on the Omen as well. You don't really play a lot of controllers and your Haven meta comp was working for you so well. So why throw this away and just completely change things up?
For our team, me and my coach think like we need play at least like 2 comps during the league because we gonna play like different opponents. So against every opponent we need to have different play style, and we're gonna decide which comp we're gonna play. So for this game, I think double duelist is our choice. So that's why.
What do you think this comp offers, though? Because it looks like you guys kind of had to move away from your comfort picks.
About this comp, we feel like Gen.G and Monjet have a like space to play. They can shoot. They can decide what they want to do. They don't need to follow like the shot book. So
it's
that's
more
why.
lenient.
Yeah, they can just focus on the aim.
먼저 감코진과 크레이지가이 선수가 얘기를 했을 때 그래도 맵마다 조합 2개 정도는 있어야 될 것 같다고 판단을 해서 이번 조합을 선택하게 됐고 선보이게 됐다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그렇기 때문에 이 상대가 누구냐에 따라서 좀 다양한 옵션을 맵마다 갖고 있는 게 얼마나 중요한지를 좀 얘기를 많이 했다고 합니다. 그리고 이 조합의 장점에 있어서는 아무래도 문예트 선수와 잼킨 선수가 조금 더 자율성을 가지고 에임에 집중하면서 하고 싶은 플레이를 해줄 수 있는 그런 환경을 만들어줄 수 있어서 그런 점이 굉장히 좋다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 왜 잼킨 선수가 다른 맵에선 요루를 하는데 아이소를 맡게 됐고 몬예트 선수가 요루를 맡게 됐는지도 한번 그 과정에 대해서도 들어보고 싶네요. 혹시 뭐 가위바위보를 했다거나 아니면 뭐 토론한 후에 팀에서 정했다거나 뭐 이런 과정들 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Speaking of Monyeot Yoru and Jemkin ISO, what was the decision process of, choosing who gets to play what? Was it like rock, paper, scissors, or was Jemkin going, no, ISO only?
I think we decided to give Gen.G on the ISO because like that agent you don't need to move much. You only need to AD shooting, and then for Monjet he like to make play, so like Yoru fit him better. That's
alright. 아이소 같은 경우에는 좀 무빙이 많이 필요 없어가지고 그냥 AD만 치고 슈팅을 하면 돼서 좀 잼킨 선수가 그런 걸 선호하는 것 같았고 몬예 선수 같은 경우에는 조금 더 기동성 있고 여기저기 왔다 갔다 할 수 있는 빠른 요원을 좋아하기 때문에 그래서 좀 개인 기호에 맞춰서 요원 분배를 했다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 다음 상대는 T1인데 어떤 점을 노려보면 좋을지 IGL로서 들어보도록 할게요. Next up is T1, final boss maybe. So what do you think you need to do as the IGL, and what do you think the team needs to do to make sure that you get that win?
I think with the Talon game and this game, we won 2-0 both games. So I think we have a good momentum to go against T1. But of course, we need to do our homework. We need to see how T1 play. We need to prepare for the game, and of course, we need to show them like we are not fear to play against them.
Yeah,
so
disrespect.
because it's our opponent. If we fear them, then we lost already. So that's why.
Have that confidence, right? 워낙 탈론 때부터 오늘 경기까지 2대0 승리를 이어가고 있기 때문에 흐름 굉장히 좋아서 이 흐름을 계속해서 이어갈 수 있는 데에 집중을 해야 하고 T1이 굉장히 잘하는 팀이고 워낙 요즘에 좋은 모습을 보여주고 있지만 그렇다고 해서 자신감을 잃지 않고 주눅들지 않는 게 굉장히 중요할 것 같다고 얘기를 하고요. 돌아가서 이제 T1 경기 많이 분석하고 자신감도 좀 충전을 해야 할 것 같다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 크레이지 가이 만나봤습니다. Thank you, crazy guy. Not so crazy with the interview. I appreciate that. I'll see you guys later. Thank you.
RRQ closes out on Haven in a 2-0 series win here. Who doubted RRQ? No one did, except Paper Thin.
Only him?
Only him?
Just him.
Only him.
Sure.
Hey.
He was the only bold talent member who did predict for Zeta here. So at the end of the day, maybe not the bold prediction you wanted to go for.
No?
The OLD.
Absolutely not. But you know what, though? I have to say one thing about RRQ is they keep you hanging, you know? The first half of both of these maps, we were like, whoa, Zeta's looking good, and then...
I honestly think this is an important step for RRQ. We've spoken a lot about their composure, their inability to close out games, but them being so dominant in the second half, being able to shut down both of these maps quite simply when it gets towards the end is a huge step forward for this roster.
Yeah, to some extent. At the same time, though, we're in the round-robin group stage. We're playing against an opponent that you're expected to beat. I don't think the pressure is entirely high. We're not talking about a qualification game or anything like that, a do-or-die game. So, as opposed to the kickoff format where those games literally are like you are knocked out of the tournament, you're in a double elim bracket. That's where I think there's more of a character test for RRQ, but this was a great win. I think their game last week was a great win as well. They're definitely winning these series a lot more cleanly, especially given the fact that Depp was frying and Zeta has the majority of the first kills here, but RRQ, some great recovery.
I do want to say, I know you're Aussie, Pilski, but you got some Asian dad energy there.
Oh,
they won 2-0, and they won 2-0.
It's not quite good enough.
And they were like, yeah, but it could be better. But they haven't really been tested, have you? That was pure Asian dad energy.
Sorry.
And it fits well here in Pacific.
I predicted for them. I thought they would win. I knew they would win 2-0. Like, that was the expectation. I'm more impressed with Zeta. Like, Zeta, that's some rediscovered form on Haven. That's what I wanted to see from them, although they didn't get the dub at the end of the day. Depp, I mean, he just shows his prowess as a player and as a veteran. He had his worst game back-to-back with a fantastic game, so that's great recovery from him.
We never did get to see what sheriff he was using, but he must have changed.
He heard me, he changed.
kept buying a stinger every time, big time. I saw Zeta on Eco. He was right up against the TV. He was like, what is he using? Tell me.
Excuse me for trying to make the greatest analytical point of all time. How dare I?
I mean,
well,
he was much better on this.
Based on the players that I've coached, that is one of the more important factors. What skin you are using in the official that you're playing as opposed to like anything else.
Well, he didn't show it, so I think that's a factor in why his KDA is like fantastic here on the Neon. Crazy Guy, though, stepping up. I liked what Jen and Crazy Guy touched upon in the interview here, why we saw a different comp. We were worried. We were prepping points up for RRQ losing by switching around their players on agents they had never played before. But I thought it was very fascinating, but the coaching staff has prepared and said.
I mean, one of us was prepping those points. One of us was a believer the whole way through that this would come through. I think this comp is a good fit for them. Having multiple comps on a map is a nice advantage, and I think Jemkin and Munya are able to pull it off. It wasn't the most perfect execution of this comp that I've ever seen, but it was definitely usable, and I think they could run this again.
MVP for the map going to Crazy Guy. His first game on Omen, guys. In his career, he's only had 10 games as opposed to like 200 plus on just Sova. This dude just only plays Sova apparently in his career for the most part, but he's played a couple of different things. But that's a hell of a debut on Omen, especially stepping up to a Pacific stage and IGLing a team, multiple players debuting their first time on these agents. So good stuff from Crazy Guy yet again.
Yeah, really great. Our sole Vietnamese representative
there you go.
Globally, especially here in Pacific. Yep, and yeah, lots of records broken for RRQ today, and doing this in a 2-0 fashion against a good opponent. I think Zeta, like you said, did really good on that first half, and things just start to fall apart on the second half there. But RRQ, it's also because they just had a lot of
I mean,
stuff put together.
I feel like they're kind of like forcing this comp a little bit, and they could have just played the meta comp, but it is good conditioning. Like you talk about like this round robin format where you have to show, you know, map to map. Match MVP goes to Crazy Guy. Fantastic games from him today. Breach on Split, he had a great game as opposed to the game against Nongshim, and then debut on Omen. Like he's doing really, really good in this team.
Yeah, I couldn't not give it to Crazy Guy. I've been very, very impressed. He's been stepping up. You know, it starts to show how great of a pickup this was. You know, we'd always praised RRQ scouting and their ability to kind of iterate on their team slowly. And Crazy Guy was the first pickup that got me questioning that. And I think, you know, they've kind of proved me wrong, proved a lot of people wrong. Crazy Guy looks in a very different form than he did last year in Bleed, which is, you know, goes without saying is a very good thing.
Oh, it's a fantastic way to come back into Pacific, right? You don't want to come back into Pacific after being burned last year. So good job for Crazy Guy, and I'm so glad our doubts have been squashed here, and I'm very much looking forward to RRQ's next games coming up, and Zeta divisions as well. Now, we do have our standings. As of now, things have not shuffled too much.
RRQ 2-1, doing well for themselves. I think they are feeling very comfortable about their ability to be able to go in through towards the playoffs. Still some more beatable opponents in front of them, of course. So I think they're going to be quite happy. That's a little bit more pressure on Zeta, though. Not managing to pick up a map today. Losing their pick as well is probably a step back towards that kickoff form that they would probably rather forget.
Yeah, they're on that bubble. They need to start getting some wins soon if they're going to start getting into the green section of this graphic here and start making your way towards the playoffs. So things are getting dicey. Over in Group A, not too many changes, only in the middle of the table here. Boom still at the top, and obviously PRX not in contention, but that is a matchup that we will be seeing tomorrow.
Yeah, let's talk about tomorrow, actually, and the remaining of this weekend. PaperX and Boom. This is going to be a big one. This is going to mean a lot for both of these teams, quite frankly, Boom is in a good spot right now, but they want to stay in the spot. And Paper Rex, you know, once they get their momentum going, once they pocket that first win, things could be very different for the rest of the group stages.
I think, like, top left, look at that for DFM. It's kind of like a niche circumstance that they're going to be able to make playoffs at this point. They're probably likely eliminated because they haven't even picked up a map yet. For PRX, if they lost the game tomorrow, at least they have got some maps, they've got some round diff back, so that in that sense, if they can kind of pick up the performance, they would be a little bit more likely to be able to make it. But at that point, when you drop to 0-3 in this round robin format, your fate is somewhat in the other team's hands. Like, it gets to that point where you're watching some of the other games that you're not even playing, and you are praying to God that one of those teams shows up so that you can potentially move on, and that's not the position you want to be in.
Yeah. And Monday as well, Talon now 1-1, and things, I feel like the whole group Omega is going to be very tight as well, with a lot of these teams pocketing one map and match and losing one as well. So this is going to be a very eventful weekend to see how things unfold. But you guys will just have to wait and see, like us here at the desk. So with that, we will bid you adieu. Pilski, big time.
Penguin.
You guys like to say goodbye?
Bye.
Goodbye.
Penguin says bye.
Don't miss tomorrow.
Don't miss tomorrow. I want to say it in your native languages.
G'day.
Goodbye.
C word. I won't say it, but yeah. See you later.
See you later, guys. See you tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action.
Which cake?
And on the entry, going to be taken down DFM, but that can quickly be turned around. No real way to try to isolate here. Does hit a nice shot. Munchkin collects a 3K, and Gen.G collect an 8th round win. And they need to sell this position, and so far, no one is checking. May be able to find the first one, but then botches the rest, can't find the value. Gen riding the rope with every single angle to clear. There's no way to make it happen. 13-4, Gen.G looking absolutely dominant here today.
Something from Zeta.
Away from Sparrow. Whippy on the shots, ends up dying.
Takes some kind of control.
Try to explore their options a little bit more, but Gem loses, was able to fight back. RRQ tying us up 5-5.
It's a really good read. Majority of these rounds on how
deficit close even further. They think differently. Crazy guy holding here with the corner. He'll find one trigger, going to be taken down. Gives himself a second. Sugar Zero. Down answers one apiece. But the round win still goes the way of RRQ. Going to need to try to catch someone here off guard. 10 seconds now remaining. The spike being planted. Aftershock at the ready. The Armageddon as well. He'll cut them down. The transfer. 5 HP. Does he know? He does, but he cannot get it, but yet will take him down.
Now what you waiting for?